Chapter 26, Appendix 1/3. The reader will find excellent classical examples of rituals of magic in the Equinox, Volume 1. In the following places, number I, the supplement contains considerations for preparing a ritual of self-initiation. The supplement is also a perfect model of what a magical record should be in respect of the form. Number 2, on pages 244 to 288, are given several rituals of initiation. Pages 302 to 317 give an account of certain astral visions. Pages 326 to 332 give a formula for rising on the plains. Number 3, pages 151 to 169 give details of certain magical formulae. Pages 170 to 190 are a very perfect example, classical old style, of a magical ritual for the evocation of the spirit of Mercury. Pages 190 to 197, a ritual for the consecration of a talisman, a very perfect example. Pages 198 to 205, a very fine example of a ritual to invoke the higher genius. Pages 208 to 233, ritual of initiation with explanation of the same. Pages 269 to 272, ritual of obtaining the knowledge and conversation of the holy guardian angel by the formula of I.O. Pages 272 to 278, ritual to make oneself invisible. Number 4, pages 43 to 196, treatise with model records of mental training appropriate to the magician. Number V, the supplement is the most perfect account of visions extant. They explore the farthest recesses of the magical universe. Number 6, the supplement gives 7 rituals of the dramatic order as described in reference, chapter 19. Pages 29 to 32, a highly important magical ritual for daily use and work. Number 7, pages 21 to 27, classical ritual to invoke Mercury for daily use and work. Pages 117 to 157, example of a dramatic ritual in modern style. Pages 229 to 243, an elaborate magical map of the universe on particular principles. Pages 372 to 375, example of a seasonal ritual. Pages 376 to 383, ritual to invoke Horus. Number 8, pages 99 to 128, the conjuration of the elemental spirits. Number 9, pages 17 to 136, ritual for invoking the spirit of Mars. Number X, pages 57 to 79, modern example of a magical ritual in dramatic form, commemorating the return of spring. Pages 81 to 90, fragment of ritual of a very advanced character, Vol. 3. No. This volume contains an immense number of articles of primary importance to every student of magic. The rituals of the Book of Lies and the Goetia are also to be studied. The preliminary invocation of the Goetia is in particular recommended for daily use and work. Orpheus by Aleister Crowley contains a large number of magical invocations in verse. There are also a good many others in other parts of his poetical works. The following is a complete curriculum of reading, officially approved by the AAAA. Curriculum of AA Course I. General Reading, Section 1, Books for Serious Study. The Equinox, the standard work of reference in all occult matters. The Encyclopedia of Initiation, collected works of A. Crowley. These works contain many mystical and magical secrets, both stated clearly in prose and woven into the robe of sublimest poesy. Series, Oxford University Press. The Classic of Changes gives the initiated Chinese system of magic. The Tao Te King. SBE Series gives the initiated Chinese system of mysticism. Tannhauser by A. Crowley. An allegorical drama concerning the progress of the soul. The Tannhauser story slightly remodeled. The Upanishads SBE series, the classical basis of the Bhagavad Gita, a dialogue in which Krishna, the Hindu Christ, expounds a system of attainment. The Voice of the Silence by H.P. Blavatsky, with an elaborate commentary by Frater O.M. the Goetia, the most intelligible of the medieval rituals of evocation. Contains also the favorite invocation of the Master Therion. The Shiva Samhita, a famous Hindu treatise on certain physical practices. The Hatha Yoga Pradipika, similar to the Shiva Samhita, a compendious account of philosophy from the earliest times, most valuable as a general education of the mind. The Spiritual Guide of Molinos, a simple manual of Christian mysticism. The Star of the West, Captain Fuller, an introduction to the study of the works of Aleister Crowley. The Dhammapada, SBE series, Oxford University Press. The Best of the Buddhist Classics, The Questions of King Milinda, SBE series, Technical Points of Buddhist Dogma illustrated by dialogues. Varieties of Religious Experience, James. Valuable as showing the uniformity of mystical attainment. Kabbalah Denudata von Rosenroth. Also, the Kabbalah Unveiled by S.L. Mathers. The text of the Kabbalah with commentary. A good elementary introduction to the subject. Conks unpacks 4 invaluable treatises and a preface on mysticism and magic. The Pistis Sophia, an admirable introduction to the study of Gnosticism. The Oracles of Zoroaster, an invaluable collection of precepts mystical and magical. The Dream of Scipio by Cicero, excellent for its vision and its philosophy. The Golden Verses of Pythagoras by Fabre d'Olivet, an interesting study of the exoteric doctrines of this master. The Divine Pomander by Hermes Trismegistus, invaluable as bearing on the Gnostic philosophy. The Secret Symbols of the Rosicrucians, reprint of Franz Hartmann, an invaluable compendium. Scrutinium Chimicum by Michael Mayer, one of the best treatises on alchemy. Science and the Infinite by Sidney Klein, one of the best essays written in recent years. 2 Essays of the Worship of Priapus by Richard Payne Knight, invaluable to all students. The Golden Bough by J.G. Fraser. The Textbook of Folklore, invaluable to all students. The Age of Reason by Thomas Paine, excellent, though elementary as a corrective to superstition. Rivers of Life by General Furlong, an invaluable textbook of old systems of initiation. 3 Dialogues by Bishop Berkeley, the classic of subjective idealism. Essays of David Hume, the classic of academic skepticism. First Principles by Herbert Spencer, the classic of agnosticism. Prolegomena by Immanuel Kant, the best introduction to metaphysics. The Canon, the best textbook of applied Kabbalah. The Fourth Dimension by H. Hinton, the textbook on this subject. The Essays of Thomas Henry Huxley, masterpieces of philosophy as of prose. The object of this course of reading is to familiarize the student with all that has been said by the great masters in every time and country. He should make a critical examination of them, not so much with the idea of discovering where truth lies, for he cannot do this except by virtue of his own spiritual experience, but rather to discover the essential harmony in those varied works. He should be on his guard against partisanship with a favorite author. He should familiarize himself thoroughly with the method of mental equilibrium, endeavoring to contradict any statement soever, although it may be apparently axiomatic. The general object of this course, besides that already stated, is to assure sound education in occult matters, so that when spiritual illumination comes, it may find a well-built temple, where the mind is strongly biased towards any special theory. The result of an illumination is often to inflame that portion of mind which is thus overdeveloped, with the result that the aspirant, instead of becoming an adept, becomes a bigot and fanatic. A does not offer examination in this course, but recommends these books as the foundation of a library. Section 2, Other Books, principally fiction of a generally suggestive and helpful kind. Zanoni, by Sir Edward Bulwer Lytton. Valuable for its facts and suggestions about mysticism. A Strange Story by Sir Edward Bulwer Lytton. Valuable for its facts and suggestions about magic. The Blossom and the Fruit by Mabel Collins. Valuable for its account of the path. Petronius Arbiter, valuable for those who have wit to understand it. The Golden Ass by Apuleius, valuable for those who have wit to understand it. Le Comte de Gabalus, valuable for its hints of those things which it mocks. The Rape of the Lock by Alexander Pope, valuable for its account of elementals. Undine by de la Motte Fouquet, valuable as an account of elementals. Black Magic by Marjorie Bowen, an intensely interesting story of sorcery. Le Pot de Chagrin by Honoré de Balzac. A Magnificent Magical Allegory, number 19 by Edgar Jepson. An Excellent Tale of Modern Magic, Dracula by Bram Stoker, valuable for its account of legends concerning vampires. Scientific Romances by H. Hinton, valuable as an introduction to the study of the fourth dimension. Alice in Wonderland by Lewis Carroll, valuable to those who understand the Kabbalah. Alice Through the Looking Glass by Lewis Carroll, valuable to those who understand the Kabbalah. The Hunting of the Snark by Lewis Carroll, valuable to those who understand the Kabbalah. The Arabian Nights, translated by either Sir Richard Burton or John Payne, valuable as a storehouse of Oriental magic lore. Morte d'Arthur by Sir Thomas Malory, valuable as a storehouse of Occidental magic lore. The Works of François Rabelais, invaluable for wisdom. De Cassida by Sir Richard Burton, valuable as a summary of philosophy. The Song Celestial by Sir Edwin Arnold. The Bhagavad Gita in verse, The Light of Asia by Sir Edwin Arnold. An account of the attainment of Gautama Buddha, The Rosicrucians by Hargrave Jennings, valuable to those who can read between the lines. The Real History of the Rosicrucians by A. E. Waite, a good vulgar piece of journalism on the subject. The Works of Arthur Machen. Most of these stories are of great magical interest. The Writings of William O'Neill, Blake, invaluable to all students. The Shaving of Shagpat by George Meredith, an excellent allegory. Lilith by George MacDonald, a good introduction to the astral. Wabah by J.K. Husmans, and an account of the extravagances caused by the syncomplex. The Lore of Proserpine by Maurice Hewlett, a suggestive inquiry into the Hermetic Arcanum. Ian Root by J.K. Husmans, an account of the follies of Christian mysticism. Sidonia the Sorceress by Wilhelm Meinhold. The Amber Witch by Wilhelm Meinhold. These two tales are highly informative. Macbeth, Midsummer Night's Dream, The Tempest by W. Shakespeare, interesting for traditions treated. Red Gauntlet by Sir Walter Scott, also one or two other novels, interesting for traditions treated. Rob Roy by James Grant, interesting for traditions treated. The Magician by W. Somerset Maugham, an amusing hodgepodge of stolen goods. The Bible by various authors unknown. The Hebrew and Greek originals are of Kabbalistic value. It contains also many magical apologues and recounts many tales of folklore and magical rites. Kim by Rudyard Kipling. An admirable study of Eastern thought and life. Many other stories by this author are highly suggestive and informative, for mythology as teaching correspondences, books of fairy tales generally, Oriental classics generally, Sufi poetry generally, Scandinavian and Teutonic sagas generally, Celtic folklore generally. This course is of general value to the beginner. While it is not to be taken, in all cases, too seriously, it will give him a general familiarity with the mystical and magical tradition, create a deep interest in the subject, and suggest many helpful lines of thought. It has been impossible to do more in this list than to suggest a fairly comprehensive course of reading. Section 3. Official publications of the A.A. Liber Bevil Magi. An account of the grade of Magus, the highest grade which it is ever possible to manifest in any way whatever upon this plane, or, so it is said by the masters of the temple. Liber Second, the message of the master Zerion, explains the essence of the new law in a very simple manner. Equinox Delphin, Volume 9, Liber 3, Liber Jugorum, an instruction for the control of speech, action, and thought. Equinox the Fourth, P9 and Appendix 6 of this book, Liber 4th Abe, a general account in elementary terms of magical and mystical powers, Part 1. Mysticism, published 2, Magic Elementary Theory, published 3. Magic in Theory and Practice, this book 4, The Law Not Yet Completed, Liber the Sixth, Liber Ovel Manus et Sagittae, instructions given for elementary study of the Kabbalah, Assumption of God Forms, Vibration of Divine Names, the rituals of pentagram and hexagram, and their uses in protection and invocation, a method of attaining astral vision, so-called, and an instruction in the practice called Rising on the Plains. Equinox Secta P1 and Appendix 6 in this book. Liber VII, Liber Liberi vel apis lazuli, adumbratio Cabalaia Egyptiorum, sub figura 7b, the voluntary emancipation of a certain exempt adept from his adeptship. These are the birthwords of a master of the temple. 2150, its 7 chapters are referred to the 7 planets in the following order: Mars, Saturn, Jupiter, Sol, Mercury, Luna, Venus, Liber Evel Exercitiorum, instructs the aspirant in the necessity of keeping a record, suggests methods of testing physical clairvoyance, gives instruction in asana, pranayama, and dharana, and advises the application of tests to the physical body in order that the student may thoroughly understand his own limitations. Liber Portalucis, an account of the sending forth of the Master thereon by the AAA, and an explanation of his mission. Equinox VI, P3, Liber and Feet, an instruction for attaining Nuit. Liber 30th, Graduum Montius Ebiegni, an account of the task of the aspirant from probationer to adept. Equinox III, P3, Liber Science Ecclesiae Gnostica Catholic Canon Missae, represents the original and true pre-Christian Christianity. Equinox de Revel, Vol de Thread, Part 1, and Appendix 6 of this book, Liber Sixtium Liber Terris Vel Domus Dei, an instruction for attainment by the direct destruction of thoughts as they arise in the mind. Equinox 60 Pied, Liber Diantium Fupton, Liber Affirm AO, gives 3 methods of attainment through a willed series of thoughts. Unpublished. It is the active form of Liber Ciclidu I, Liber 20 the Classic of Purity by K.O.H. Suen, a new translation from the Chinese by the Master Darian. Unpublished. Liber with 20 Scythe, the Ritual of the Star Ruby, an improved form of the lesser ritual of the pentagram Liber CCC 3035, also Appendix 6 of this book, Liber 2017. Liber Trigrammaton being a book of trigrams of the mutations of the Tao with the yin and yang, an account of the cosmic process corresponding to the stanzas of Xion in another system, unpublished. Liber Tor X, Liber Librae, an elementary course of morality suitable for the average man. Equinox the First through Liber 20 through, an account of ABC. First written in the language of his period by the Counselor von Eckartshausen, and now revised and rewritten in the Universal Cipher. Equinox the 30 sipped in the Star Sapphire, an improved ritual of the hexagram. Liber CC 33 of the Book of Lies, pp 46 and 7, and Appendix 6 of this book, Liber 39 Tau. An essay on attainment by the way of equilibrium, Knox unpacks p. 52 Liber Dual of the Mass of the Phoenix, a ritual of the law. Liber CCC Tuain de Book of Lies, pages 57 to 7, and Appendix 6 in this book. Liber Versailles, the Key of the Mysteries, a translation of La Clef des Grands Mystères by Eliphas Levi, specially adapted to the task of the attainment of Bhakti Yoga, Equinox Supplement, Liber Etznai. Shi Qian, an account of the divine perfection illustrated by the sevenfold permutation of the dyad. Unpublished. Liber Lete. The Lost Continent, an account of the continental Atlantis, the manners and customs, magical rites and opinions of its people, together with a true account of the catastrophe, so-called, which ended in its disappearance. Unpublished. Liber Ver. The chemical jousting of Brother Perarjua with the 7 lances that he brake, an account of the magical and mystic path in the language of alchemy. Equinox the First, T88, Liber the Third, an article on the Kabbalah in Equinox for VP 65. Liber Lix, Across the Gulf, a fantastic account of a previous incarnation. Its principal interest lies in the fact that its story of the overthrowing of Isis by Osiris may help the reader to understand the meaning of the overthrowing of Osiris by Horus in the present Aeon Ithrit. Liber Lecoletoethe Liber Kazae explains the actual history and origin of the present movement. Its statements are accurate in the ordinary sense of the word. The object of the book is to discount mythopoeia. Equinox 2055, Liber Lecito. Liber Israfel, formerly called Anubis, an instruction in a suitable method of preaching, unpublished. Liber Lexiftis, Liber Corda Cincti Serpenti, an account of the relations of the Asperum with his holy guardian angel, Dwinox the Wolfen. 3. Part 1, p. 65, Liber Alexixtia, Liber Stellae Rubae. A secret ritual, the heart of Hioi, delivered unto VII for his use in a certain matter of Liber Leges. See Liber CC, the Book of Lies, pages 34-5. Also Appendix 6 in his book, Liber Lex Sixtitherus, the Sword of Song, a critical study of various philosophies. An account of Buddhism, A. Crowley, Collected Works, Volume 7, pages 140-203. Liber Lepeniwine, The Voice of the Silence, The Two Paths, The Seven Portals by H.P. Blavatsky, with an elaborate commentary by Frater O.M. Equinox III, supplement. Liber Leptina. The Urn. This is the sequel to the Temple of Solomon the King, and is the diary of a magus. This book contains a detailed account of all the experiences passed through by the Master Therion in his attainment of this grade of initiation, the highest possible to any manifested man, unpublished. Liber Lector 8, a complete treatise on the tarot, giving the correct designs of the cards with their attributions and symbolic meanings on all the planes. Part published in Equinox at 7, p. 143, Liber Lector 2, The Butterfly Net, an account of a magical operation, particularly concerning the planet Luna, written in the form of a novel. Published under the title Moonchild by the Mandrake Press, 41, Museum St. London, W.C. Velchanoch. A brief abstraction of the symbolic representation of the universe derived by Dr. John Dee through the scrying of Sir Edward Kelly. Part published in Equinox 7, p. 229 and 88, p. Liber Dexi. Sadi vel Hamus Hermeticus, an account of initiation and an indication as to those who are suitable for the same. Equinox the 6th, p. 17, Liber Erzithi, The Wake World, a poetical allegory of the relations of the soul and the holy guardian angel. Nox Pax, p. 1, Liber Dexticipt Liber Gaias, a handbook of geomancy. Equinox 37, Liber Cc Portitu, a treatise on the nature of death and the proper attitude to be taken towards it, published in the International, New York, 1917, Liber Catuea. The Book of Wisdom or Folly, an extended and elaborate commentary on the Book of the Law in the form of a letter from the Master Therion to his magical son, contains some of the deepest secrets of initiation, with a clear solution of many cosmic and ethical problems, unpublished, Liber Ciel de l'Age Libellum. A further explanation of the Book of the Law, with special reference to the powers and privileges conferred by its acceptance. Equinox 3, Part 1, p. 99. Liber Clesi, Liber Chef, Vel Valum Abiegni, a perfect account of the task of the exempt adept considered under the symbols of a particular plane, not the intellectual. Equinox the 6th, p. 23. Liber Cieptid. The Tao Te King, a new translation with a commentary by the Master Therion. Unpublished, Liber Ciel Cf. A Master of the Temple, being an account of the attainment of Frater on US in Omnibus. The record of a man who actually attained by the system taught by the AA part, published in Equinox 3, p. 127, Liber Ciel Tarisiv. Astarte vel Liber Barilli, an instruction in attainment by the method of devotion, or Bhakta Yogi. Equinox 7, p. 37, Liber Ciel 74, Liber Collegi Sancti, being the tasks of the grades and their oaths proper to Liber 13.5. This is the official paper of the various grades. It includes the task and oath of a probationer. Unpublished. Liber Extefnus. The High History of Good Sir Palamedes the Saracen Knight and of his following of the Questing Beast. A poetic account of the great work and enumeration of many obstacles. Special supplement. Liber Teo Resh Vel Helios, an instruction for the adoration of the sun 4 times daily, with the object of composing the mind to meditation and of regularizing the practices. Equinox the 6th, p. 29. Liber C6 types. Liber Ru Vel Spiritus, full instruction in pranayama. Equinox the 7, p. 59. Liber C59. Syllabus and enumeration of the official publications of AA, with a brief description of the contents of each book. Equinox the 12, 3 Part 1, P11. This appendix is extracted therefrom, Liber CCX, the Book of the Law, which is the foundation of the whole work. Text in Equinox Text P9, short commentary. In Equinox VII pp. 378, full commentary by the Master thereon, through whom it was given to the world. Will be published shortly, Liber C16, the Ye translation, with a commentary by the Master therein, unpublished. Liber CC 31 Liber Arcanorum, Atu Tahuti, quas vidit azar in aumenti sub figura, CCTO, Liber Carcerorum nuclifoth cum sui je, ed unter sigia et nomina eorum. An account of the cosmic process so far as it is indicated by the tarot trumps. Equinox 7 P69, Liber CCX 2 Seta. Aha, an exposition in poetic language of several of the ways of attainment and the results obtained. Equinox 3 P9, Liber Seal Corpus. The structure of the mind, a treatise on psychology from the mystic and magical standpoint. Its study will help the aspirant to make a detailed scientific analysis of his mind, and so learn to control it. Unpublished. Liber CC Cops Impact, a special instruction for the promulgation of the law. This is the first and most important duty of every aspirant of whatever grade. It builds up in him the character and karma, which forms the spine of attainment. Equinox the third, EP 171 Liber CCC 33 through the Book of Lies, falsely so called, deals with many matters on all planes of the very highest importance. It is an official publication for babes of the abyss, but is recommended even to beginners as highly suggestive. Published, Liber CC 33. Adonis, an account in poetic language of the struggle of the human and divine elements in the consciousness of man, giving their harmony following on the victory of the latter. Equinox 17, Liber Crowley. Liber HH gives 3 methods of attainment through a willed series of thoughts. Liber CCLX, the preliminary invocation of the Goetia, so-called, with a complete explanation of the barbarous names of invocation used therein, and the secret rubric of the ritual by the Master therein. This is the most potent invocation extant and was used by the Master himself in his attainment. CP 265 of this book, Liber CD. Libertà vel Kabbalae, Truium Literarum, Sub Figura, CD, a graphic interpretation of the tarot on the plane of initiation. Equinox 75, Liber 75, Vel Armorum, an instruction for the preparation of the elemental instruments. Equinox the 4th, P15, Liber CCC 8, Liber 38 Vel Seculi. Being of the angels of the 30 aethers, the vision and the voice, besides being the classical account of the 30 aethers and a model of all visions, the cries of the angels should be regarded as accurate, and the doctrine of the function of the Great White Brotherhood understood as the foundation of the aspiration of the adept. The account of the Master of the Temple should in particular be taken as authentic. Equinox the First Settlement, Liber Cedoleta, an instruction in a purely intellectual method of entering the abyss. Equinox the 7 p.m. 77. Liber D. Sephiroth, a dictionary of Hebrew words arranged according to their numerical value. This is an encyclopedia of the Holy Kabbalah, which is a map of the universe and enables man to attain perfect understanding. Equinox 8, special supplement, Liber Duatsidar, a complete treatise on astrology. This is the only textbook on astrology composed on scientific lines by classifying observed facts instead of deducting from a priori theories. Unpublished, Liber Duatsidar, an instruction in expansion of the field of the mind. Equinox T35, Liber Delta Liber Had, an instruction for attaining Hadit. Equinox the 7 P83, Liber DC, de Thaumaturgia, a statement of certain ethical considerations concerning magic. Unpublished, Liber DCL Sustain, the Beast, an account of the magical personality who is the logos of the present Ion. Unpublished. 777, Vel Prolegomena, Symbolica ad Systemam Skeptico Mysticae, via Explicandae, Fundamentum Hieroglyphicorum Sanctissimorum Scientiae Sumar. reprinted with extensive additions, making it the only standard comprehensive book of reference ever published. It is to the language of occultism what Webster or Murray is to the English language. The reprint with additions will shortly be published. Liber DCCKY energized enthusiasm specially adapted to the task of attainment of control of the body of light, development of intuition, and Hatha Yoga. Vel Ararita, an account of the hexagram and the method of reducing it to the unity and beyond, unpublished. Liber DCC 21 Liber Iodad, formerly called Vesta, an instruction giving 3 methods of reducing the manifold consciousness to the unity, adapted to facilitate the task of the attainment of Raja Yoga and of the knowledge and conversation of the Holy Guardian Angel. Equinox the 7th, P100, a 1 Liber DCC 30 type. The Law of Liberty. This is a further explanation of the Book of the Law in reference to certain ethical problems. Equinox Daphne, Volume 1, Number 1, P45, Liber DCL John St. John. The record of the magical retirement of G.H.A. Frater O.M., a model of what a magical record should be so far as accurate analysis and fullness of description are concerned. Equinox the Pri Supplement, Liber DCL. Liber Viarum VIA, a graphical account of magical powers classified under the tarot trumps. Equinox the 7th, P101, Liber DCL 38. A complete study of the origins of Christianity, unpublished. Liber Scientifica. Liber VA Memoria gives methods for attaining the magical memory or memory of past lives, and an insight into the function of the aspirant in this present life. Equinox 7, P05, Liber Siameterdito. The Cactus, an elaborate study of the psychological effects produced by Anhelonium lewini, mescal buttons, compiled from the actual records of some hundreds of experiments. Unpublished, Liber DC Cardito. The Treasure House of Images, a superb collection of litanies appropriate to the signs of the zodiac. Equinox 3, Supplement, Liber Maternici. A note on Genesis, a model of Kabbalistic ratiocination. Specially adapted to Jnana Yoga, Liber Makotasif. The Greek Kabbalah, a complete dictionary of all sacred and important words and phrases given in the books of the Gnosis, and other important writings both in the Greek and the Coptic. Chapter 27, Appendix 2, The Doubts That Daunt, the Ills That Irk. Thou hast nor wit nor will to fight, how hope in heart or worth in work. No star in sight, thy gods prove puppets of the priest. Truth, all's relation, science side. In bondage with thy brother beast, love tortured thee as love's hope died, and lover's faith rotted. Life no least dim star descried. Thy cringing carrion cowered and crawled to find itself a chance-cast clod whose pain was purposeless. Appalled that aimless accident thus trod its agony, that void skies sprawl in the veins sod. All souls eternally exist, each individual ultimate perfect. Each makes itself a mist of mind and flesh to celebrate with some twin mask, their tender tryst insatiate. Some drunkards, doting on the dream, despair that it should die, mistake themselves for their own shadow scheme. One star can summon them to wake to self, star souls serene that gleam on life's calm lake. That shall end, never that began. All things endure because they are. Do what thou wilt, for every man and every woman is a star. Pan is not dead. He liveth, Pan, break down the bar. To man I come, the number of a man, my number, lion of life. Love under will his royal right. Behold within and not above, one star in sight. One star in sight. A glimpse of the structure and system of the great white brotherhood. Hey. The order of the star called SS is in respect of its existence upon the earth, an organized body of men and women distinguished among their fellows by the qualities here enumerated. They exist in their own truth, which is both universal and unique. They move in accordance with their own wills, which are each unique, yet coherent with the universal will. They perceive, that is, understand, know, and feel, in love, which is both unique and universal. 2. The order consists of 11 grades or degrees, and is numbered as follows. These compose 3 groups, the orders of the SS of the R. Oh, and of the GD respectively, the order of the SS Ississimus 10 degree equals I square Magus 9 degree equals 2 square Magister Templi 8 degree equals 3 square the order of the RC, Babe of the Abyss, the link. Adeptus Exemptus 7 degree equals 4 square Adeptus Major 6 degree equals 5 square Adeptus Minor 5 degree equals 6 square the order of the GD. Dominus Liminis, the link. Philosophus 4 degree equals 7 square Practicus 3 degree equals 8 square. Zelea 2 equals 9 square Neophyte 1 degree. Meanings to the initiated and are commonly employed to designate the grades. The general characteristics and attributions of these grades are indicated by their correspondences on the Tree of Life, as may be studied in detail in the book 777. Student. His business is to acquire a general intellectual knowledge of all systems of attainment as declared in the prescribed books. See curriculum in Appendix 1. Probationer, his principal business is to begin such practices as he might prefer, and to write a careful record of the same for 1 year. Neophyte has to acquire perfect control of the astral plane. Zelida. His main work is to achieve complete success in asana and pranayama. He also begins to study the formula of the Rosy Cross, Practicus, is expected to complete his intellectual training, and in particular to study the Kabbalah, Philosophus. He is expected to complete his moral training. He is tested in devotion to the order. Dominus Liminis is expected to show mastery of Pratyahara and Dharana. Adeptus, without, is expected to perform the great work and to attain the knowledge and conversation of the holy guardian angel. Adeptus, within, is admitted to the practice of the formula of the Rosy Cross on entering the College of the Holy Ghost. Adeptus Major obtains a general mastery of practical magic, though without comprehension. Adeptus Exemptus completes in perfection all these matters. He then either A, becomes a brother of the left-hand path, or he is stripped of all his attainments and of himself as well, even of his holy guardian angel, and becomes a babe of the abyss, who, having transcended the reason, does nothing but grow in the womb of its mother. It then finds itself a Magister Templi, master of the temple, whose functions are fully described in Liber 418, as is this whole initiation from Adeptus Exemptus. See also, his principal business is to tend his garden of disciples and to obtain a perfect understanding of the universe. He is a master of samadhi, magus, attains to wisdom, declares his law. See Liberi vel Magi, and is a master of all magic in its greatest and highest sense. Ipsissimus is beyond all this and beyond all comprehension of those of lower degree. But of these last 3 grades, see some further account in the Temple of Solomon the King, Equinox, I2, X, and elsewhere. It should be stated that these grades are not necessarily attained fully, and in strict consecution or manifested wholly on all planes. The subject is very difficult, and entirely beyond the limits of this small treatise. We append a more detailed account. 3. The order of the S is composed of those who have crossed the abyss. The implications of this expression may be studied in Liber 41.8, the 1/4, 1/3, 1/2, 1/1, 10th, and 9th aethers in particular. All members of the order are in full possession of the formulae of attainment, both mystical or inwardly directed and magical or outwardly directed. They have full experience of attainment in both these paths. They are all, however, bound by the original and fundamental oath of the order to devote their energy to assisting the progress of their inferiors in the order. Those who accept the rewards of their emancipation for themselves are no longer within the order. Members of the order are each entitled to found orders dependent on themselves on the lines of the R, C, and GD. Orders to cover types of emancipation and illumination not contemplated by the original or main system. All such orders must, however, be constituted in harmony with the A as regards the essential principles. All members of the order are in possession of the word of the existing eon and govern themselves thereby. They are entitled to communicate directly with any and every member of the order as they may deem fitting. Every active member of the order has destroyed all that he is and all that he has on crossing the abyss. But a star is cast forth in the heavens to enlighten the earth, so that he may possess a vehicle wherein he may communicate with mankind. The quality and position of this star and its functions are determined by the nature of the incarnations transcended by him. 4. The grade of Ipsissimus is not to be described fully, but its opening is indicated in Liber Magick. There is also an account in a certain secret document to be published when propriety permits. Here it is only said this: the Ipsissimus is wholly free from all limitations soever, existing in the nature of all things without discriminations of quantity or quality between them. He has identified being and not being and becoming, action and non-action, and tendency to action with all other such triplicities, not distinguishing between them in respect of any conditions, or between any one thing and any other thing as to whether it is with or without conditions. He has sworn to accept this grade in the presence of a witness, and to express its nature in word and deed, but to withdraw himself at once within the veils of his natural manifestation as a man, and to keep silence during his human life as to the fact of his attainment, even to the other members of the order. The Ipsissimus is preeminently the master of all modes of existence. That is, his being is entirely free from internal or external necessity. His work is to destroy all tendencies to construct or to cancel such necessities. He is the master of the law of unsubstantiality. Anatta, the Ipsissimus has no relation as such with any being. He has no will in any direction, and no consciousness of any kind involving duality. For in him all is accomplished, as it is written beyond the word and the fool, yea, beyond the word and the fool. 5. The grade of Magus is described in Liber Magick, and there are accounts of its character in Liber 418, in the Higher Atheist. There is also a full and precise description of the attainment of this grade in the Magical Record of the Beast, 666, Diide. The essential characteristic of the grade is that its possessor utters a creative magical word which transforms the planet on which he lives by the installation of new officers to preside over its initiation. This can take place only at an equinox of the gods at the end of an eon, that is, when the secret formula which expresses the law of its action becomes outworn and useless to its further development. Thus, suckling is the formula of an infant. When teeth appear, it marks a new aeon, whose word is eating. A magus can therefore only appear as such to the world at intervals of some centuries, accounts of historical magi, and their words are given in Liber Aleph. This does not mean that only one man can attain this grade in any one aeon so far as the order is concerned. A man can make personal progress equivalent to that of a word of an eon, but he will identify himself with the current word and exert his will to establish it, lest he conflict with the work of the magus who uttered the word of the eon in which he is living. The magus is preeminently the master of magic. That is, his will is entirely free from internal diversion or external opposition. His work is to create a new universe in accordance with his will. He is the master of the law of change, Anika. To attain the grade of Ipsissimus, he must accomplish 3 tasks: destroying the 3 guardians mentioned in Liber 418, the third aether, madness and falsehood and glamour, that is, duality and act, word and thought. 6. The grade of Master of the Temple is described in Liber 41a as above indicated. There are full accounts in the magical diaries of the beast 666, who was cast forth into the heaven of Jupiter, and of Omnia in Uno, Unus in Omnibus, who was cast forth into the sphere of the elements. The essential attainment is the perfect annihilation of that personality which limits and oppresses his true self. The Magister Templi is preeminently the master of mysticism. That is, his understanding is entirely free from internal contradiction or external obscurity. His word is to comprehend the existing universe in accordance with his own mind. He is the master of the law of sorrow, dukkha. To attain the grade of magus, he must accomplish 3 235 tasks: the renunciation of his enjoyment of the infinite, so that he may formulate himself as the finite; the acquisition of the practical secrets alike of initiating and governing his proposed new universe, and the identification of himself with the impersonal idea of love. Any neophyte of the order, or as some say, any person soever, possesses the right to claim the grade of Master of the Temple by taking the oath of the grade. It is hardly necessary to observe that to do so is the most sublime and awful responsibility which it is possible to assume, and an unworthy person who does so incurs the most terrific penalties by his presumption. 7. C. The grade of the babe of the abyss is not a grade in the proper sense, being rather a passage between the two orders. Its characteristics are wholly negative, as it is attained by the resolve of the adeptus exemptus to surrender all that he has, and is forever. It is an annihilation of all the bonds that compose the self, or constitute the cosmos, a resolution of all complexities into their elements, and these thereby cease to manifest, since things are only knowable in respect of their relation to, and reaction on, other things. 8. The grade of Adeptus Exemptus confers authority to govern the two lower orders of RC and GD. The adept must prepare and publish a thesis setting forth his knowledge of the universe, and his proposals for its welfare and progress. He will thus be known as the leader of a school of thought. Eliphas Levi's Clef de Grands Mystères, the works of Swedenborg, von Eckershausen, Robert Flood, Paracelsus, Newton, Bolyai, Hinton, Berkeley, Loyola, etc., etc., are examples of such essays. He will have attained all but the supreme summits of meditation, and should be already prepared to perceive that the only possible course for him is to devote himself utterly to helping his fellow creatures. To attain the grade of Magister Templi, he must perform two tasks: the emancipation from thought by putting each idea against its opposite, and refusing to prefer either, and the consecration of himself as a pure vehicle for the influence of the order to which he aspires. He must then decide upon the critical adventure of our order, the absolute abandonment of himself and his attainments. He cannot remain an indefinitely an exempt adept. He is pushed onward by the irresistible momentum that he has generated. Should he fail, by will or weakness, to make his self-annihilation absolute, he is nonetheless thrust forth into the abyss. But instead of being received and reconstructed in the third order, as a babe in the womb of Our Lady Babylon, under the night of Pan, to grow up to be himself wholly and truly, as he was not previously, he remains in the abyss, secreting his elements round his ego as if isolated from the universe, and becomes what is called a black brother. Such a being is gradually disintegrated from lack of nourishment, and the slow but certain action of the attraction of the rest of the universe, despite efforts to insulate and protect himself, and to aggrandize himself by predatory practices. He may indeed prosper for a while, but in the end he must perish, especially when with a new aeon a new word is proclaimed, which he cannot and will not hear, so that he is handicapped by trying to use an obsolete method of magic. Like a man with a boomerang in a battle where everyone else has a rifle. 9. The grade of Adeptus Major confers magical powers, strictly so-called, of the second rank. His work is to use these to support the authority of the exempt, adept his superior. This is not to be understood as an obligation of personal subservience or even loyalty, but as a necessary part of his duty to assist his inferiors. For the authority of the teaching and governing adept is the basis of all orderly work. To attain the grade of Adeptus Exemptus, he must accomplish 3 tasks: the acquisition of absolute self-reliance, working in complete isolation, yet transmitting the word of his superior clearly, forcibly, and subtly, and the comprehension and use of the revolution of the wheel of force under its 3 successive forms of radiation, conduction, and convection, mercury, sulfur, salt, or sattvas, rajas, tamas, with their corresponding natures on other planes. Thirdly, he must exert his whole power and authority to govern the members of lower grades with balanced vigor and initiative, in such a way as to allow no dispute or complaint. He must employ to this end a formula called the beast conjoined with the woman which establishes a new incarnation of deity, as in the legends of Leda, Semele, Miriam, Pasife, and others. He must set up this ideal for the orders which he rules, so that they may possess a not-too-abstract rallying point suited to their undeveloped states. 10. The grade of Adeptus Minor is the main theme of the instructions of the AAA. It is characterized by the attainment of the knowledge and conversation of the Holy Guardian Angel. See the Equinox, the Temple of Solomon the King, the Vision, and the Voice Aether, also Liber Samic, etc., etc. This is the essential work of every man. None other ranks with it, either for personal progress or for power to help one's fellows. This unachieved man is no more than the unhappiest and blindest of animals. He is conscious of his own incomprehensible calamity, and clumsily incapable of repairing it. Achieved, he is no less than the co-heir of gods, a lord of light. He is conscious of his own consecrated course, and confidently ready to run it. The Adeptus Minor needs little help or guidance even from his superiors in our order. His work is to manifest the beauty of the order to the world in the way that his superiors enjoin and his genius dictates. To attain the great Adeptus Major, he must accomplish two tasks: the equilibration of himself, especially as to his passions, so that he has no preference for any one course of conduct over another, and the fulfillment of every action by its complement, so that whatever he does leaves him without temptation to wander from the way of his true will. Secondly, he must keep silence while he nails his body to the tree of his creative will in the shape of that will, leaving his head and arms to form the symbol of light, as if to make oath that his every thought, word, and deed should express the light derived from the God, with which he has identified his life, his love, and his liberty, symbolized by his heart, his phallus, and his legs. It is impossible to lay down precise rules by which a man may attain to the knowledge and conversation of his holy guardian angel, for that is the particular secret of each one of us, as secret, not to be told, or even divined by any other, whatever his grade. It is the Holy of Holies, whereof each man is his own high priest, and none knoweth the name of his brother's God, or the rite that invokes him. The masters of the AAA have therefore made no attempt to institute any regular ritual for this central work of their order, save the generalized instructions in Liber 418. The eighth Ether and the detailed canon and rubric of the Mass, actually used with success by Frater Perdurabo in his attainment. This has been written down by himself in Liber Samic, but they have published such accounts as those in the Temple of Solomon the King and in John St. John. They have taken the only proper course to train aspirants to this attainment in the theory and practice of the whole of magic and mysticism, so that each man may be expert in the handling of all known weapons, and free to choose and to use those which his own experience and instinct dictate as proper when he essays the great experiment. He is furthermore trained to the one habit essential to membership of the AEA. He must regard all his attainments as primarily the property of those less advanced aspirants who are confided to his charge. No attainment soever is officially recognized by the AEA unless the immediate inferior of the person in question has been fitted by him to take his place. The rule is not rigidly applied in all cases, as it would lead to congestion, especially in the lower grades where the need is greatest and the conditions most confused. But it is never relaxed in the order of the RC or of the S, save only in one case. There is also a rule that the members of the AIA shall not know each other officially, save only each member his superior, who introduced him, and his inferior, whom he has himself introduced. This rule has been relaxed, and a grand neophyte appointed to superintend all members of the order of the GD. The real object of the rule was to prevent members of the same grade working together and so blurring each other's individuality. Also to prevent work developing into social intercourse. The grades of the order of the GD are fully described in Liber 185, and there is no need to amplify what is there stated. It must, however, be carefully remarked that in each of these preliminary grades there are appointed certain tasks appropriate, and that the ample accomplishment of each and every one of these is insisted upon with the most rigorous rigidity. Members of the AL, whatever grade, are not bound or expected, or even encouraged to work on any stated lines, or with any special object, save as has been above set forth. There is, however, an absolute prohibition to accept money or other material reward, directly or indirectly, in respect of any service connected with the order for personal profit or advantage. The penalty is immediate expulsion with no possibility of reinstatement on any terms soever. But all members must of necessity work in accordance with the facts of nature, just as an architect must allow of the law of levitation, or a sailor reckon with currents. So must all members of the AA work by the magical formula of the Eon. They must accept the book of the law as the word and the letter of truth and the sole rule of life. They must acknowledge the authority of the beast 666 and of the scarlet woman as in the book it is defined, and accept their will as concentrating the will of our whole order. They must accept the crowned and conquering child as the Lord of the Aeon, and exert themselves to establish his reign upon earth. They must acknowledge that the word of the law is Alpha, and that love is the law, love under will. Each member must make it his main work to discover for himself his own true will, and to do it and do nothing else. He must accept those orders in the book of the law that apply to himself as being necessarily in accordance with his own true will, and execute the same to the letter with all the energy, courage, and ability that he can command. This applies especially to the work of extending the law in the world, wherein his proof is his own success, the witness of his life to the law that hath given him light in his ways, and liberty to pursue them. Thus doing, he payeth his debt to the law that hath freed him by working its will to free all men, and he proveth himself a true man in our order by willing to bring his fellows into freedom. By thus ordering his disposition, he will fit himself in the best possible manner for the task of understanding and mastering the divers technical methods prescribed by the AA for mystical and magical attainment. He will thus prepare himself properly for the crisis of his career in the order, the attainment of the knowledge and conversation of his holy guardian angel. His angel shall lead him anon to the summit of the order of the RC, and make him ready to face the unspeakable terror of the abyss which lies between manhood and godhead. Teach him to know that agony, to dare that destiny, to will that catastrophe, and to keep silence forever as he accomplishes the act of annihilation. From the abyss comes no man forth, but a star startles the earth. And our order rejoices above that abyss that the beast hath begotten one more babe in the womb of Our Lady, his concubine, the scarlet woman, Babylon. There is not need to instruct a babe thus born, for in the abyss it was purified of every poison of personality. Its ascent to the highest is assured in its season. And it hath no need of seasons, for it is conscious that all conditions are no more than forms of its fancy. Such is a brief account, adapted as far as may be to the average aspirant to adeptship or attainment or initiation or mastership, or union with God, or spiritual development, or mahatmaship, or freedom, or occult knowledge, or whatever he may call his inmost need of truth, of our order of AAA. It is designed principally to awake interest in the possibilities of human progress, and to proclaim the principles of the AAJ. The outline given of the several successive steps is exact. The two crises, the angel and the abyss, are necessary features in every career. The other tasks are not always accomplished in the order given here. One man, for example, may acquire many of the qualities peculiar to the adeptus major, and yet lack some of those proper to the practicus. But the system here given shows the correct order of events as they are arranged in nature. And in no case is it safe for a man to neglect to master any single detail, however dreary and distasteful it may seem. It often does so, indeed. That only insists on the necessity of dealing with it. The dislike and contempt for it bear witness to a weakness and incompleteness in the nature which disowns it. That particular gap in one's defenses may admit the enemy at the very turning point of some battle. Worse, one were shamed forever if one's inferior should happen to ask for advice and aid on that subject, and one were to fail in service to him. His failure, one's own failure also. No step, however well won for oneself, till he is ready for his own advance. Every member of the AA must be armed at all points, and expert with every weapon. The examinations in every grade are strict and severe. No loose or vague answers are accepted. In intellectual questions, the candidate must display no less mastery of his subject than if he were entered in the final for Doctor of Science or Law at a first-class university. In examination of physical practices, there is a standardized test. In asana, for instance, the candidate must remain motionless for a given time, his success being gauged by poising on his head a cup filled with water to the brim. If he spill one drop, he is rejected. He is tested in the spirit vision or astral journeying by giving him a symbol unknown and unintelligible to him, and he must interpret its nature by means of a vision as exactly as if he had read its name and description in the book when it was chosen. The power to make and charge talismans is tested as if they were scientific instruments of precision, as they are. In the Kabbalah, a candidate must discover for himself and prove to the examiner beyond all doubt the properties of a number never previously examined by any student. In invocation, the divine force must be made as manifest and unmistakable as the effects of chloroform. In evocation, the spirit called forth must be at least as visible and tangible as the heaviest vapors. In divination, the answer must be as precise as a scientific thesis and as accurate as an audit. In meditation, the results must read like a specialist's report of a classical case. But such methods, the AA intends to make occult science as systematic and scientific as chemistry, to rescue it from the ill repute which, thanks both to the ignorant and dishonest quacks that have prostituted its name, and to the fanatical and narrow-minded enthusiasts that have turned it into a fetish, has made it an object of aversion to those very minds whose enthusiasm and integrity make them most in need of its benefits, and most fit to obtain them. It is the one really important science, for it transcends the conditions of material existence, and so is not liable to perish with the planet. And it must be studied as a science, skeptically, with the utmost energy and patience. The AA possesses the secrets of success. It makes no secret of its knowledge, and if its secrets are not everywhere known and practiced, it is because the abuses connected with the name of occult science disincline official investigators to examine the evidence at their disposal. This paper has been written not only with the object of attracting individual seekers into the way of truth, but of affirming the propriety of the methods of the AA as the basis for the next great step in the advance of human knowledge. Love is the law, love under will. OM 7 degree equals 4 square AA premonstrator of the order of the given from the Collegium ad Spiritum Sanctum, Cephalo, Sicily, in the 17th year of the Aeon of Horus, the sun being in 23-degree Virgo, and the moon in 14-degree Pisces. Magick in Theory and Practice by Aleister Crowley, December 22nd, 1988. EV key entry and proofreading with reformat 10 over 3190 EV. Done by Bill Hydrate, TGO Votio. Further proofreading desirable. Disc 3 of 4, copyright COOTOOT. P.O. Box 430 Fairfax. GI 94,930 USA note. This file may benefit from further proofreading, but care should be taken with citations of most of Crowley's errors have been corrected. Limited license except for notations added to the history of modification. The text on this diskette down to the next row of asterisks must accompany all copies made of this file. In particular, this paragraph and the copyright notice are not to be deleted or changed on any copies or printouts of this file. With these provisos, anyone may copy this file for personal use or research. Copies may be made for others at reasonable cost of copying and mailing only. No additional charges may be added. Pages in the original are marked thus at the bottom. Comments and notes not in the original are identified with the initials of the source. AC note equals Crowley note. Note equals Bill Hydrick note, etc. All footnotes have been moved up to the place in text index and set off in double wedge brackets, viz. Notes on the nature of the astral plane. 1. What are astral and spiritual beings? Man is one. It is a case of any consciousness assuming a sensible form. Microcosmos and elementals, maybe an elemental, for example, a dog, has a cosmic conception in which he is a microcosm and man incomplete. No means of deciding same as in case of kinds of space. Similarly, our gross matter may appear unreal to beings clad in fine matter. Thus science thinks vulgar perceptions error. We cannot perceive at all except within our gamut, as concentrated perfumes which seem malodorous and time-hidden facts, such as the vanes of a revolving fan which flies can distinguish. Hence, no a priori reason to deny the existence of conscious intelligences with insensible bodies. Indeed, we know of other orders of mind, flies, etc., possibly vegetables, thinking by means of non-human brain structures. But the fundamental problem of religion is this: is there any praeter human intelligence of the same order as our own, which is not dependent on cerebral structures consisting of matter in the vulgar sense of the word? 2. Matter includes all that is movable. Thus, electric waves are matter. There is no reason to deny the existence of beings who perceive by other means those subtle forces which we only perceive by our instruments. 3. We can influence other beings, conscious or no, as lion tamers, gardeners, etc., and are influenced by them as by storms, bacilli, etc. 4. There is an apparent gap between our senses and their correspondences in consciousness. Theory needs a medium to join matter and spirit, just as physics once needed an ether to transmit and transmute vibrations. 5. We may consider all beings as parts of ourselves, but it is more convenient to regard them as independent. Maximum convenience is our canon of truth. We may thus refer psychical phenomena to the intention of astral beings, without committing ourselves to any theory. Coherence is the sole quality demanded of us. 6. Magic enables us to receive sensible impressions of worlds other than the physical universe, as generally understood by profane science. These worlds have their own laws. Their inhabitants are often of quasi-human intelligence. There is a definite set of relations between certain ideas of ours and their expressions and certain types of phenomena. Thus symbols, the Kabbalah, etc., enable us to communicate with whom we choose. 7. Astral beings possess knowledge and power of a different kind from our own. Their universe is presumably of a different kind from ours in some respect. Our idea bone is not the same as a dog's. A short-sighted man sees things differently to one of normal vision. It is more convenient to assume the objective existence of an angel who gives us new knowledge than to allege that our invocation has awakened a supernormal power in ourselves. Such incidents as Calderazzo and Jacob make this more cogent. 8. The Kabbalah maps ourselves by means of a convention. Every aspect of every object may thus be referred to the tree of life, and evoked by using the proper keys. 9. Time and space are forms by which we obtain distorted images of ideas. Our measures of time and space are crude conventions, and differ widely for different beings. Hashish shows how the same mind may vary. 1-0. We may admit that any aspect of any object or idea may be presented to us in a symbolic form, whose relation to its being is irrational. Thus, there is no rational link between seeing a bell struck and hearing its chime. Our notion of bell is no more than a personification of its impressions on our senses. And our wit and power to make a bell to order imply a series of correspondences between various orders of nature, precisely analogous to magic, when we obtain a vision of beauty by the use of certain colors, forms, sound, etc. 11. Astral beings may thus be defined in the same way as material objects. They are the unknown causes of various observed effects. They may be of any order of existence. We give a physical form and name to a bell, but not to its tone, though in each case we know nothing but our own impressions. But we record musical sounds by a special convention. We may therefore call a certain set of qualities ratial, or describe an impression as Saturnian, without pretending to know what anything is in itself. All we need is to know how to cast a bell that will please our ears, or how to evoke a spirit that will tell us things that are hidden from our intellectual faculties. 1-2. Every object soever may be considered as possessed of an astral shape, sensible to our subtle perceptions. This astral shape is to its material basis as our human character is to our physical appearance. We may imagine this astral shape. For example, we may see a jar of opium as a soft, seductive woman with a cruel smile, just as we see in the face of a cunning and dishonest man the features of some animal, such as a fox. B. We may select any particular property of the object and give it an astral shape. Thus, we may take the tricky perils of a mountain and personify them as trolls, or the destructive energies of the simoom as jinn. C. We may analyze any of these symbols, obtaining a finer form. Thus, the spirit contains an angel, the angel an archangel, etc. D. We may synthesize any set of symbols, obtaining a more general form. Thus, we may group various types of earth spirit as gnomes. All these may be attributed to the tree of life, and dealt with accordingly. F. The magician may prepare a sensible body for any of these symbols, and evoke them by the proper rites. 13. The reality or objectivity of these symbols is not pertinent to the discussion. The ideas of x to the 4 power and q or f subscript 1 have proved useful to the progress of mathematical advance toward truth. It is no odds whether a fourth dimension exists, or whether SQ or F subscript 1 has meaning in the sense that SQ order of subscript 4 has the number of units in the side of a square for you. The astral plane, real or imaginary, is a danger to anybody who takes it without the grain of salt contained in the wisdom of the above point of view, who violates its laws either willfully, carelessly, ignorantly, or by presuming that their psychological character differentiates them from physical laws in the narrower sense, or who abdicates his autonomy on the ground that the subtler nature of astral phenomena guarantees their authority and integrity. 14. The variety of the general character of the planes of being is indefinitely large, but there are several main types of symbolism corresponding to the forms of plastic presentation established by the minds of mankind. Each such plane has its special appearances, inhabitants, and laws, special cases of the general proposition. Notable among these are the Egyptian plane, which conforms with the ideas and methods of magic once in vogue in the Nile Valley. The Celtic plane, close akin to fairyland, with a pagan pantheism as its keynote, sometimes concealed by Christian nomenclature. The alchemical plane, where the great work is often presented under the form of symbolically constructed landscapes, occupied by quasi-heraldic animals and human types, hieroglyphically distinguished, who carry on the mysterious operations of the Hermetic art. There are also planes of parable, of fable, and of folklore. In short, every country, creed, and literature has given its characteristic mode of presentation to some plane or other. But there are planes proper to every clairvoyant who explores the astral light without prejudice. In such case, things assume the form of his own mind, and his perception will be clear in proportion to his personal purity. On the higher planes, the diversity of form, due to grossness, tends to disappear. Thus, the astral vision of Isis is utterly unlike that of Kali. The one is of motherhood and wisdom, ineffably candid, clear, and loving. The other of murder and madness, blood-intoxicated, lust-befogged, and cruel. The soul link is the woman symbol. But whoso makes samadhi on Kali obtains the self-same illumination, as if it had been Isis, for in both cases he attains identity with the quintessence of the woman idea, untrammeled by the qualities with which the dwellers by the Nile and the Ganges respectively disguised it. Thus, in low grades of initiation, dogmatic quarrels are inflamed by astral experience. As when St. John distinguishes between the whore Babylon and the woman clothed with the sun, between the lamb that was slain and the beast 666, whose deadly wound was healed, nor understands that Satan, the old serpent, in the abyss, the lake of fire and sulfur, is the Sun Father, the vibration of life, Lord of infinite space, that flames with his consuming energy, and is also that throne light, whose spirit is suffused throughout the city of jewels. Each plane is a veil of the one above it. The original individual ideas become diversified as they express their elements. Two men with almost identical ideas on a subject would write two totally different treatises upon it. 15. The general control of the astral plane the ability to find one's way about it, to penetrate such sanctuaries as are guarded from the profane, to make such relations with its inhabitants as may avail to acquire knowledge and power, or to command service. All this is a question of the general magical attainment of the student. He must be absolutely at ease in his body of light and have made it invulnerable. He must be adept in assuming all god forms, in using all weapons, sigils, gestures, words, and signs. He must be familiar with the names and numbers pertinent to the work in hand. He must be alert, sensitive, and ready to exert his authority, yet courteous, gracious, patient, and sympathetic. 16. There are two opposite methods of exploring the astral plane. A. One may take some actual object in nature and analyze it by evoking its astral form, thus bringing it into knowledge and under control by applying the keys of the Kabbalah and of Magick. One may proceed by invoking the required idea and giving body to the same by attracting to it the corresponding elements in nature. 17. Every magician possesses an astral universe peculiar to himself, just as no man's experience of the world is coterminous with that of another. There will be a general agreement on the main points, of course. And so the master Therion is able to describe the principal properties of these planes and their laws just as he might write a geography giving an account of the 5 continents, the oceans and seas, the most notable mountains and rivers. He could not pretend to put forth the whole knowledge that any one peasant possesses in respect of his district, but to the peasant, these petty details are precisely the most important items in his daily life. Likewise, the magician will be grateful to the master Therion for the compass that guides him at night, the map that extends his comprehension of his country, and shows him how best he may travel afield, the advice as to sandals and staff that make sure his feet, and the book that tells him how, splitting open his rocks with a hammer, he may be master of their virgin gold. But he will understand that his own career on earth is his kingdom, that even the master Therion is no more than a fellow man in another valley, and that he must explore and exploit his own inheritance with his own eyes and hands. The magician must not accept the master Therion's account of the astral plane, his Kabbalistic discoveries, his instructions in magic. They may be correct in the main for most men, yet they cannot be wholly true for any, save him, even as no two artists can make identical pictures of the same subject. More, even in fundamentals, though these things be truth for all mankind, as we carelessly say, any one particular magician may be the one man for whom they are false. May not the flag that seems red to 10,000 seem green to someone other? Then every man and every woman being a star, that which is green to him is verily green. If he consent to the crowd and call it red, hath he not broken the staff of truth that he leaneth upon? Each and every man, therefore, that will be a magician, must explore the universe for himself. This is preeminently the case in the matter of the astral plane, because the symbols are so sensitive. Nothing is easier than to suggest visions or to fashion phantasms to suit one's ideas. It is obviously impossible to communicate with an independent intelligence, the one real object of astral research, if one allows one's imagination to surround one with courtiers of one's own creation. If one expects one's visions to resemble those of the master Therion, they are only too likely to do so. And if one's respect for him induces one to accept such visions as authentic, one is being false to one's soul. The visions themselves will avenge it. The true guide being gone, the seer will stray into a wilderness of terror where he is tricked and tortured. He will invoke his idol, the master Therion, and fashion in his image a frightful phantasm who will mock him in his misery until his mind stagger and fall, and madness swooping upon his carrion, blast his eyes with the horror of seeing his master dissolve into that appalling hallucination. The vision of the demon Crowley, remember then always, but especially when dealing with the astral plane, that man's breath stirs the feather of truth. What one sees and hears is real in its way, whether it be itself or distorted by one's desires or created by one's personality. There is no touchstone of truth. The authentic Nakiel is indistinguishable from the image of the magician's private idea of Nakiel, so far as he is concerned. The stronger one is to create, the more readily the astral light responds and coagulates creatures of this kind. Not that such creation is necessarily an error, but it is another branch of one's work. One cannot obtain outside help from inside sources. One must use precautions similar to those recommended in the chapter of divination. The magician may go on for a long time being fooled and flattered by the astrals that he has himself modified or manufactured. Their natural subservience to himself will please him, poor ape. They will pretend to show him marvelous mysteries, pageants of beauty and wonder unspeakably splendid. He will incline to accept them as true, for the very reason that they are images of himself idealized by the imagination. But his real progress will stop dead. These phantasms will prevent him from coming into contact with independent intelligences, from whom alone he can learn anything new. He will become increasingly interested in himself. Imagine himself to be attaining one initiation after another. His ego will expand unchecked, till he seem to himself to have heaven at his feet. Yet all this will be nothing but his fool's face of Narcissus smirking up from the pool that will drown him. Error of this kind on the astral plane, in quite ordinary visions with no apparent moral import, may lead to the most serious mischief. Firstly, mistakes mislead. To pollute one's view of Jupiter by permitting the influence of Venus to distort it may end in finding oneself at odds with Jupiter later on in some crisis of one's work. Secondly, the habit of making mistakes and leaving them uncorrected grows upon one. He who begins by spelling Jeheshua with a resh may end by writing the name of the dweller on the threshold by mistake for that of his angel. Lastly, magic is a pyramid built layer by layer. The work of the body of light with the technique of yoga is the foundation of the whole. One's apprehension of the astral plane must be accurate, for angels, archangels, and gods are derived therefrom by analysis. One must have pure materials if one wishes to brew pure beer. If one have an incomplete and incorrect view of the universe, how can one find out its laws? Thus, original omission or error tends to extend to the higher planes. Suppose a magician invoking Sol were persuaded by a plausible spirit of Saturn that he was the solar intelligence required, and bade him eschew human love if he would attain to the knowledge and conversation of his holy guardian angel. And suppose that his will and that angel's nature were such that the crux of their formula was lyrical exaltation. Apart from the regular tests made at the time of the integrity of any spirit, the magician must make a careful record of every vision, omitting no detail. He must then make sure that it tallies in every point with the correspondences in Book 77 and in Liber D, should he find for it that having invoked Mercury, his vision contains names whose numbers are martial, or elements proper to Pisces. Let him set himself most earnestly to discover the source of error, to correct it, and to prevent its recurrence. But these tests, as implied above, will not serve to detect personation by self-suggested phantasms. Unless one's aura be a welter of muddled symbols beyond recognition, the more auto-hypnotic the vision is, the more smoothly it satisfies the seer's standards. There is nothing to puzzle him or oppose him, so he spins out his story with careless contempt of criticism. He can always prove himself right, the Kabbalah can always be stretched, and red being so nearly orange, which is really a shade of yellow. And yellow a component of green, which merges into blue. What harm if a fiend in vermilion appears instead of an angel in azure? The final test of the truth of one's visions is their value. The most glorious experience on the astral plane, let it dazzle and thrill as it may, is not necessarily in accordance with the true will of the seer. If not, though it be never so true objectively, it is not true for him. Said we not a while ago that truth was no more than the most convenient manner of statement? It may intoxicate and exalt the seer. It may inspire and fortify him in every way. It may throw light upon most holy mysteries. Yet withal be no more than an interpretation of the individual to himself, the formula not of Abraham but of Onan. These plastic portraits of the artist as a young man are well enough for those who have heard, know thyself. They are necessary even to assist that analysis of one's nature which the probationer of Ava is sworn to accomplish. But love is the law, love under will, and Our Lady Nuit is divided for love's sake, for the chance of union, These mirror mirages are therefore not works of magic, according to the law of the lemma. The true magic of Horus requires the passionate union of opposites. Now, the proof that one is in contact with an independent entity depends on a sensation which ought to be unmistakable if one is in good health. One ought not to be liable to mistake one's own sensible impressions for somebody else's. It is only man's incurable vanity that makes the astral strayed reveler or the mystic confuse his own drunken babble with the voice of the Most High. The essence of the right sensation consists in recognition of the reality of the other being. There will be, as a rule, some element of hostility even when the reaction is sympathetic. One's soulmate even is not thought of as oneself at first contact. One must therefore insist that any real appearance of the astral plane gives the sensation of meeting a stranger. One must accept it as independent, be it archangel or elf, and measure one's own reaction to it. One must learn from it, though one despise it, and love it, however one loathe it. One must realize on writing up the record that the meeting has effected a definite change in oneself. One must have known and felt something alien and not merely tried on a new dress. There must always be some slight pang of pain in a true astral vision. It hurts the self to have to admit the existence of a not-self, and it taxes the brain to register a new thought. This is true at the first touch, even when exaltation and stimulation result from the joy of making an agreeable contact. There is a deeper effect of right reaction to a strange self. The impact involved tends to break up some complex in the seer. The class of ideas concerned has always been tied up, labeled, and put away. It is now necessary to unpack it and rearrange its contents. At least, the annoyance is like that of a man who has locked and strapped his bag for a journey, and then finds that he has forgotten his pajamas. At most, it may revolutionize his ideas of the business, like an old bachelor with settled plans of life who meets a girl once too often. Any really first-class astral vision, even on low planes, should therefore both instruct the seer and prepare him for initiation. Those failing to pass this test are to be classed as practice. One last observation seems fit. We must not assert the reality or objectivity of an astral being on no better evidence than the subjective sensation of its independent existence. We must insist on proof patient to all qualified observers if we are to establish the major premise of religion, that there exists a conscious intelligence independent of brain and nerve as we know them. If it have also power, so much the better. But we already know of inorganic forces. We have no evidence of inorganic conscious mind. How can the astral plane help us here? It is not enough to prove, as we easily do, the correspondences between invocation and apparition. We must exclude consonance, telepathy, and subconscious knowledge. Our pre-human intelligence must convey a truth not known to any human mind, past or present. Yet this truth must be verifiable. There is but one document in the world which presents evidence that fully satisfies these conditions. This is Liber Alvalegis, the Book of the Law. Of this new aeon of Horus, the crowned and conquering child, the eon whose logos is the beast 666, whose name in the outer order was Frater Perdurabo. The nature of the proof of the separate existence of praeter-human intelligence, independent of bodily form, is extremely complicated. Its main divisions may be briefly enumerated. Awaz, the name of the intelligence in question, proves A, his power to prearrange events unconnected with his scribe, so that they should fit in with that scribe's private calculations. For example, the stele which reveals the theogony of the book was officially numbered 666 in the Bulat Museum. The scribe had adopted 666 as his magical number many years previously. Again, the scribe's magical house, bought years earlier, had a name whose value was 41.8. The scribe had calculated 41.8 as the number of the great work in 1900 on 1 EV. He only discovered that 41.8 was the number of his house in consequence of Awaz mentioning the fact. B's power to conceal a coherent system of numbers and letters in the text of a rapidly written document, containing riddles and ciphers opening to a master key unknown to the scribe, yet linked with his own system, this key and its subordinates being moreover a comment on the text. For example, the word of the law is Will, this word has a value of 93. Love is the law. Love under will. Love like adds to 93. A was itself adds to 93. This was all strange to the scribe, yet years later he discovered the lost word of one of his own orders. It was 93 also. Now, 93 is thrice 31. 31 is a law, not an all. The or God. These words run throughout the book, giving a double meaning to many passages. A third 31 is the compound letter HTD, two hieroglyphs of H and T, many centuries old, being pictures of the dramatis personae of the book, and shot being a haphazard line scrawled on the messy touch letters which added to 418, valuing the circle squared and its failure as pi correct to 6 places of decimals, etc. Again. Thou shalt know not, meaning thou shalt know all, and he shall discover the key of it all, alias the key all, see his power to combine subsequent events beyond the control of the scribe or his associate, so that they confirm statements in the book, or, per contra, to predict such events. For example, the first Scarlet Woman proved unworthy and suffered the exact penalties predicted. Again, one cometh after thee, he shall discover the key. This one was to be the child of the scribe, and that strangely. 9 months after the beast, 666, had gotten a magical child upon his concubine Jane Foster. A babe of the abyss was born, Freder Achad asserting his right to that grade, and thus coming after the beast 666, who had been the last adept to do so. And this child was definitely one, since one is the meaning of his motto Akkad. Finally, he did in fact discover the key of it all after the beast himself had failed to do so in 14 years of study. D, his power to conceive and express in concise terms true solutions of the main problems of the universe. For example, the formula of Nuith and Hadith explain existence in the terms of mathematical logical philosophy, so as to satisfy the difficulties of reconciling dualism, monism, and undialism, all antinomies in all spheres, and the original perfection with the manifest imperfection of things. Again, do that thou wilt, the most sublimely austere ethical precept ever uttered, despite its apparent license, is seen on analysis to be indeed the whole of the law, the sole and sufficient warrant for human action, the self-evident code of righteousness, the identification of fate with free will, and the end of the civil war in man's nature, by appointing the canon of truth, the conformity of things with themselves to determine his every act. Do what thou wilt is to bid stars to shine, vines to bear grapes, water to seek its level. Man is the only being in nature that has striven to set himself at odds with himself. E, his power to interpret the spirit of the new aeon, the relapse into ruthless savagery of the most civilized races, at a time when war was discredited by most responsible men. F, his power to comprehend and control these various orders of ideas and events, demonstrating thereby a mind and a means of action intelligible to, yet immensely above, all human capacity. To bind the whole into a compact cryptograph displaying mastery of English, of mathematical and philosophical conceptions, of poetic splendor and intense passion, while concealing in the letters and words a complex cipher involving the knowledge of facts, never till then existing in any human mind, and depending on the control of the arm of the scribe. Though he thought he was writing consciously from dictation, and to weave into a single pattern so many threads of proof of different orders than every type of mind, so it be but open and just may be sure of the existence of a was as a being independent of body, conscious and individual, with a mind mightier than man's, and in a power beyond man set in motion by will. In a word, the book of the law proves the prime postulate of religion. The magician may therefore be confident that spiritual beings exist, and seek the knowledge and conversation of his own holy guardian angel with the same ardor as that of Frater Perdurabo when he abandoned all, love, wealth, rank, fame, to seek him. Nay, this he must do, or condemn himself to be torn asunder by the maenads of his insensate impulses. He hath no safety save he himself be Bacchus, Bacchus divine and human. Bacchus, begotten on Semele of Zeus, the adulterous lord of thunder, ravishing brutally his virginal victim. Bacchus, babe hidden from hate, in the most holy of holies, the secret of thy sire, in the channel of the star spate, whereof one serpent is thy soul. Bacchus, twi-formed man-woman Bacchus, whose innocence tames the tiger, while yet thy horns drip blood upon thy mouth, and sharpen the merriment of wine to the madness of murder. Bacchus, thy thyruses oozes sap, thine ivy clings to it. Thy lion-skin slips from thy sleek shoulders, slips from thy lissom loins, drunk on delight of the godly grape. Thou knowest no more the burden of the body and the vexation of the spirit. Come, Bacchus, come thou hither, come out of the east, astride the ass of Priapus. Come with thy revel of dancers and singers. Who followeth thee, forbearing to laugh and to leap? Come in thy name, Dionysus, that maidens be mated to Godhead. Come in thy name, Lacus, with thy mystical fan to winnow the air, each gust of thy spirit inspiring our soul, that we bear to thee sons in thine image. Verily an almond. Let not the magician forget for a single second what is his one sole business. His uninitiated self, as he absurdly thinks it, is a mob of wild women, hysterical from uncomprehended and unstated animal instinct. They will tear Pentheus, the merely human king who presumes to repress them, into mere shreds of flesh. His own mother nature, the first to claw at his windpipe, none but Bacchus, the holy guardian angel, hath grace to be God to this riot of maniacs. He alone can transform the disorderly rabble into a pageant of harmonious movements, tune their hyena howls to the symphony of a paean, and their reasonless rage to self-controlled rapture. It is this angel, whose nature is doubly double, that he may partake of every sacrament. He is at once a god who is drunken with the wine of earth, and the mammal who quaffs the blood of God to purge him of mortality. He is a woman as he accepts all impulses, are they not his? He is a man to stamp himself upon whatever would hallow itself to him. He wields the wand with cone of pine and ivy tendrils. The angel creates continually, wreathing his will in clinging beauty, imperishably green. The tiger, the symbol of the brutal passions of man, gambols about its master's heels, and he bestrides the ass of Priapus. He makes his sexual force carry him whither he wills to go. Let the magician therefore adventure himself upon the astral plane with the declared design to penetrate to a sanctuary of discarnate beings, such as are able to instruct and fortify him, also to prove their identity by testimony beyond rebuttal. All explanations other than these are of value only as extending and equilibrating knowledge, or possibly as supplying energy to such magicians as may have found their way to the sources of strength. In all cases, naught is worth an obol, save as it served to help the one great work. He who would reach intelligences of the type under discussion may expect extreme difficulty. The paths are guarded. There is a lion in the way. Technical expertness will not serve here. It is necessary to satisfy the warders of one's right to enter the presence of the master. Particular pledges may be demanded, ordeals imposed, and initiations conferred. These are most serious matters. The body of light must be fully adult, irrevocably fixed, or it will be disintegrated at the outset. But being fit to pass through such experiences, it is bound utterly to its words and acts. It cannot even appear to break an oath, as its fleshly fellow may do. Such, then, is a general description of the astral plane, and of the proper conduct of the magician in his dealings therewith. Chapter 28. Appendix 4. Subfigura DCC being the ritual employed by the beast 666 for the attainment of the knowledge, and conversation of his holy guardian angel during the semester of his performance, of the operation of the sacred magic of Abraham Lincoln. The mage, prepared and seventh sun in Virgo at the Abbey of Thelema in Cephaladium by the beast 666 in service to freighter progression. Official publication of AA Class D for the grade of Adeptus Minor. Point Evangelii Textus, redactus the invocation, magically restored with the significance of the barbarous names, etymologically or kabbalistically determined and paraphrased in English. Section A, the oath. 1. Thee I invoke the bornless one. 2. Thee that didst create the earth and the heavens. 3. Thee that didst create the night and the day. 4. Thee that didst create the darkness and the light. 5. Thou art Asara Nefer, myself made perfect, whom no man hath seen at any time. 6. Thou art Iabes, the truth in matter. 7. Thou art Ea Epiphros, the truth in motion. 8. Thou hast distinguished between the just and the unjust. 9. Thou didst make the female and the male. 10. Thou didst produce the seeds and the fruit. 1. Thou didst form men to love one another and to hate one another. Section AI. What? I am Ankfaf, and Konsu thy prophet, unto whom thou didst commit thy mysteries, the ceremonies of Chem. 2. Thou didst produce the moist and the dry, and that which nourisheth all created life. 3. Hear thou me, for I am the angel of Ta, Apophras, Ra, the rubric. This is thy true name, handed down to the prophets of Chem. Section Bier, hear me. Our breathing, flowing sun, laugh of sun, Yaf. O lion, serpent son, the beast that whirls forth, a thunderbolt, begetter of life, Ribet thou that flowest, thou that goest, a field where set thou Satan's son hatteth, that goest without will, thou breath, spirit, thou without bound or bond, Ballat thou essence, air swift streaming elasticity, Abu thou wanderer, father of all, Ebu thou wanderers, spirit of all, thou shining force of breath, thou lion, serpent son. Thou Savior save, I be thou ibis secret solitary bird, inviolate wisdom, whose word in truth creating the world by its magic. Diapho son, Iaf, O lion serpent son, the bees that whirleth forth the thunderbolt. Begetter of life. The conception is of air glowing, inhabited by a solar phallic bird, the Holy Ghost, of a mercurial nature. Hear me, and make all spirits subject unto me, so that every spirit of the firmament and of the ether, upon the earth and under the earth, on dry land and in the water, of whirling air and of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God may be obedient unto me. Section 100 Fire. I invoke thee, the terrible and invisible God, who dwellest in the void place of the Spirit. Aro Gogoru Abra, thou spiritual son, Satan, thou eye, thou lust, cry aloud, cry aloud. Whirl the wheel, O my father, O Satan, O son. So too thou the Savior, Mudorio silenced. Give me thy secret. Flarthao, give me suck, thou phallus, thou son. 0 Satan, thou eye, thou lust, Satan, thou eye, thou lust, Satan, thou eye, thou lust, Satan, thou eye, thou lust. Hate be thou self-caused, self-determined, exalted, most high, the bornless one. VII Supra. The conception is of fire, glowing, inhabited by a solar phallic lion of a Uranian nature. Hear me, and make all spirits subject unto me, so that every spirit of the firmament and of the ether, upon the earth and under the earth, on dry land and in the water, of whirling air and of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God may be obedient unto me. Section 500. Water. Hear me. Ruabra iaf thou, the wheel, thou the womb that containeth the Father, iaf. Mridam, thou the sea, the abode. Babylon Bobena Bath, Babylon. Thou woman of whoredom, thou gate of the great God, Allon. Thou lady of the understanding of the ways. Asal on I hail, thou the unstirred. Hail, sister and bride of On of the God that is all and is none, by the power of 11. Aphen Ef, thou treasure of Eo, one thou virgin twin sexed. Thou secret seed, thou inviolate wisdom, Photeth abode, the light Abrasax of the Father, the Son, of Hadith, of the spell of the Eon of Horus,Eu, Our Lady of the Western Gate. Of heaven as sure mighty art thou, mighty and bornless one. VII Supra. The conception is of water, glowing, inhabited by a solar phallic dragon serpent, of a Neptunian nature. Hear me, and make all spirits subject unto me, so that every spirit of the firmament and of the ether, upon the earth and under the earth, on dry land and in the water, of whirling air and of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God may be obedient unto me. Section E Earth, I invoke thee. My O Mother, O Truth, Beriah, thou Mass, Iol hail, thou that art. Kotha, thou hollow one, Atharibal Zero, thou goddess of beauty and love, whom Satan, beholding, desireth, a braff the fathers, male, female, desires thee. The conception is of earth, glowing, inhabited by a solar phallic hippopotamus of a venereal nature. Hear me, and make all spirits subject unto me, so that every spirit of the firmament and of the ether, upon the earth and under the earth, of whirling air and of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God may be obedient unto me. Section F, Spirit, hear me, aft male-female spirits, abaft male-female sires, thou mean that are gods, going forth. The word that goeth from Isak Esaba Fei, free breath, you through will breath, and stop breath, just symbolizing the whole course of spiritual life. A is the formless hero. U is the sixfold solar sound of physical life, the triangle of soul being entwined with that of body. M is the silence of death. Gene is the nasal sound of generation and knowledge. Identical point, neweth, hadeth. Ra, hor, quit, hail, great wild beast. Hail, Yah, section FF1. This is the Lord of the gods. 2, this is the Lord of the universe. 3, this is he whom the winds fear. 4, this is he who, having made voice by his commandment, is Lord of all things, King, ruler, and helper. Hear me, and make all spirits subject unto me, so that every spirit of the firmament and of the ether, upon the earth and under the earth, on dry land and in the water, of whirling air and of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God may be obedient unto me. Section G, Spirit, hear me, ear of you indwelling son of myself, purr thou fire! Thou sixfold star initiator, compassed about with force and fire, Eo indwelling soul of myself, purr vide supra, laugh sun lion serpent. Hail! All hail, thou great wild beast, thou eye as zero, Eo breaths of my soul, breaths of mine angel. Eo lust of my soul, lust of mine angel. Abrasact, vide supra, sabrium ho for the sangral, ho for the cup of Babylon. Ho for my angel, pouring himself forth within my soul. Yea, Satan, my lord, the lust of the goat, Eve, mine angel, mine initiator, thou one with me, the sixfold star, add on, O landlord, my secret self beyond self, hadeth, O Father. Hail on, thou son, thou life of man, thou fivefold sword of flame, thou goat exalted upon earth in lust, thou snake extended upon earth in life. Spirit most holy, seed most wise, innocent babe, inviolate maid, begetter of being, soul of all souls, word of all words. Come forth, most hidden light. Edi, devour thou me, Edu, thou dost devour me. Angelus Tandion, thou angel of the gods, and Lala, arise thou in me, free-flowing, thou who art not, and utter thy word. Lie, I also am not. I will thee, I behold thee. My nothingness, Gaia, leap up. Thou earth, this is also an agonizing appeal to the earth, the mother. For at this point of the ceremony, the adept should be torn from his mortal attachment, and die to himself in the orgasm of his operation. Ape, thou exalted one, that is the spiritual semen, the adept's secret ideas drawn irresistibly from their hell by the love of his angel. Leaps up, it leaps forth, diathernathornum, the outsplashing of the seeds of immortality, section GG. The attainment, 1. I am he, the bornless spirit, having sight in the feet. Strong in the immortal fire. 2. I am he, the truth. 3. I am he, who hate that evil should be wrought in the world. 4. I am he, that lighteneth and thundereth. 5. I am he, from whom is the shower of the life of earth. 6. I am he, whose mouth ever flameth. 7. I am he, the begetter and manifester unto the light. 8. I am he, the grace of the worlds. 9. The heart girt with a serpent is my name. Section H, the charge to the spirit. Come thou forth and follow me, and make all spirits subject unto me, so that every spirit of the firmament and of the ether, upon the earth and under the earth, on dry land or in the water, of whirling air or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, may be obedient unto me. Section J, the proclamation of the beast, 666 AS. Sabath. Such are the words. Point Rs congresses come Daemon. Section Let the Adeptus Minor be standing in this circle on the square of Tifereth, armed with his wand and cup, but let him perform the ritual throughout in his body of light. He may burn the cakes of light or the incense of Abramelin. He may be prepared by Liber Shila Fasir, the reading of Liber Legacy, and by the practices of yoga. He may invoke Hadit by wine and strange drugs, if he so will. He prepares the circle by the usual formulae of banishing and consecration, etc. He recites section A as a rehearsal before his holy guardian angel of the attributes of that angel. Each phrase must be realized with full concentration of force, so as to make samadhi as perfectly as possible upon the truth proclaimed. Line 1. He identifies his angel with the Ein Sof, and the kether thereof, one formulation of Hadit in the boundless body of Nuit. Line 2, 3, 4. He asserts that his angel has created, for the purpose of self-realization through projection in conditioned form, 3 pairs of opposites: A, the fixed and the volatile; B, the unmanifested and the manifest; and C, the unmoved and the moved, otherwise the negative and the positive in respect of matter, mind, and motion. Line 5. He acclaims his angel as himself made perfect. In the neophyte ritual of GD, as it is printed in Equinox I ascetic for the old Aeon, the Hierophant is the perfected Osiris who brings the candidate, the natural Osiris, to identity with himself. But in the new Aeon, the Hierophant is Horus, Liber Sitsi XI 49. Therefore, the candidate will be Horus too. What then is the formula of the initiation of Horus? It will no longer be that of the man through death. It will be the natural growth of the child. His experiences will no more be regarded as catastrophic. Their hieroglyph is the fool. The innocent and impotent Harpocrates babe becomes the Horus adult by obtaining the wand. Der Reinator Zeitzes the sacred lance. Bacchus becomes Pan. The holy guardian angel is the unconscious creature's self, the spiritual phallus. His knowledge and conversation contributes occult puberty. It is therefore advisable to replace the name Asar on Never by that of Ra Horkui at the outset, and by that of one's own holy guardian angel when it has been communicated. Line 6, he hails him as best, the matter that destroys and devours Godhead for the purpose of the incarnation of any god. Line 7, he hails him as Apophros, the motion that destroys and devours Godhead for the purpose of the incarnation of any god. The combined action of these two devils is to allow the God upon whom they prey to enter into enjoyment of existence through the sacrament of individual life, bread, the flesh of Bes, and love, wine, the blood or venom of Eophras. Line 8, he acclaims his angel as having eaten of the fruit of the tree of knowledge of good and evil, otherwise having become wise in the dyad, Chokmah, to apprehend the formula of equilibrium which is now his own, being able to apply himself accurately to his self-appointed environment. Line 9, he acclaims his angel as having laid down the law of love as the magical formula of the universe, that he may resolve the phenomenal again into its nominal phase by uniting any two opposites in ecstatic passion. Line 10, he acclaims his angel as having appointed that this formula of love should effect not only the dissolution of the separateness of the lovers into his own impersonal Godhead, but their coordination in a child quintessentialized from its parents to constitute a higher order of being than theirs, so that each generation is an alchemical progress towards perfection in the direction of successive complexities. As line 9 asserts involution, line 10 asserts evolution. Line 11, he acclaims his angel as having devised this method of self-realization. The object of incarnation is to obtain its reactions to its relations with other incarnated beings and to observe theirs with each other. Section A. Line 1. The adept asserts his right to enter into conscious communication with his angel on the ground that that angel has himself taught him the secret magic by which he may make the proper link. Moshe is MH. The formation in Jitida, Kia, Neshama, Ruach, the Sephiroth from Kether to Yesod, since 45 is 9 and extra 15 numbers. Moshe is thus the name of man as a God-concealing form, but in the ritual let the adept replace this Moshe by his own motto as Adeptus Minor. For Israel let him prefer his own magical race, according to the obligations of his oaths to our holy order. The Beast 666 himself used Ankh Fn Konsu and Kem in this section. Line 2. The adept reminds his angel that he has created that one substance of which Hermes hath written in the table of emerald. whose virtue is to unite in itself all opposite modes of being, thereby to serve as a talisman charged with the spiritual energy of existence, an elixir or stone composed of the physical basis of life. This commemoration is placed between the two personal appeals to the angel, as if to claim privilege to partake of this Eucharist which createth, susteneth, and redeemeth all things. Line 3, he now asserts that he is himself the angel or messenger of his angel. That is, that he is a mind and body whose office is to receive and transmit the word of his angel. He hails his angel not only as unnever, the perfection of Asar himself as a man, but as Ta Apophras Ra, the identity, had it, wrapped in the dragon, knew it, and thereby manifested as a son, Rahor Quit. The egg, or heart, girt with a serpent, is a cognate symbol. The idea is thus expressed later in the ritual. See Liber Lectissivia, which expands this to the uttermost. Section B, the adept passes from contemplation to action in the sections now following B to J. He is to travel astrally around the circle, making the appropriate pentagram sigils and signs. His direction is Widdershins. He thus makes 3 curves, each covering 3/4 of the circle. He should give the sign of the enterer on passing the Qibla, or direction of Boleskine. This picks up the force naturally radiating from that point and projects it in the direction of the path of the magician. The sigils are those given in the Equinox Volume 1, Number 7, Plate 10, outside the square. The signs those shown in Volume 1, Number 2, plate the signs of the grades. In these invocations he should expand his girth and his stature to the utmost, assuming the form and the consciousness of the elemental god of the quarter. After this, he begins to vibrate the barbarous names of the ritual. Now let him not only fill his whole being to the uttermost with the force of the names, but let him formulate his will, understood thoroughly as the dynamic aspect of his creative self, in an appearance symbolically apt. I say not in the form of a ray of light, of a fiery sword or aught, save that bodily vehicle of the Holy Ghost which is sacred to Baphomet, by its virtue that concealeth the lion and the serpent, that his image may appear adorably upon the earth forever. Let then the adept extend his will beyond the circle in this imagined shape, and let it radiate with the light proper to the element invoked, and let each word issue along the shaft with passionate impulse, as if its voice gave command thereto that it should thrust itself leapingly forward. Let also each word accumulate authority, so that the head of the shaft may plunge twice as far for the second word as for the first, and 4 times for the third as the second, and thus to the end. Moreover, let the adept fling forth his whole consciousness thither. Then, at the final word, let him bring rushing back his will within himself, steadily streaming, and let him offer himself to its point, as Artemis to Pan, that this perfectly pure concentration, the element, purge him thoroughly and possess him with its passion. In this sacrament be wholly at one with that element. Let the adept utter the charge, hear me, and make, etc., with strong sense that this unity with that quarter of the universe confers upon him the fullest freedom and privilege appertinent thereto. Let the adept take note of the wording of the chart. The firmament is the rock, the mental plane. It is the realm of Shu or Zeus where revolves the wheel of the gunas, the 3 forms of being. The Aether is the Akasha, the spirit, the Aether or physics, which is the framework on which all forms are founded. It receives, records, and transmits all impulses without itself suffering mutation thereby. The earth is the sphere wherein the operation of these fundamental and etheric forces appears to perception. Under the earth is the world of those phenomena which inform those perceived projections, and determine their particular character. Dry land is the place of dead material things, dry, that is unknowable, because unable to act on our minds. Water is the vehicle whereby we feel such things. Air their menstruum, wherein these feelings are mentally apprehended. It is called whirling because of the instability of thought and the fatuity of reason on which we are yet dependent for what we call life. Rushing fire is the world in which wandering thought burns up the swift darting will. These 4 stages explain how the non-ego is transmuted into the ego. A spell of God is any form of consciousness, and a scourge any form of action. The charge as a whole demands for the adept the control of every detail of the universe which his angel has created as a means of manifesting himself to himself. It covers command of the primary projection of the possible in individuality. In the antithetical artifice, which is the device of mind, and in a balanced triplicity of modes or states of being, whose combinations constitute the characteristics of cosmos, it includes also a standard of structure, a rigidity to make reference possible. Upon these foundations of condition, which are not things in themselves, but the canon to which things conform, is builded the temple of being, whose materials are themselves perfectly mysterious, inscrutable as the soul, and like the soul imagining themselves by symbols which we may feel, perceive, and adapt to our use without ever knowing the whole truth about them. The adept sums up all these items by claiming authority over every form of expression possible to existence, whether it be a spell, idea, or a scourge, act of God, that is, of himself. The adept must accept every spirit, every spell, every scourge as part of his environment, and make them all subject to himself. That is, consider them as contributory causes of himself. They have made him what he is. They correspond exactly to his own faculties. They are all ultimately of equal importance. The fact that he is what he is proves that each item is equilibrated. The impact of each new impression affects the entire system in due measure. He must therefore realize that every event is subject to him. It occurs because he had need of it. Iron rusts because the molecules demand oxygen for the satisfaction of their tendencies. They do not crave hydrogen. Therefore, combination with that gas is an event which does not happen. All experiences contribute to make us complete in ourselves. We feel ourselves subject to them so long as we fail to recognize this. When we do, we perceive that they are subject to us. And whenever we strive to evade an experience, whatever it may be, we thereby do wrong to ourselves. We thwart our own tendencies. To live is to change, and to oppose change is to revolt against the law which we have enacted to govern our lives. To resent destiny is thus to abdicate our sovereignty and to invoke death. Indeed, we have decreed the doom of death for every breach of the law of life, and every failure to incorporate any impression starves the particular faculty which stood in need of it. This section B invokes air in the east with a shaft of golden glory, section 100. The adept now invokes fire in the south. Flame red are the rays that burst from his verendum, section 500. He invoked water in the west, his wand billowing forth blue radiance. Section E, he goes to the north to invoke earth. Flowers of green flame flash from his weapon. As practice makes the adept perfect in this work, it becomes automatic to attach all these complicated ideas and intentions to their correlated words and acts. When this is attained, he may go deeper into the formula by amplifying its correspondences. Thus, he may invoke water in the manner of water, extending his will with majestic and irresistible motion, mindful of its impulse gravitation, yet with a suave and tranquil appearance of weakness. Again, he may apply the formula of water to its peculiar purpose as it surges back into his sphere, using it with conscious skill for the cleansing and calming of the receptive and emotional elements in his character, and for the solution or sweeping away of those tangled weeds of prejudice which hamper him from freedom to act as he will. Similar applications of the remaining invocations will occur to the adept who is ready to use them. Section F. The adept now returns to the Tiferet square of his tall and invokes spirit facing toward Boleskine by the active pentagrams, the sigil called the Mark of the Beast, and the signs of LVX C plate as before. He then vibrates the names, extending his will in the same way as before, but vertically upward. At the same time, he expands the source of that will, the secret symbol of self, both about him and below, as if to affirm that self, duplex as is its form, reluctant to acquiesce in its failure to coincide with the sphere of Nuith. Let him now imagine at the last word that the head of his will, where his consciousness is fixed, opens its fissure, the Brahma Randra Kakra, at the junction of the cranial sutures, and exudes a drop of clear crystalline dew, and that this pearl is his soul, a virgin offering to his angel, pressed forth from his being by intensity of his aspiration. Section FA, with these words, the adept does not withdraw his will within him as in the previous sections. He thinks of them as a reflection of truth on the surface of the dew, where his soul hides trembling. He takes them to be the first formulation in his consciousness of the nature of his holy guardian angel. Line 1. The gods include all the conscious elements of his nature. Line 2. The universe includes all possible phenomena of which he can be aware. Line 3. The winds are his thoughts, which have prevented him from attaining to his angel. Line 4. His angel has made voice, the magical weapon which produces words. And these words have been the wisdom by which he hath created all things. A voice is necessary as the link between the adept and his angel. The angel is king, the one who can, the source of authority and the fountain of honor, also the king or king's son, who delivers the enchanted princess and makes her his queen. He is ruler, the unconscious will, to be thwarted no more by the ignorant and capricious false will of the conscious man. And he is helper, the author of the infallible impulse that sends the soul sweeping along the skies on its proper path, with such impetus that the attraction of alien orbs is no longer sufficient to swerve it. The hear me clause is now uttered by the normal human consciousness withdrawn to the physical body. The adept must deliberately abandon his attainment, because it is not yet his whole being which burns up before the beloved. Section G. The adept, though withdrawn, shall have maintained the extension of his symbol. He now repeats the signs as before, save that he makes the passive invoking pentagram of spirit. He concentrates his consciousness within his twin symbol of self and endeavors to send it to sleep. But if the operation be performed properly, his angel shall have accepted the offering of dew and seized with fervor upon the extended symbol of will towards himself. This then shall he shake vehemently with vibrations of love reverberating with the words of the section. Even in the physical ears of the adept there shall resound an echo thereof, yet he shall not be able to describe it. It shall seem both louder than thunder and softer than the whisper of the night wind. It shall at once be inarticulate and mean more than he hath ever heard. Now let him strive with all the strength of his soul to withstand the will of his angel, concealing himself in the closest cell of the citadel of consciousness. Let him consecrate himself to resist the assault of the voice and the vibration until his consciousness faint away into nothing. For if there abide unabsorbed even one single atom of the false ego, that atom should stain the virginity of the true self and profane the oath. Then that atom should be so inflamed by the approach of the angel that it should overwhelm the rest of the mind, tyrannize over it, and become an insane despot to the total ruin of the realm. But all being dead to sense, who then is able to strive against the angel? He shall intensify the stress of his spirit, so that his loyal legions of lion serpents leap from the ambush, awakening the adept to witness their will and sweep him with them in their enthusiasm, so that he consciously partakes their purpose, and sees in its simplicity the solution of all his perplexities. Thus then shall the adept be aware that he is being swept away through the column of his will symbol, and that his angel is indeed himself, with intimacy so intense as to become identity, and that not in a single ego, but in every unconscious element that shares in that manifold uprush. This rapture is accompanied by a tempest of brilliant light, almost always, and also in many cases by an outburst of sound, stupendous and sublime in all cases, though its character may vary within wide limits. The spate of stars shoots from the head of the will symbol and is scattered over the sky in glittering galaxies. This dispersion destroys the concentration of the adept, whose mind cannot master such multiplicity of majesty. As a rule, he simply sinks stunned into normality to recall nothing of his experience but a vague though vivid impression of complete release and ineffable rapture. Repetition fortifies him to realize the nature of his attainment, and his angel, the link once made, frequents him and trains him subtly to be sensitive to his holy presence and persuasion. But it may occur, especially after repeated success, that the adept is not flung back into his mortality by the explosion of the star spate, but identified with one particular lion serpent, continuing conscious thereof until it finds its proper place in space, when its secret self flowers forth as a truth, which the adept may then take back to earth with him, This is but a side issue. The main purpose of the ritual is to establish the relation of the subconscious self with the angel in such a way that the adept is aware that his angel is the unity which expresses the sum of the elements of that self. That his normal consciousness contains alien enemies 286, introduced by the accidents of environment, and that his knowledge and conversation of his holy guardian angel destroys all doubts and delusions, confers all blessings, teaches all truth, and contains all delights. But it is important that the adept should not rest in mere inexpressible realization of his rapture, but rouse himself to make the relation submit to analysis, to render it in rational terms, and thereby enlighten his mind and heart in a sense as superior to fanatical enthusiasm as Beethoven's music is to West African war drums. Section GG. The adept should have realized that his act of union with the angel implies 1. The death of his old mind, save insofar as his unconscious elements preserve its memory when they absorb it, and 2. The death of his unconscious elements themselves, but their death is rather a going forth to renew their life through love. He then, by conscious comprehension of them separately and together, becomes the angel of his angel, as Hermes is the word of Zeus, whose own voice is thunder. Thus, in this section, the adept utters articulately, so far as words may, what his angel is to himself. Line 1. I am he asserts the destruction of the sense of separateness between self and self. It affirms existence, but of the third person only. The bornless spirit is free of all space, having sight in the feet, that they may choose their own path. Strong is GBR, the magician escorted by the sun and the moon. See Liber Deed and Liber 777. The immortal fire is the creative self. Impersonal energy cannot perish, no matter what forms it assumes. Combustion is love. Line 2. Truth is the necessary relation of any two things. Therefore, although it implies duality, it enables us to conceive of two things as being one thing such that it demands to be defined by complements. Thus, an hyperbola is a simple idea, but its construction exacts two curves. Line 3. The angel, as the adept knows him, is a being Tifereth, which obscures Kether. The adept is not officially aware of the higher Sephiroth. He cannot perceive, like the Ipsissimus, that all things soever are equally illusion and equally absolute. He is in Tifereth, whose office is redemption, and he deplores the events which have caused the apparent sorrow from which he has just escaped. He is also aware, even in the height of his ecstasy, of the limits and defects of his attainment. Line 4. This refers to the phenomena which accompany his attainment. Line 5. This means the recognition of the angel as the true self of his subconscious self, the hidden life of his physical life. Line 6. The adept realizes every breath, every word of his angel as charged with creative fire. Tifereth is the sun, and the angel is the spiritual son of the soul of the adept. Line 7. Here is summed the entire process of bringing the conditioned universe to knowledge of itself through the formula of generation. A soul implants itself in sense-hoodwinked body, and reason-fettered mind makes them aware of their inmate, and thus to partake of its own consciousness of the light. Line 8. Grace has here its proper sense of pleasantness. The existence of the angel is the justification of the device of creation. Line 9. This line must be studied in the light of Liber Leca Sevid Equinox 11p65. Section H. This recapitulation demands the going forth together of the adept and his angel to do their pleasure on the earth among the living. Section J. The Beast 666, having devised the present method of using this ritual, having proved it by his own practice to be of infallible puissance when properly performed, and now having written it down for the world, it shall be an ornament for the adept who adopts it to cry hail to his name at the end of his work. This shall moreover encourage him in magic to recall that indeed there was one who attained by its use to the knowledge and conversation of his holy guardian angel, the which forsook him no more, but made him a magus, the word of the Aeon of Horus. For know this, that the name IF in its most secret and mighty sense declares the formula of the magic of the beast, whereby he wrought many wonders. And because he doth will that the whole world shall attain to this art, he now hideth it herein, so that the worthy may win to his wisdom. Let I and F face all, yet ward their A from attack. The hermit to himself, the fool to foes, the hierophant to friends, 9 by nature, naught by attainment, 5 by function. In speech swift, subtle, and secret. In thought creative, unbiased, unbounded. In act gentle, patient, and persistent. Hermes to hear, Dionysus to touch, Pan to behold, a virgin, a babe, and a beast, a liar, an idiot, and a master of men, a kiss, a guffaw, and a bellow. He that hath ears to hear, let him hear. Take 10 that be one, and one that is 1 in 3, to conceal them in 6. Thy wand to all cups, and thy disk to all swords, but betray not thine egg. Moreover also is EIF verily 666, by virtue of number. And this is a mystery of mysteries. Who knoweth it? He is adept of adepts, and mighty among magicians. Now this word, Sabaoth, being by number 70, is a name of Ain the Eye, and the devil our Lord, and the goat of Mendes. He is the Lord of the Sabbath of the adepts, and is Satan. Therefore also the sun, whose number of magic is 666, the seal of his servant, the beast. But again, Essay is 61. Ain, the knot of Nueth. Ba means go, for had it. And F is their son, the sun, who is Rahor Kut. So then let the adept set his sigil upon all the words he hath writ in the book of the works of his will. And let him then end all, saying, Such are the words. For by this he maketh proclamation before all them that be about his circle that these words are true and puissant, binding what he would bind and loosing what he would loose. Let the adept perform this ritual or rite, perfect in every part thereof, once daily for 1 moon, then twice at dawn and dusk for 2 moons, next thrice noon added for 3 moons afterwards, midnight making up his course, for 4 moons 4 times every day. Then let the 11th moon be consecrated wholly to this work. Let him be instant in continual ardor, dismissing all but his sheer needs to eat and sleep. For know that the true formula whose virtue sufficed the beast in this attainment was thus invoke often, so may all men come at last to the knowledge and conversation of the holy guardian angel. Thus saith the beast, and prayeth his own angel, that this book be as a burning lamp and as a living spring, for light and life to them that read therein. Note to page 291, the oracles of Zoroaster utter this. And when, by often invoking, all the phantasms are vanished, thou shalt see that holy and formless fire, that fire which darts and flashes through all the depths of the universe. Hear thou the voice of the fire. A similar fire flashingly extending through the rushings of air. Or a fire formless whence cometh the image of a voice, or even a flashing light abounding, revolving, whirling forth, crying aloud. Also there is the vision of the fire-flashing courser of light, or also a child, borne aloft on the shoulders of the celestial steed, fiery, or clothed with gold, or naked, or shooting with the bow shafts or light, and standing on the shoulders of the horse. Then, if thy meditation prolongeth itself, thou shalt unite all these symbols into the form of a lion. This passage, combined with several others, is paraphrased in poetry by Aleister Crowley in his Tannhauser. And when, invoking often, thou shalt see that formless fire. When all the earth is shaken, the stars abide not, and the moon is gone, all time crushed back into eternity, the universe by earthquake overtaken. Light is not, and the thunders roll. The world is done. When in the darkness chaos rolls again in the excited brain, then, oh, then call not to thy view that visible image of nature. Fatal is her name. It fitteth not thy body to behold that living light of hell, the unluminous dead flame, until that body from the crucible hath passed pure gold. For from the confines of material space, the twilight moving place, the gates of matter, and the dark threshold before the faces of the things that dwell in the abodes of night, spring into sight demons, dog-faced, that show no mortal sign of truth, but desecrate the light divine, seducing from the sacred mysteries. But after all these folk of fear are driven before the avenging levin that rives the opening skies, behold that formless, and that holy flame that hath no name, the fire that darts and flashes, rise and creeps snake-wise in royal robe, wound round that vanished glory of the globe, unto that sky beyond the starry deeps, beyond the toils of time. Then formulate in thine own mind, luminous, concentrate, the lion of the light, a child that stands on the vast shoulders of the steed of God, or winged or shooting flying shafts, or shod with the flame sandals. Then lift up thine hands, center thee in thine heart, one scarlet thought limpid with brilliance of the light above. Drawn into naught all life, death, hatred, love, all self-concentered in the soul desire. Hear thou the voice of fire, point Scolian on sections G and GG, the adept who has mastered this ritual, successfully realizing the full import of this controlled rapture, ought not to allow his mind to loosen its grip on the astral imagery of the star spate, will symbol or soul symbol, or even to forget its duty to the body and the sensible surroundings. Nor should he omit to keep his body of light in close touch with the phenomena of its own plane, so that its privy consciousness may fulfill its proper functions of protecting his scattered ideals from obsession. But he should have acquired, by previous practice, the faculty of detaching these elements of his consciousness from their articulate center, so that they become temporarily independent responsible units, capable of receiving communications from headquarters at will, but perfectly able, 1, to take care of themselves without troubling their chief, and 2, to report to him at the proper time. In a figure, they must be like subordinate officers expected to display self-reliance, initiative, and integrity in the execution of the orders of the day. The adept should therefore be able to rely on these individual minds of his to control their own conditions, without interference from himself, for the time required, and to recall them in due course, receiving an accurate report of their adventures. This being so, the adept will be free to concentrate his deepest self, that part of him which unconsciously orders his true will, upon the realization of his holy guardian angel, the absence of his bodily. Mental and astral consciousness is indeed cardinal to success, for it is their usurpation of his attention which has made him deaf to his soul, and his preoccupation with their affairs that has prevented him from perceiving that soul. The effect of the ritual has been A, to keep them so busy with their own work that they cease to distract him, B, to separate them so completely that his soul is stripped of its sheaths, C, to arouse in him an enthusiasm so intense as to intoxicate and anesthetize him, that he may not feel and resent the agony of this spiritual vivisection, just as bashful lovers get drunk on the wedding night. In order to brazen out the intensity of shame which so mysteriously coexists with their desire, D, to concentrate the necessary spiritual forces from every element, and fling them simultaneously into the aspiration towards a holy guardianate, and E, to attract the angel by the vibration of the magical voice which invokes him. The method of the ritual is thus manifold. There is firstly an analysis of the adept, which enables him to calculate his course of action. He can decide what must be banished, what purified, what concentrated. He can then concentrate his will upon its one essential element, overcoming its resistance, which is automatic, like a physiological reflex, by destroying inhibitions through his ego-overwhelming enthusiasm. The other half of the work needs no such complex effort, for his angel is simple and unperplexed, ready at all times to respond to rightly ordered approach. But the results of the ritual are too various to permit of rigid description. One may say that, presuming the union to be perfect, the adept need not retain any memory soever of what has occurred. He may be merely aware of a gap in his conscious life and judge of its contents by observing that his nature has been subtly transfigured. Such an experience might indeed be the proof of perfection. If the adept is to be any wise conscious of his angel, it must be that some part of his mind is prepared to realize the rapture and to express it to itself in one way or another. This involves the perfection of that part, its freedom from prejudice and the limitations of rationality, so-called. For instance, one could not receive the illumination as to the nature of life which the doctrine of evolution should shed If one is passionately persuaded that humanity is essentially not animal, or convinced that causality is repugnant to reason, the adept must be ready for the utter destruction of his point of view on any subject, and even that of his innate conception of the forms and laws of thought. Thus he may find that his angel considers his business or his love to be absurd trifles. Also that human ideas of time are invalid, and human laws of logic applicable only to the relations between illusions. Now the angel will make contact with the adept at any point that is sensitive to his influence. Such a point will naturally be one that is salient in the adept's character, and also one that is, in the proper sense of the word, pure. Thus, an artist, attuned to appreciate plastic beauty, is likely to receive a visual impression of his angel in a physical form which is sublimely quintessential of his ideal. A musician may be rapt away by majestic melodies such as he never hoped to hear. A philosopher may attain apprehension of tremendous truths, the solution of problems that had baffled him all his life. Conformably with this doctrine, we read of illuminations experienced by simple-minded men, such as a workman who saw God and likened him to a quantity of little pears. Again, we know that ecstasy, impinging upon unbalanced minds, inflames the idolized idea and produces fanatical faith, fierce even to frenzy, with intolerance and insanely disordered energy, which is yet so powerful as to affect the destinies of empires. But the phenomena of the knowledge and conversation of the holy guardian angel are a side issue. The essence of the union is the intimacy. Their intimacy, or rather identity, is independent of all partial forms of expression. At its best, it is therefore as inarticulate as love. The intensity of the consummation will more probably compel a sob or a cry, some natural physical gesture of animal sympathy with the spiritual spasm. This is to be criticized as incomplete self-control. Silence is nobler. In any case, the adept must be in communion with his angel, so that his soul is suffused with sublimity, whether intelligible or not, in terms of intellect. It is evident that the stress of such spiritual possession must tend to overwhelm the soul, especially at first. It actually suffers from the excess of its ecstasy, just as extreme love produces vertigo. The soul sinks and swoons. Such weakness is fatal alike to its enjoyment and its apprehension. Be strong, then canst thou bear more rapture, saith the book of the law. The adept must therefore play the man, arousing himself to harden his soul. To this end I, the beast, have made trial and proof of divers devices. Of these the most potent is to set the body to strive with the soul. Let the muscles take grip on themselves as if one were wrestling. Let the jaw and mouth, in particular, be tightened to the utmost. Breathe deeply, slowly, yet strongly. Keep mastery over the mind by muttering forcibly and audibly. But lest such muttering tend to disturb communion with the angel, speak only his name, until the adept have heard that name. Therefore, he may not abide in the perfect possession of his beloved. His most important task is thus to open his ears to the voice of his angel, that he may know him, how he is called. For hearken, this name, understood rightly and fully, declareth the nature of the angel in every point, wherefore also that name is the formula of the perfection to which the adept must aspire, and also of the power of magic, by virtue whereof he must work. He then that is as yet ignorant of that name, let him repeat a word worthy of this particular ritual. Such are abrahadabra, the word of the aeon, which signifieth the great work accomplished, and Am interpreted part 3 of book 4, and the name of the beast, for that his number showeth forth this union with the angel, and his work is no other than to make all men partakers of this mystery, of the mysteries of magic. So then, saying this word or that, let the adept wrestle with his angel and withstand him, that he may constrain him to consent to continue in communion until the consciousness becomes capable of clear comprehension and of accurate transmission of the transcendent truth of the beloved to the heart that holds him. The firm repetition of one of these words ought to enable the adept to maintain the state of union for several minutes, even at first. In any case, he must rekindle his ardor, esteeming his success rather as an encouragement to more ardent aspiration than as a triumph. He should increase his efforts. Let him beware of the lust of result, of expecting too much, of losing courage, if his first success is followed by a series of failures. For success makes success seem so incredible that one is apt to create an ambition fatal to subsequent attempts. One fears to fail. The fear intrudes upon the concentration, and so fulfills its own prophecy. We know how too much pleasure in a love affair makes one afraid to disgrace oneself on the next few occasions. Indeed, until familiarity has accustomed one to the idea that one's lover has never supposed one to be more than human, confidence returns gradually. Inarticulate ecstasy is replaced by a more sober enjoyment of the elements of the fascination. Just so one's first dazzled delight in a new landscape turns as one continues to gaze, to the appreciation of exquisite details of the view. At first they were blurred by the blinding rush of general beauty. They emerge one by one as the shock subsides and passionate rapture yields to intelligence. In the same way, the adept almost always begins by torrential lyrics, painting out mystical extravagances about ineffable love, unimaginable bliss, inexpressible infinities of illimitable utterness. He usually loses his sense of proportion, of humor, of reality, and of sound judgment. His ego is often inflated to the bursting point, till he would be abjectly ridiculous if he were not so pitifully dangerous to himself and others. He also tends to take his newfound truths of illumination for the entire body of truth, and insists that they must be as valid and vital for all men as they happen to be for himself. It is wise to keep silence about those things unlawful to utter which one may have heard in the seventh heaven. This may not apply to the sixth. The adept must keep himself in hand, however tempted to make a new heaven and a new earth in the next few days, by trumpeting his triumphs. He must give time a chance to redress his balance, sore shaken by the impact of the infinite. As he becomes adjusted to intercourse with his angel, he will find his passionate ecstasy develop a quality of peace and intelligibility which adds power, while it informs and fortifies his mental and moral qualities instead of obscuring and upsetting them. He will by now have become able to converse with his angel, impossible as it once seemed, for he now knows that the storm of sound, which he supposed to be the voice, was only the clamor of his own confusions. The infinity nonsense was born of his own inability to think clearly beyond his limits, just as a bushman, confronted by numbers above 5, can only call them many. The truth told by the angel, immensely as it extends the horizon of the adept, is perfectly definite and precise. It does not deal in ambiguities and abstractions. It possesses form and confesses law in exactly the same way and degree as any other body of truth. It is to the truth of the material and intellectual spheres of man very much what the mathematics of philosophy, with its infinite series and Cantorian continuity, is to schoolboy arithmetic. Each implies the other, though by that one may explore the essential nature of existence, and by this a pawnbroker's profits. This, then, is the true aim of the adept in this whole operation, to assimilate himself to his angel by continual conscious communion. For his angel is an intelligible image of his own true will, to do which is the whole of the law of his being. Also the angel appeareth in Typhoreth, which is the heart of the Ruach, and thus the center of gravity of the mind. It is also directly inspired from Kether, the ultimate self, through the path of the high priestess, or initiated intuition. Hence, the angel is in truth the logos or articulate expression of the whole being of the adept, so that as he increases in the perfect understanding of his name, he approaches the solution of the ultimate problem, who he himself truly is. Unto this final statement, the adept may trust his angel to lead him, for the Typhoreth consciousness alone is connected by paths with the various parts of his mind. None, therefore, save he hath the knowledge requisite for calculating the combinations of conduct, which will organize and equilibrate the forces of the adept, against the moment when it becomes necessary to confront the abyss. The adept must control a compact and coherent mass if he is to make sure of hurling it from him with a clean-cut gesture. I, the beast 666, lift up my voice and swear that I myself have been brought hither by mine angel. After that I had attained unto the knowledge and conversation of him by virtue of mine ardor towards him, and of this ritual that I bestow upon men my fellows, and most of his great love that he beareth to me. Yea, verily, he led me to the abyss. He bade me fling away all that I had and all that I was, and he forsook me in that hour. But when I came beyond the abyss to be reborn within the womb of Babylon, then came he unto me abiding in my virgin heart, its Lord. Also he made me a Maga speaking through his law, the word of the new aeon, the eon of the crowned and conquering child. Thus he fulfilled my will to bring full freedom to the race of men. Yea, he wrought also in me a work of wonder beyond this, but in this matter I am sworn to hold my peace. Chapter 29. Appendix 7. A few of the principal instructions authorized by the Liber Hachab Figuraxili. Continet Capitulatria. MASSS. I remember a certain holy day in the dusk of the year, in the dusk of the equinox of Osiris, when first I beheld thee visibly, when first the dreadful issue was fought out, when the ibis headed one charmed away the strife. I remember thy first kiss, even as a maiden should, nor in the dark byways was there another. Thy kisses abide. Liber Lapidis Lacidi, 1616. 1616. 16-0, be seated in thine asana wearing the robe of a neophyte, the hood drawn. It is night, heavy and hot, there are no stars. Not one breath of wind stirs the surface of the sea, that is thou's. 2, let a breath rise and ruffle the waters. This also thou shalt feel playing upon thy skin. It will disturb thy meditation twice or thrice, after which thou shouldst have conquered this distraction. But unless thou first feel it, that breath hath not arisen. 3. Next the night is riven by the lightning flash. This also shalt thou feel in thy body, which shall shiver and leap with the shock, and that also must both be suffered and overcome. 4. After the lightning flash resteth in the zenith a minute point, and that light shall radiate until a right cone be established upon the sea, and it is day. With this thy body shall be rigid automatically, and this shalt thou let endure, withdrawing thyself into thine heart in the form of an upright egg of blackness, and therein shalt thou abide for a space. When all this is perfectly and easily performed at will, let the aspirant figure to himself a struggle with the whole force of the universe. In this he is only saved by his minuteness, but in the end he is overcome by death, who covers him with a black cross. Let his body fall supine with arms outstretched. 6. So lying, let him aspire fervently unto the holy guardian angel. 7. Now let him resume his former posture. 22 times shall he figure to himself that he is bitten by a serpent, feeling even in his body the poison thereof. And let each bite be healed by an eagle or hawk, spreading its wings above his head, and dropping thereupon a healing dew. But let the last bite be so terrible a pang at the nape of the neck that he seemeth to die, and let the healing dew be of such virtue that he leapeth to his feet. 8. Let there be now placed within his egg a red cross, then a green cross, then a golden cross, then a silver cross, or those things which these shadow forth. Herein is silence, for he that hath rightly performed the meditation will understand the inner meaning hereof, and it shall serve as a test of himself and his fellows. 9. Let him now remain in the pyramid or cone of light as an egg, but no more of blackness. 10. Then let his body be in the position of the hanged man, and let him aspire with all his force unto the holy guardian angel. 1. The grace having been granted unto him, let him partake mystically of the Eucharist of the 5 elements, and let him proclaim light in extension. Yea, let him proclaim light in extension. Ah, these loosen the swathings of the corpse. These unbind the feet of Osiris, so that the flaming god may rage through the firmament with his fantastic spear. Liber Lapidus Lazuli 7-3. Be seated in thine asana or recumbent in Shavasana, or in the position of the dying Buddha. 1. Think of thy death. Imagine the various diseases that may attack thee, or accidents overtake thee. Picture the process of death, applying always to thyself. A useful preliminary practice is to read textbooks of pathology, and to visit museums and dissecting rooms. 2. Continue this practice until death is complete. Follow the corpse through the stages of embalming, wrapping, and burial. 3. Now imagine a divine breath entering thy nostrils. 4. Next, imagine a divine light enlightening the eyes. 5. Next, imagine the divine voice awakening the ears. 6. Next, imagine a divine kiss imprinted on the lips. 7. Next, imagine the divine energy informing the nerves and muscles of the body, and concentrate on the phenomenon which will already have been observed in 3, the restoring of the circulation. Last, imagine the return of the reproductive power and employ this to the impregnation of the egg of light in which man is bathed. 9. Now represent to thyself that this egg is the disk of the sun setting in the west. 10. Let it sink into blackness, born in the bark of heaven upon the back of the holy cow Hathor. And it may be that thou shalt hear the moaning thereof. 1. Let it become blacker than all blackness. And in this meditation thou shalt be utterly without fear, for that the blankness that will appear unto thee is a thing dreadful beyond all thy comprehension. And it shall come to pass that if thou hast well and properly performed this meditation, that on a sudden thou shalt hear the drone and booming of a beetle. 12 feet. Now then shall the blackness pass, and with rose and gold shalt thou arise in the east, with the cry of an hawk resounding in thine ear. Shrill shall it be, and harsh. 1-3. At the end shalt thou rise and stand amid heaven a globe of glory, and therewith shall arise the mighty sound that holy men have likened unto the roaring of a lion. 14. Then shalt thou withdraw thyself from the vision, gathering thyself into the divine form of Osiris upon his throne. 150. Then shalt thou repeat audibly the cry of triumph of the God re-arisen, as it shall have been given unto thee by thy superior. 16. And this being accomplished, thou mayest enter again into the vision, that thereby shall be perfected in thee. 17. After this shalt thou return into the body, and give thanks unto the Most High God Yaida. Yea, unto the Most High God Yaida. Mark well that this operation should be performed, if it be possible, in a place set apart and consecrated to the works of the magic of light. Also, that the temple should be ceremonially open as thou hast knowledge and skill to perform, and that at the end thereof the closing should be most carefully accomplished. But in the preliminary practice it is enough to cleanse thyself by ablution, by robing, and by the rituals of the pentagram and hexagram. 0 to 2 should be practiced at first, until some realization is obtained, and the practice should always be followed by a divine invocation of Apollo, or of Isis, or of Jupiter, or of Serapis. Next, after a swift summary of 0 to 2 practice, 3 to 7. This being mastered, add 8, then add 9 to 13. Then being prepared and fortified, well fitted for the work, perform the whole meditation at one time. And let this be continued until perfect success be attained therein. For this is a mighty meditation and holy, having power even upon death. Yea, having power even upon death. Note by Fra. At any time during this meditation, the concentration may bring about samadhi. This is to be feared and shunned more than any other breaking of control, for that it is the most tremendous of the forces which threaten to obsess. There is also some danger of acute delirious melancholia at point 1. SS, thou art a beautiful thing, wider than a woman in the column of this vibration. I shoot up vertically like an arrow and become that above. But it is death, and the flame of the pyre. Ascend in the flame of the pyre, O my soul. Thy God is like the cold emptiness of the utmost heaven, into which thou radiatest thy little light. When thou shalt know me, O empty God, my flame shall utterly expire in thy great Nox liber lapidus lazuli. I, 36 to 40, 0. Be seated in thine asana, preferably the thunderbolt. It is essential that the spine be vertical. 1. In this practice, the cavity of the brain is the yoni. The spinal cord is the lingam. 2. Concentrate thy thought of adoration in the brain. 3. Now begin to awaken the spine in this manner. Concentrate thy thought of thyself in the base of the spine, and move it gradually up a little at a time. By this means thou wilt become conscious of the spine, feeling each vertebra as a separate entity. This must be achieved most fully and perfectly before the further practice is begun. 4. Next, adore the brain as before, but figure to thyself its content as infinite. Deem it to be the womb of Isis or the body of Nuit. 5. Next, identify thyself with the base of the spine as before, but figure to thyself its energy as infinite. Deem it to be the phallus of Osiris or the being of Hadit. 6. These two concentrations, 4 and 5, may be pushed to the point of samadhi. Yet lose not control of the will. Let not samadhi be thy master herein. 7. Now then, being conscious both of the brain and the spine, and unconscious of all else, do thou imagine the hunger of the one for the other, the emptiness of the brain, the ache of the spine, even as the emptiness of space and the aimlessness of matter. And if thou hast experience of the Eucharist in both kinds, it shall aid thine imagination herein. 8. Let this agony grow until it be insupportable, resisting by will every temptation. Not until thine whole body is bathed in sweat, or it may be in sweat of blood, and until a cry of intolerable anguish is forced from thy closed lips, shalt thou proceed. 9. Now let a current of light, deep azure flecked with scarlet, pass up and down the spine, striking as it were upon thyself that art coiled at the base as a serpent. Let this be exceedingly slow and subtle, and though it be accompanied with pleasure, resist, and though it be accompanied with pain, resist. 10. Resist. 10. This shalt thou continue until thou art exhausted, never relaxing the control. Until thou canst perform this 1 section 9 during a whole hour, proceed not, and withdraw from the meditation by an act of will, passing into a gentle pranayama without kumhakapis, the silent and virginal God. 1. Then at last, being well fitted in body and mind, fixed in peace beneath a favorable heaven of stars at night, in calm and warm weather, mayst thou quicken the movement of the light until it be taken up by the brain and the spine, independently of thy will. 1. If in this hour thou shouldst die, is it not written, Blessed are the dead that die in the Lord? Yea, blessed are the dead that die in the Lord. The ver evil exerciturum, sub figura non sub figura. It is absolutely necessary that all experiments should be recorded in detail during or immediately after their performance. 2. It is highly important to note the physical and mental condition of the experimenter or experimenters. 3. The time and place of all experiments must be noted, also the state of the weather, and generally all conditions which might conceivably have any result upon the experiment, either as adjuvants to or causes of the result, or as inhibiting it, or as sources of error for. The AA will not take official notice of any experiments which are not thus properly recorded. 5. It is not necessary at this stage for us to declare fully the ultimate end of our researches, nor indeed would it be understood by those who have not become proficient in these elementary courses. 6. The experimenter is encouraged to use his own intelligence and not to rely upon any other person or persons, however distinguished, even among ourselves. The written record should be intelligently prepared so that others may benefit from its study. 8. The book John, St. John published in the first number of the Equinox, is an example of this kind of record by a very advanced student. It is not as simply written as we could wish, but will show the method. 9. The more scientific the record is, the better. Yet the emotions should be noted as being some of the conditions. Let, then, the record be written with sincerity and care. Thus, with practice, it will be found more and more to approximate to the ideal. Physical clairvoyance. 1. Take a pack of 78 tarot playing cards, shuffle, cut, draw 1 card. Without looking at it, try to name it. Write down the card you name and the actual card. Repeat and tabulate results. 2. This experiment is probably easier with an old genuine pack of tarot cards, preferably a pack used for divination by someone who really understood the matter. 3. Remember that one should expect to name the right card once in 78 times. Also, be careful to exclude all possibilities of obtaining the knowledge through the ordinary senses of sight and touch, or even smell. There was once a man whose fingertips were so sensitive that he could feel the shape and position of the pips, and so judge the card correctly. 4. It is better to try first the easier form of the experiment by guessing only the suit. Remember that in 78 experiments you should obtain 22 trumps and 14 of each other suit, so that without any clairvoyance at all, you can guess right twice in 7 times roughly, by calling trumps each time. 6. Note that some cards are harmonious, thus it would not be a bad error to call the Five of Swords the Lord of Defeat, instead of the Ten of Swords, the Lord of Ruin. But to call the Lord of Love, Two Cups, for the Lord of Strife, Five Wands, would show that you are getting nothing right. Similarly, a card ruled by Mars would be harmonious with a 5, a card of Gemini with the Lovers, 7. These harmonies must be thoroughly learned, according to the numerous tables given in 777, 8. As you progress, you will find that you are able to distinguish the suit correctly 3 times in 4, and that very few indeed inharmonious errors occur. While in 78 experiments, you are able to name the card or write as many as 1, 5, or 20 times. 9. When you have reached this stage, you may be admitted for examination, and in the event of your passing, you will be given more complex and difficult exercises. You must learn to sit perfectly still with every muscle tense for long periods. 2. You must wear no garments that interfere with the posture in any of these experiments. 3. The first position, the God. Sit in a chair, head up, back straight, knees together, hands on knees, eyes closed. 4. The second position, the dragon, kneel. Buttocks resting on the heels, toes turned back and head straight, hands on thighs. The third position, the IBI is a stand, hold left ankle with right hand, free forefinger on lips. 6. The fourth position, the thunderbolt. Sit, left heel pressing up anus, right foot poised on its toes, the heel covering the phallus. Arms stretched out over the knees, head and back straight. 7. Various things will happen to you while you are practicing these positions. They must be carefully analyzed and described. 8. Note down the duration of practice, the severity of the pain, if any, which accompanies it, the degree of rigidity attained, and any other pertinent matters. When you have progressed up to the point that a saucer filled to the brim with water and poised upon the head does not spill 1 drop during a whole hour, and when you can no longer perceive the slightest tremor in any muscle, when in short, you are perfectly steady and easy, you will be admitted for examination, and should you pass, you will be instructed in more complex and difficult practices. Pranayama, regularization of the breathing one. At rest in one of your positions, close the right nostril with the thumb of the right hand, and breathe out slowly and completely through the left nostril, while your watch marks 20 seconds. Breathe in through the same nostril for 10 seconds. Changing hands, repeat with the other nostril. Let this be continuous for 1 hour. 2. When this is quite easy to you, increase the period in 15 seconds. 3. When this is quite easy to you, but not before, breathe out for 15 seconds, in for 15 seconds, and hold the breath for 15 seconds. 4. When you can do this with perfect ease and comfort for a whole hour, practice breathing out for 40 and in for 20 seconds. 5. This being attained, practice breathing out for 20, in for 10, holding the breath for 30 seconds. When this has become perfectly easy to you, you may be admitted for examination, and should you pass, you will be instructed in more complex and difficult practices. 6. You will find that the presence of food in the stomach, even in small quantities, makes the practices very difficult. 7. Be very careful never to overstrain your powers. Especially never get so short of breath that you are compelled to breathe out jerkily or rapidly. 8. Strive after depth, fullness, and regularity of breathing. Various remarkable phenomena will very probably occur during these practices. They must be carefully analyzed and recorded. Dharana, control of thought. 1. Constrain the mind to concentrate itself upon a single simple object imagined. The 5 tatwas are useful for this purpose. They are a black oval, a blue disc, a silver crescent, a yellow square, a red triangle. 2. Proceed to combinations of simple objects, for example, a black oval within a yellow square, and so on. 3. Proceed to simple moving objects such as a pendulum swinging, a wheel revolving, etc. Avoid living objects. 4. Proceed to combinations of moving objects, for example, a piston rising and falling while a pendulum is swinging. The relation between the 2 movements should be varied in different experiments, or even a system of flywheels, eccentrics, and governor. 5. During these practices, the mind must be absolutely confined to the object determined upon. No other thought must be allowed to intrude upon the consciousness. The moving systems must be regular and harmonious. Note carefully the duration of the experiments, the number and nature of the intruding thoughts, the tendency of the object itself to depart from the course laid out for it, and any other phenomena which may present themselves. Avoid overstrain. This is very important. 7. Proceed to imagine living objects as a man, preferably some man known to and respected by yourself. 8. In the intervals of these experiments, you may try to imagine the objects of the other senses and to concentrate upon them. For example, try to imagine the taste of chocolate, the smell of roses, the feeling of velvet, the sound of a waterfall, or the ticking of a watch. 9. Endeavor finally to shut out all objects of any of the senses and prevent all thoughts arising in your mind. When you feel you have attained some success in these practices, apply for examination, and should you pass, more complex and difficult practices will be prescribed for you. Physical limitations. 1. It is desirable that you should discover for yourself your physical limitations. 2. To this end, ascertain for how many hours you can subsist without food or drink before your working capacity is seriously interfered with. 3. Ascertain how much alcohol you can take and what forms of drunkenness assail you. 4. Ascertain how far you can walk without once stopping. Likewise with dancing, swimming, running, etc. 5. Ascertain for how many hours you can do without sleep. 6. Test your endurance with various gymnastic exercises, club swinging, and so on. 7. Ascertain for how long you can keep silence. 8. Investigate any other capacities and aptitudes which may occur to you. 9. Let all these things be carefully and conscientiously recorded, for according to your powers will it be demanded of you. A course of reading 1. The object of most of the foregoing practices will not at first be clear to you, but at least, who will deny it, they have trained you in determination, accuracy, introspection, and many other qualities which are valuable to all men in their ordinary avocations, so that in no case will your time have been wasted. 2. That you may gain some insight into the nature of the great work which lies beyond these elementary trifles. However, we should mention that an intelligent person may gather more than a hint of its nature from the following books, which are to be taken as serious and learned contributions to the study of nature, though not necessarily to be implicitly relied upon. The Yi King SBE series, Oxford University Press. The Tao Te King SBE series, Tannhauser by A. Crowley. The Upanishads, the Bhagavad Gita. The Voice of the Silence, Raja Yoga by Swami Vivekananda. The Shiva Sanhita. The Aphorisms of Patanjali. The Sword of Song. The Book of the Dead. Ritual et Don de la Haute Magie. The Book of the Sacred Magic of Abramelin the Mage. The Goetia. The Hatha Yoga Pradipika. The Spiritual Guide of Molinos. Erdmann's History of Philosophy. The Star in the West, Captain Fuller. The Dhammapada SBE series, Oxford University Press. Series 777 Vel Prolegomena, etc. Varieties of Religious Experience, James. Kabbalah Denudata, Knox Pax 3. Careful study of these books will enable the pupil to speak in the language of his master and facilitate communications with it. 4. The pupil should endeavor to discover the fundamental harmony of these very varied works. For this purpose, he will find it best to study the most extreme divergencies side by side. 5. He may at any time that he wishes apply for examination in this course of reading. 6. During the whole of this elementary study and practice, he will do wisely to seek out and attach himself to a master, one competent to correct him and advise him. Nor should he be discouraged by the difficulty of finding such a person. 7. Let him further remember that he must in no wise rely upon or believe in that master. He must rely entirely upon himself and credit nothing whatever but that which lies within his own knowledge and experience. 8. As in the beginning, so at the end, we here insist upon the vital importance of the written record as the only possible check upon error derived from the various qualities of the experiment. Thus let the work be accomplished duly. Let it be accomplished duly. If any really important or remarkable results should occur, or if any great difficulty presents itself, the A should be at once informed of the circumstances. Liber ovel man us et sagittae, Sub Figura Sixt 1. This book is very easy to misunderstand. Readers are asked to use the most minute critical care in the study of it, even as we have done in the preparation. 2. In this book, it is spoken of the Sephiroth and the paths of spirits and conjurations, of gods, spheres, planes, and many other things which may or may not exist. It is immaterial whether they exist or not. By doing certain things, certain results follow. Students are most earnestly warned against attributing objective reality or philosophic validity to any of them. 3. The advantages to be gained from them are chiefly these: A widening of the horizon of the mind. B, an improvement of the control of the mind. 4. The student, if he attains any success in the following practices, will find himself confronted by things, ideas, or beings, too glorious or too dreadful to be described. It is essential that he remain the master of all that he beholds, hears, or conceives. Otherwise, he will be the slave of illusion and the prey of madness. Before entering upon any of these practices, the student must be in good health and have attained a fair mastery of asana, pranayama, and dharana. 5. There is little danger that any student, however idle or stupid, will fail to get some result, but there is great danger that he will be led astray, even though it be by those which it is necessary that he should attain. Too often, moreover, he mistaketh the first resting place for the goal, and taketh off his armor as if he were a victor ere the fight is well begun. It is desirable that the student should never attach to any result the importance which it at first seems to possess. 6. First, then, let us consider the book 777 and its use, the preparation of the place, the use of the magic ceremonies, and finally the methods which follow in Chapter 5. Viator in Regnis Arboris, and in Chapter 6, Agita Trans Lunam. In another book will be treated of the expansion and contraction of consciousness, progress by slaying the pairs of opposites, the methods of Sabhapati Swami, etc., etc. warn the student must first obtain a thorough knowledge of Book 777, especially of the columns printed elsewhere in this book. When these are committed to memory, he will begin to understand the nature of these correspondences. See illustrations in the Temple of Solomon the King in Equinox number 2. Cross-references are given. 2. If we take an example, the use of the tables will become clear. Let us suppose that you wish to obtain knowledge of some obscure science. In column Noix Salvi to the power, line 12, you will find knowledge of sciences. By now, looking up line 12 in the other columns, you will find that the planet corresponding is Mercury. Its number 8, its lineal figures, the octagon and octagram. The god who rules that planet, Thoth, or in Hebrew symbolism, Tetragrammaton, Adonai, and Elohim Tsabaoth. Its archangel, Raphael. Its choir of angels, B'nai Elohim. Its intelligence, Tiriel. Its spirit, Taptathereth. Its colors, orange, for Mercury is the sphere of the Sephirahad, 8, yellow, purple, gray, and indigo, rayed with violet. Its magical weapon, the wand, or caduceus. Its perfumes, mastic, and others. Its sacred plants, vervain, and others. Its jewel, the opal or agate. Its sacred animal, the snake, etc., etc. 3. You would then prepare your place of working accordingly. In an orange circle, you would draw an 8-pointed star of yellow, at whose points you would place 8 lamps. The sigil of the spirit, which is to be found in Cornelius Agrippa and other books, you would draw in the 4 colors with such other devices as your experience may suggest. 4, and so on. We cannot here enter at length into all the necessary preparations, and the student will find them fully set forth in the proper books, of which the Goetia is perhaps the best example. These rituals need not be slavishly imitated. On the contrary, the student should do nothing the object of which he does not understand. Also, if he have any capacity whatever, he will find his own crude rituals more effective than the highly polished ones of other people. The general purpose of all this preparation is as follows. 5. Since the student is a man surrounded by material objects, if it be his wish to master one particular idea, he must make every material object about him directly suggest that idea. Thus, in the ritual quoted, if his glance fall upon the lights, their number suggests Mercury. He smells the perfumes, and again Mercury is brought to his mind. In other words, the whole magical apparatus and ritual is a complex system of mnemonics. The importance of these lies principally in the fact that particular sets of images that the student may meet in his wanderings correspond to particular lineal figures, divine names, etc., and are controlled by it. As to the possibility of producing results external to the mind of the seer, objective in the ordinary common sense acceptation of the term, we are here silent. Sixto. There are three important practices connected with all forms of ceremonial, and the two methods which later we shall describe. These are 1. Assumption of God forms. 2. Vibration of divine names. These, at least, should be completely mastered before the dangerous methods of Chapter 5 and 6 are attempted. 1. The magical images of the gods of Egypt should be made thoroughly familiar. This can be done by studying them in any public museum or in such books as may be accessible to the student. They should then be carefully painted by him, both from the model and from memory, to annoy. The student, seated in the God position, or in the characteristic attitude of the God desired, should then imagine his image as coinciding with his own body, or as enveloping it. This must be practiced until mastery of the image is attained, and an identity with it, and with the God experienced. It is a matter for very great regret that no simple and certain tests of success in this practice exist. The vibration of God names. As a further means of identifying the human consciousness with that pure portion of it which man calls by the name of some God, let him act thus. 4. A stand with arms outstretched. See illustration in Equinox number Secti 13. Be breathed in deeply through the nostrils, imagining the name of the God desired entering with the breath. C. Let that name descend slowly from the lungs to the heart, the solar plexus, the navel, the generative organs, and so to the feet. D. The moment that it appears to touch the feet, quickly advance the left foot about 12 inches. Throw forward the body and let the hands, drawn back to the side of the eyes, shoot out so that you are standing in the typical position of the god Horus, and at the same time imagine the name as rushing up and through the body, while you breathe it out through the nostrils with the air which has been till then retained in the lungs. All this must be done with all the force of which you are capable. E. Then withdraw the left foot and place the right forefinger upon the lips, so that you are in the characteristic position of the god Harpocrates. 5-3. It is a sign that the student is performing this correctly when a single vibration entirely exhausts his physical strength. It should cause him to grow hot all over or to perspire violently, and it should so weaken him that he will find it difficult to remain standing. 6. It is a sign of success, though only by the student himself is it perceived, when he hears the name of the god vehemently roared forth, as if by the concourse of 10,000 thunders, and it should appear to him as if that great voice proceeded from the universe and not from himself. In both the above practices, all consciousness of anything but the God form and name should be absolutely blotted out, and the longer it takes for normal perception to return, the better. I.e., the rituals of the pentagram and hexagram must be committed to memory. They are as follows. The lesser ritual of the pentagram I. Touching the forehead, say Ate, unto thee. 2. Touching the breast, say Malkuth, the kingdom. Touching the right shoulder, say Vigabura, and the power. Avi, touching the left shoulder, say Vigajula, and the glory. V, clasping the hands upon the breast, say Leolam, Aman, to the ages Amen. Turning to the Naka pentagram, that of earth, with the proper weapon, usually the wand, say that is vibrate, HV, turning to the south, the same. But say Adni, Yit, turning to the west, the same, but say Ahit. Turning to the north, the same, but say Agla, pronounce Yehovah, Adonai, Ehai, Aglaex, extending the arms in the form of a cross, say V. V for me, Raphael, turn behind me, Gabriel, 15th. On my right hand, Michael, the 14th. On my left hand, Ariel, 15th, for about me flames the pentagram, 16. And in the column stands the 6-rayed star, Ye 720 will repeat I to V, the Kabbalistic cross. The greater ritual of the pentagrams are traced in the air with the sword or other weapon, the name spoken aloud, and the signs used as illustrated, the pentagrams of spirit. IB equilibrium of actives, Chiak lines ES7. VHN, G Ash and G, the signs of the portal. See illustrations. Extend the hands in front of you, palms outwards. Separate them as if in the act of rending asunder a veil or curtain, actives. And then bring them together as if closing it up again, and let them fall to the side, passives. The grade of the portal is particularly attributed to the element of spirit. It refers to the sun. The paths of Semach, Nun, and Ayin are attributed to this degree. See 777 lines 6 and 31 Biest. The pentagrams of fire. NK7, the VII of Vindis A, H, and Janae. Raise the arms above the head and join the hands so that the tips of the fingers and of the thumbs meet, formulating a triangle. See illustration. The grade of 4 degree equals 7 square is particularly attributed to the element fire. It refers to the planet Venus. The paths of Koaf, Atsadi, and Peh are attributed to this degree. For other attributions, see 777 lines 7 and 31. The pentagrams of water beyond the hash in I name, LKV 7 foot. G, H, and G on G, the signs of 3 degree equals 8 square. Raise the arm till the elbows are on a level with the shoulders. Bring the hands across the chest, touching the thumbs and tips of fingers so as to form a triangle apex downwards. See illustration. The grade of 3 degree equals 8 square is particularly attributed to the element of water. It refers to the planet Mercury. The paths of Resh and Shin are attributed to this degree. For other attributions, see 777 lines 8 and 23. The pentagrams of Airbid 9, hash, hash, hash. GSHN and Jan, the signs of 2 degree equals 9 square. Stretch both arms upwards and outwards, the elbows bent at right angles, the hand bent back, the palms upwards as if supporting a weight. See illustration. The grade of 2 degree equals 9 square is particularly attributed to the element air. It refers to the moon. The path of Ta is attributed to this degree. For other attributions, see 777 lines 9 and 11. The pentagrams of Earth I name Adni Adonai KVV Skianji, a sign of 1 degree equals 10 square. Advance the right foot, stretch out the right hand upwards and forwards, the left hand downwards and backwards, the palms open. The grade of 1 degree equals 10 square is particularly attributed to the element of earth. See 777 lines 10 and 32 Bist. The lesser ritual of the hexagram. This ritual is to be performed after the lesser ritual of the pentagram. I stand upright, feet together, left arm at side, right across body, holding wand or other weapon upright in the median line. Then face east and say, to INRI, Yod, Nun Resh, Yod Virgo, Isis, Mighty Mother, Scorpio, Apophis, Destroyer, Sol, Osiris, slain and risen, Isis, Apophis, Osiris the third. Extend the arms in the form of a cross, and say the sign of Osiris slain. See illustration. Avi. Raise the right arm to point upwards, keeping the elbow square, and lower the left arm to point downward, keeping the elbow square, while turning the head over the left shoulder looking down so that the eyes follow the left forearm, and say, the sign of the morning of Isis. Raise the arms at an angle of 60 degrees to each other above the head, which is thrown back, and say, the sign of Apophis and Typhon. See illustration. V. Cross the arms on the breast, and bow the head and say, the sign of Osiris risen. See illustration. 7. Extend the arms again, as in the Thrai, and cross them again, as in VII. LVX, Lux, the light of the cross, a hash 8. With the magical weapon, trace the DG 1 hexagram of fire in the east, saying, Ayabdi Urarita, Aleph Resh Yad Ta Aleph. This word consists of the initials of a Gayi hash sentence, which means 1 is his beginning. G21. This hexagram consists of 2 equilateral triangles, both opposites pointed upwards. Begin at the top of the upper triangle and trace it in a dextro-rotary direction. The top of the lower triangle and trace it in dextro-rotary direction. The top of the lower should coincide with the central point of the upper triangle. A hash, it's. Trace the hexagram of earth in the 2 Yeviva south, saying Erarita. This hexagram, Giche Awan, has the apex of the lower triangle pointing. onwards, and it should be capable of hash for inscription in a circle. A hash WX. Trace the hexagram of air in the 2U on the west, saying Ararita. This hexagram OL is like that of Earth, but the bases of the guide triangles coincide, forming a diamond W astral. Trace the hexagram of water in the hash V north, saying Ararita. A hash this hexagram has the lower triangle placed due above the upper so that their apices coincide. Tuipit el the sedenti. The banishing ritual is identical, save that the direction of the hexagrams must be reversed. The greater ritual of the hexagram, invoking banishing a hash VV hash, Jupiter VV hash, and VV. Draw the hexagram beginning from the point which is attributed to the planet you are dealing with. See 777 Colonel Line Tenite. Thus, to invoke Jupiter, begin from the right-hand point of the lower triangle, dextra rotary and complete. Then trace the upper triangle from its left-hand point and complete. Of the planet in the center of NV, hash Mercury fourth, your hexagram. Hasha AI for the zodiac. Use the hexagram of the planet, which 777 Colonel 38. But draw a hash at the astrological sigil of the EB sign instead of that of the TV to Moon Vague 1 planet. Hash VV hash. For Caput and Cauda Draconis, use the lunar hexagram with the sigil of Caput Draconis or Cauda Draconis to banish reverse the hexagram. In all cases, use a conjuration first with Arita and next with the name of the god corresponding to the planet or sign you are dealing with. The hexagrams pertaining to the planets are as in plate on preceding page. 2. These rituals should be practiced until the figures drawn appear in flame so near to physical flame that it would perhaps be visible to the eyes of a bystander, were one present. It is alleged that some persons have attained the power of actually kindling fire by these means. Whether this be so or not, the power is not one to be aimed at. 3. Well, success in banishing is known by a feeling of cleanliness in the atmosphere, success in invoking by a feeling of holiness. It is unfortunate that these terms are so vague. But at least make sure of this, that any imaginary figure or being shall instantly obey the will of the student when he uses the appropriate figure. In obstinate cases, the form of the appropriate god may be assumed. 4. The banishing rituals should be used at the commencement of any ceremony whatever. Next, the student should use a general invocation, such as the preliminary invocation in the Goetia, as well as a special invocation to suit the nature of his working. 5. Success in these verbal invocations is so subtle a matter, and its grades so delicately shaded, that it must be left to the good sense of the student to decide whether or not he should be satisfied with his result. Let the student be at rest in one of his prescribed positions, having bathed and robed with the proper decorum. Let the place of working be free from all disturbance, and let the preliminary purifications, banishings, and invocations be duly accomplished. And lastly, let the incense be kindled. 2. Let him imagine his own figure, preferably robed in the proper magical garments and armed with the proper magical weapons, as enveloping his physical body or standing near to and in front of him. Let him then transfer the seat of his consciousness to that imagined figure, so that it may seem to him that he is seeing with its eyes and hearing with its ears. This will usually be the great difficulty of the operation. Let him then cause that imagined figure to rise in the air to a great height above the earth. 5. Let him then stop and look about him. It is sometimes difficult to open the eyes. 6. Probably he will see figures approaching him or become conscious of a landscape. Let him speak to such figures and insist upon being answered using the proper pentagrams and signs as previously taught. 7th. Let him travel at will, either with or without guidance from such figure or figures. 8. Let him further employ such special invocations as will cause to appear the particular places he may wish to visit. Let him beware of the 1,000 subtle attacks and deceptions that he will experience, carefully testing the truth of all with whom he speaks. Thus a hostile being may appear clothed with glory. The appropriate pentagram will in such a case cause him to shrivel or decay. 10. Practice will make the student infinitely wary in such matters. 1. It is usually quite easy to return to the body, but should any difficulty arise, practice, again, will make the imagination fertile. For example, one may create, in thought, a chariot of fire with white horses, and command the charioteer to drive earthwards. It might be dangerous to go too far, or to stay too long, for fatigue must be avoided. The danger spoken of is that of fainting, or of obsession, or of loss of memory, or other mental faculty. 12. Finally, let the student cause his imagined body, in which he supposes himself to have been traveling, to coincide with the physical tightening his muscles, drawing in his breath, and putting his forefinger to his lips. Then let him awake by a well-defined act of will, and soberly and accurately record his experiences. It may be added that this apparently complicated experiment is perfectly easy to perform. It is best to learn by traveling with a person already experienced in the matter. 2 or 3 experiments should suffice to render the student confident and even expert. See also the Seer pages 295 to 333, Equinox the first 2. The previous experiment has little value and leads to few results of importance, but it is susceptible of a development which merges into a form of dharana, concentration, and as such may lead to the very highest ends. The principal use of the practice in the last chapter is to familiarize the student with every kind of obstacle and every kind of delusion, so that he may be perfect master of every idea that may arise in his brain, to dismiss it, to transmute it, to cause it instantly to obey his will. 2. Let him then begin exactly as before, but with the most intense solemnity and determination. 3. Let him be very careful to cause his imaginary body to rise in a line, exactly perpendicular to the earth's tangent, at the point where his physical body is situated, or to put it more simply, straight upwards. Instead of stopping, let him continue to rise until fatigue almost overcomes him. If he should find that he has stopped without willing to do so, and that figures appear, let him at all costs rise above them. Yea, though his very life tremble on his lips, let him force his way upward and onward. 5. Let him continue in this so long as the breath of life is in him, whatever threatens, whatever allures. Though it were Typhon and all his hosts loosed from the pit and leagued against him, though it were from the very throne of God himself that a voice issues bidding him stay and be content, let him struggle on ever on. At last there must come a moment when his whole being is swallowed up in fatigue, overwhelmed by its own inertia. Let him sink when no longer can he strive. Though his tongue be bitten through with the effort and the blood gush from his nostrils into the blackness of unconsciousness, and then, on coming to himself, let him write down soberly and accurately a record of all that hath occurred. Yea, a record of all that hath occurred. Explicit liber astarte vel berilli subfigura, she alquar citeri. 0. This is the book of uniting himself to a particular deity by devotion. Considerations before the threshold. First, concerning the choice of a particular deity. This matter is of no import, so be it that thou choose one suited to thine own highest nature. Howsoever, this method is not so suitable for gods austere as Saturn, or intellectual as Thoth. But for such deities as in themselves partake in any wise of love, it is a perfect mode. 2. Concerning the prime method of this magic art, let the devotee consider well that although Christ and Osiris be one, yet the former is to be worshipped with Christian, and the latter with Egyptian rites. And this, although the rites themselves are ceremonially equivalent. There should, however, be one symbol declaring the transcending of such limitations, and with regard to the deity also, there should be some one affirmation of his identity both with all other similar gods of other nations, and with the supreme of whom all are but partial reflections. 3. Concerning the chief place of devotion, this is the heart of the devotee, and should be symbolically represented by that room or spot which he loves best, and the dearest spot therein shall be the shrine of his temple. It is most convenient if this shrine and altar should be sequestered in woods or in a private grove or garden, but let it be protected from the profane. 4. Concerning the image of the deity, let there be an image of the deity. First, because in meditation there is mindfulness induced thereby, and second, because a certain power enters and inhabits it by virtue of the ceremonies. Or so it is said, and we deny it not. Let this image be the most beautiful and perfect which the devotee is able to procure, or if he be able to paint or to carve the same, it is all the better. As for deities with whose nature no image is compatible, let them be worshipped in an empty shrine. Such are Brahma and Allah. Also some post-captivity conceptions of Jehovah 5. Further concerning the shrine, let this shrine be furnished appropriately as to its ornaments, according to the book 7 and 77, with ivy and pine cones, that is to say, for Bacchus, and let lay before him both grapes and wine. So also for Ceres let there be corn and cakes, or for Diana moonwort and pale herbs, and pure water. Further, it is well to support the shrine with talismans of the planets, signs, and elements appropriate. But these should be made according to the right ingenium of the philosophers, by the light of the book 777 during the course of his devotion. It is also well, nevertheless, if a magic circle with the right signs and names be made beforehand. 6. Concerning the ceremonies, let the philosophers prepare a powerful invocation of the particular deity according to his ingenium, but let it consist of these several parts. First, an imprecation as of a slave unto his lord. Second, an oath as of a vassal to his liege. Third, a memorial as of a child to his parent. Fourth, an orison as of a priest unto his god. Fifth, a colloquy as of a brother with his brother. Sixth, a conjuration as to a friend with his friend. Seventh, a madrigal as of a lover to his mistress. And mark well that the first should be of awe, the second of fealty, the third of dependence, the fourth of adoration, the fifth of confidence, the sixth of comradeship, the seventh of passion, 7. Further concerning the ceremonies, let then this invocation be the principal part of an ordered ceremony, and in this ceremony let the philosophers in no wise neglect the service of a menial. Let him sweep and garnish the place, sprinkling it with water or with wine as is appropriate to the particular deity, and consecrating it with oil and with such ritual as may seem him best. And let all be done with intensity and minuteness. 8. Concerning the period of devotion and the hours thereof, let a fixed period be set for the worship, and it is said that the least time is 9 days by 7, and the greatest 7 years by 9. And concerning the hours, let the ceremony be performed every day thrice, or at least once, and let the sleep of the philosophers be broken for some purpose of devotion at least once in every night. Now, to some it may seem best to appoint fixed hours for the ceremony. To others it may seem that the ceremony should be performed as the Spirit moves them so to do. For this there is no rule. Concerning the robes and instruments, the wand and cup are to be chosen for this art. Never the sword or dagger, never the panicle, unless that panicle chance to be of a nature harmonious. But even so, it is best to keep to the wand and the cup, and if one must choose the cup, for the robes that of a philosophus, or that of an adept within is most suitable, or the robe best fitted for the service of the particular deity, as a basara for Bacchus, a white robe for Vesta. So also for Vesta, one might use for instrument the lamp, or the sickle for Kronos. 10. Concerning the incense and libations, the incense should follow the nature of the particular deity, as mastic for Mercury, dittany for Persephone. Also the libations as a decoction of nightshade for Melancholia, or of Indian hemp for Uranus. 1:1. Concerning the harmony of the ceremonies, let all these things be rightly considered, and at length, in language of the utmost beauty at the command of the philosophers, accompanied, if he has skill, by music and interwoven. If the particular deity be jocund, with dancing, and all being carefully prepared and rehearsed, let it be practiced daily until it be wholly rhythmical with his aspirations, and, as it were, a part of his being. 12. Concerning the variety of the ceremonies, now, seeing that every man differeth essentially from every other man, albeit in essence he is identical, let also these ceremonies assert their identity by their diversity. For this reason do we leave much herein to the right ingenium of the philosophers. 13. Concerning the life of the devotee, first let his way of life be such as is pleasing to the particular deity. Thus, to invoke Neptune, let him go a-fishing, But if Hades, let him not approach the water that is hateful to him. 14. Further, concerning the life of the devotee, let him cut away from his life any act, word, or thought that is hateful to the particular deity, as unchastity in the case of Artemis, evasions in the case of Eris. Besides this, he should avoid all harshness or unkindness of any kind in thought, word, or deed, seeing that above the particular deity is one in whom all is one. Yet also he may deliberately practice cruelties where the particular deity manifests his love in that manner, as in the case of Kali and of Panda. And therefore, before the beginning of his periods of devotion, let him practice according to the rules of Liber Jugorum, 15. Further, concerning the life of the devotee, now as many are fully occupied with their affairs, let it be known that this method is adaptable to the necessities of all. And we bear witness that this which followeth is the crux and quintessence of the whole method. First, if he have no image, let him take anything soever and consecrate it as an image of his God. Likewise with his robes and instruments, his suffumigations and libations. For his robe hath he not a nightdress, for his instrument a walking stick. For his suffumigation a burning match, for his libation a glass of water. But let him consecrate each thing that he useth to the service of that particular deity, and not profane the same to any other use. 16. Continuation. Next, concerning his time, if it be short. Let him labor mentally with his invocation, concentrating it, and let him perform this invocation in his heart whenever he hath the leisure. And let him seize eagerly upon every opportunity for this. 17. Continuation. Even if he have leisure and in preparation, let him seek ever to bring inward the symbols, so that even in his well-ordered shrine, the whole ceremony revolve inwardly in his heart. That is to say, in the temple of his body, of which the outer temple is but an image. For in the brain is the shrine, and there is no image therein. And the breath of man is the incense and the libation. 18. Continuation. Further, concerning occupation. Let the devotee transmute within the alembic of his heart every thought or word or act into the spiritual gold of his devotion. As thus, eating, let him say, I eat this food in gratitude to my deity that hath sent it to me in order to gain strength for my devotion to him. Or sleeping. Let him say, I lie down to sleep, giving thanks for this blessing from my deity, in order that I may be refreshed for new devotion to him. Or reading. Let him say, I read this book that I may study the nature of my deity, that further knowledge of him may inspire me with deeper devotion to him. Or working, let him say, I drive my spade into the earth that fresh flowers, fruit, or what not, may spring up to his glory, and that I, purified by toil, may give better devotion to him. Or whatever it may be that he is doing, let him reason it out in his mind, drawing it through circumstance and circumstance to that one end and conclusion of the matter. And let him not perform the act until he hath done this. As it is written, Liber VII, cap. 520. Every breath, every word, every thought is an act of love with thee. 23. The beat of my heart is the pendulum of love. 24. The songs of me are the soft sighs. 25. The thoughts of me are very rapture. 26. And my deeds are the myriads of thy children, the stars and the atoms. And remember well that if thou wert in truth a lover, all this wouldst thou do of thine own nature, without the slightest flaw or failure in the 19th part thereof. Concerning elections, let the philosophers read solely in his copies of the holy books of the Lemma during the whole period of his devotion. But if he weary, then let him read books which have no part whatever in love, as for recreation. But let him copy out each verse of the Lemma which bears upon this matter, and ponder them, and comment thereupon. For therein is a wisdom and a magic too deep to utter in any other wise. 20. Concerning the meditations, herein is the most potent method of attaining unto the end. For him who is thoroughly prepared, being purified by the practice of the transmutation of deed into devotion, and consecrated by the right performance of the holy ceremonies. Yet herein is danger, for that the mind is fluid as quicksilver, and bordereth upon the abyss, and is beset by many sirens and devils that seduce and attack it to destroy it. Therefore let the devoted beware, and precise accurately his meditations, even as a man should build a canal from sea to sea. 21. Continuation. Let then the philosophers meditate upon all love that hath ever stirred him. There is the love of David and of Jonathan, and the love of Abraham and Isaac, and the love of Lear and Cordelia, and the love of Damon and Pythias, and the love of Sappho and Atthis, and the love of Romeo and Juliet, and the love of Dante and Beatrice, and the love of Paolo and Francesca, and the love of Caesar and Lucrezia Borgia, and the love of Aucassin and Nicolette, and the love of Daphnis and Chloe, and the love of Cornelia and Caius Gracchus, and the love of Bacchus and Ariadne, and the love of Cupid and Psyche, and the love of Endymion and Artemis, and the love of Demeter and Persephone, and the love of Venus and Adonis, and the love of Lakshmi and Vishnu, and the love of Siva and Bhavani, and the love of Buddha and Ananda, and the love of Jesus and John, and many more. Also, there is the love of many saints for their particular deity, as of Saint Francis of Assisi for Christ, of Sri Sabhapati Swami for Maheswara, of Abdullah Haji Shirazi for Allah, of St. Ignatius Loyola for Mary, and many more. Now do thou take one such story every night and enact it in thy mind, grasping each identity with infinite care and zest, and do thou figure thyself as one of the lovers, and thy deity as the other. Thus do thou pass through all adventures of love, not omitting one, and to each do thou conclude, how pale a reflection is this of my love for this deity. Yet from each shalt thou draw some knowledge of love, some intimacy with love, that shall aid thee to perfect thy love. Thus learn the humility of love from one, its obedience from another, its intensity from a third, its purity from a fourth, its peace from yet a fifth. So then thy love being made perfect, it shall be worthy of that perfect love of his. 22. Further concerning meditation. Moreover, let the philosopher imagine to himself that he hath indeed succeeded in his devotion, and that his Lord hath appeared to him, and that they converse as may be fitting. 23. Concerning the mysterious triangle. Now, as 3 cords separately may be broken by a child, while those same cords duly twisted may bind a giant, let the philosophers learn to entwine these 3 methods of magic into a spell. To this end, let him understand that as they are one, because the end is one, so are they one because the method is one. Even the method of turning the mind toward the particular deity by love in every act. And lest thy twine slip, here is a little cord that wrappeth tightly round and round all, even the mantram or continuous prayer. 24th dot. Concerning the mantram or continuous prayer, let the philosophers weave the name of the particular deity into a sentence short and rhythmical, as for Artemis, or for Shiva, Nama Shivaya Namaha Aum, or for Mary, Ave Maria, or for Pan, or for Allah, Hua Allahu Alazi Ilaha Iliyahua. Let him repeat this day and night without cessation mechanically in his brain, which is thus made ready for the advent of that Lord and armed against all other. 25. Concerning the active and the passive, let the philosophers change from the active love of his particular deity to a state of passive waiting, even almost a repulsion, the repulsion not of distaste, but of sublime modesty. As it is written, Liber like 2nd 59, I have called unto thee, and I have journeyed with thee, and it availed me not. 60. I waited patiently, and thou wast with me from the beginning. Then let him change back to the active, until a veritable rhythm is established between the states, as it were the swinging of a pendulum. But let him reflect that a vast intelligence is required for this, for he must stand, as it were, almost without himself, to watch those phases of himself. And to do this is an high art, and pertaineth not altogether to the grade of philosophers. Neither is it of itself helpful, but rather the reverse in this especial practice. 26. Concerning silence. Now there may come a time in the course of this practice when the outward symbols of devotion cease, when the soul is, as it were, dumb in the presence of its God. Mark that this is not a cessation, but a transmutation of the barren seed of prayer into the green shoot of yearning. This yearning is spontaneous, and it shall be left to grow, whether it be sweet or bitter. For oftentimes it is as the torment of hell in which the soul burns and writhes unceasingly. Yet it ends, and at its end continue openly thy method. 27. Concerning dryness. Another state wherein at times the soul may fall is this dark night. And this is indeed purifying, in such depths that the soul cannot fathom it. It is less like pain than like death, but it is the necessary death that comes before the rising of a body glorified. This state must be endured with fortitude, and no means of alleviating it may be employed. It may be broken up by the breaking up of the whole method and a return to the world without. This cowardice not only destroys the value of all that has gone before, but destroys the value of the oath of fealty that thou hast sworn, and makes thy will a mockery to men and gods. 28. Concerning the deceptions of the devil, know well that in this state of dryness 1,000 seductions will lure thee away, also 1,000 means of breaking thine oath in spirit without breaking it in letter. Against this thou mayst repeat the words of thine oath aloud again and again, until the temptation be overcome. Also the devil will represent to thee that it were much better for this operation that thou do thus and thus, and seek to affright thee by fears for thy health or thy reason, or he may send against thee visions worse than madness. Against all this there is but one remedy, the discipline of thine oath. So then thou shalt go through ceremonies meaningless and hideous to thee, and blaspheme shalt thou against thy deity, and curse him. And this mattereth little, for it is not thou, so be that thou adhere to the letter of thine obligation. For thy spiritual sight is closed, and to trust it is to be led into the precipice, and hurled therefrom. 29. Further of this matter, now also subtler than all these terrors are the illusions of success. But one instant self-satisfaction or expansion of thy spirit, especially in this state of dryness, and thou art lost. For thou mayst attain the false union with the demon himself. Beware also of even the pride which rises from having resisted the temptations. But so many and so subtle are the wiles of Choronzon that the whole world could not contain their enumeration. The answer to one and all is the persistence in the literal fulfillment of the routine. Beware then, last, of that devil who shall whisper in thine ear that the letter killeth, but the spirit giveth life, and answer, except a corn of wheat fall into the ground, and die, it abideth alone, but if it die, it bringeth forth much fruit. Yet shalt thou also beware of disputation with the devil and pride, in the cleverness of thine answers to him. Therefore, if thou hast not lost the power of silence, let it be first and last employed against him. 30. Concerning the inflaming of the heart, now learn that thy methods are dry, one and all. Intellectual exercises, moral exercises, they are not love. Yet as a man, rubbing 2 dry sticks together for long, suddenly found a spark, so also from time to time will true love leap unasked into thy mediation. Yet this shall die and be reborn again and again. It may be that thou hast no tender near. In the end shall come suddenly a great flame, and devouring and burn thee utterly. Now of these sparks, and of these splutterings of flame, and of these beginnings of the infinite fire, thou shalt thus be aware. For the sparks thy heart shall leap up, and thy ceremony or meditation or toil shall seem of a sudden to go of its own will. And for the little flames, this shall be increased in volume and intensity. And for the beginnings of the infinite fire, thy ceremony shall be caught up unto ravishing song, and thy meditation shall be ecstasy, and thy toil shall be a delight exceeding all pleasure thou hast ever known. And of the great flame that answereth thee, it may not be spoken, for therein is the end of this magic art of devotion. 31. Considerations with regard to the use of symbols. It is to be noted that persons of powerful imagination, will, and intelligence have no need of these material symbols. There have been certain saints who are capable of love, for an idea as such without it being otherwise and degraded by idolizing it, to use this word in its true sense. Thus one may be impassioned of beauty without even the need of so small a concretion of it as the beauty of Apollo, the beauty of Apollo, the beauty of roses, the beauty of Attis. Such persons are rare. It may be doubted whether Plato himself attained to any vision of absolute beauty without attaching to it material objects in the first place. A second class is able to contemplate ideals through this veil. A third class need a double veil and cannot think of the beauty of a rose without a rose before them. For such is this method of most use. Yet let them know that there is this danger therein, that they may mistake the gross body of the symbol for the idea made concrete thereby. 32. Considerations of further danger to those not purged of material thought. Let it be remembered that in the nature of the love itself is danger. The lust of the satyr for the nymph is indeed of the same nature as the affinity of quicklime for water on the one hand, and of love of Abe for Amma on the other. So also is the triad Osiris, Isis, Horus, like that of a horse, mare, foal, and of red, blue, purple. And this is the foundation of correspondences. But it were false to say Horus is a foal or Horus is purple. One may say Horus resembles a foal in this respect, that he is the offspring of two complementary beings. 33. Further of this matter, so also many have said truly that since earth is that one, and ocean is that one, therefore earth is ocean. Unto him good is illusion, and evil is illusion, therefore good is evil. By this fallacy of logic are many men destroyed. Moreover, there are those who take the image for the god, as who should say, my heart is in Tiphereth, and Adeptus is in Typhoreth. I am therefore an adept. And in this practice, the worst danger is this, that the love which is its weapon should fail in one of two ways. First, if the love lack any quality of love, so long is it not ideal love. For it is written of the perfected one, there is no member of my body which is not the member of some god. Therefore let not the philosophist despise any form of love, but harmonize all. So therefore perfection abideth not in the pinnacles or in the foundation, but in the harmony of one with all. Second, if any part of this love exceed, there is disease therein. As in the love of Othello for Desdemona, love's jealousy overcame love's tenderness. So may it be in this love of a particular deity. And this is more likely, since in this divine love no element may be omitted. It is by virtue of this completeness that no human love may in any way attain to more than to foreshadow a little part thereof. 34. Concerning mortifications. These are not necessary to this method. On the contrary, they may destroy the concentration as counter-irritants too, and so alleviations of the supreme mortification, which is the absence of the deity invoked. Yet as in mortal love arises a distaste for food or a pleasure in things naturally painful, this perversion should be endured and allowed to take its course, yet not to the interference with natural bodily health, whereby the instrument of the soul might be impaired. And concerning sacrifices for love's sake, they are natural to this method and right. But concerning voluntary privations and tortures without use save as against the devotee, they are generally not natural to healthy natures and wrong, for they are selfish. To scourge one's self serves not one's master, yet to deny oneself bread that one's child may have cake is the act of a true mother. 35. Further concerning mortifications, if thy body on which thou ridest be so disobedient a beast that by no means will he travel in the desired direction, or if thy mind be balkish and eloquent as Balaam's fabled ass, then let the practice be abandoned. Let the shrine be covered in sackcloth, and do thou put on habits of lamentation, and abide alone. And do thou return most austerely to the practice of liber jugorum, testing thyself by a standard higher than that hitherto accomplished, and punishing infractions with a heavier goad. Nor do thou return to thy devotion until that body and mind are tamed and trained to all manner of peaceable going. 36. Concerning minor adjuvant in the ceremonies. I. Rising on the plains. By this method mayst thou assist the imagination at the time of concluding thine invocation. Act as taught in Liber O by the light of Liber 7 and 77. 37. Concerning minor methods adjuvant in the ceremonies. 2 talismanic magic, having made by thine ingenium a talisman or panicle to represent the particular deity, and consecrated it with infinite love and care. Do thou burn it ceremonially before the shrine, as if thereby giving up the shadow for the substance. But it is useless to do this, unless thou do really in thine heart value talisman beyond all else. Concerning minor methods adjuvant in the ceremonies, 3 rehearsal, it may assist if the traditional history of the particular deity be rehearsed before him, Perhaps this is best done in dramatic form. This method is the main one recommended in the Exercices Spirituales of St. Ignatius, whose work may be taken as a model. Let the philosophers work out the legend of his own particular deity, and apportioning days to events, live that life in imagination, exercising the five senses in turn, as occasion arises. 39. Concerning minor matters, adjuvant in the ceremonies. A for duress. This method consists in cursing a deity recalcitrant as threatening ceremonially to burn the blood of Osiris and to grind down his bones to power. This method is altogether contrary to the spirit of love, unless the particular deity be himself savage and relentless, as Jehovah or Kali. In such a case, the desire to perform constraint and cursing may be the sign of the assimilation of the spirit of the devotee with that of his god, and so an advance to the union with him. 40. Concerning the value of this particular form of union or samadhi, all samadhi is defined as the ecstatic union of a subject and object in consciousness, with the result that a third thing arises which partakes in no way of the nature of the two. It would seem at first sight that it is of no importance whatever to choose an object of meditation. For example, the samadhi called Atmadarshana might arise from simple concentration of the thought on an imagined triangle or on the heart. But as the union of two bodies in chemistry may be endothermic or exothermic, the combination of oxygen with nitrogen is gentle, while that of oxygen with hydrogen is explosive. And as it is found that the most heat is disengaged as a rule by the union of bodies most opposite in character, and that the compound resulting from such is most stable. So it seems reasonable to suggest that the most important and enduring samadhi results from the contemplation of the object most opposite to the devotee. On other planes, it has been suggested that the most opposed types make the best marriages and produce the healthiest children. The greatest pictures and operas are those in which violent extremes are blended, and so generally in every field of activity, even in mathematics, the greatest parallelogram is formed if the lines composing it are set at right angles. 41. Conclusions from the foregoing. It may then be suggested to the philosophers that although his work will be harder, his reward will be greater if he choose a deity most remote from his own nature. This method is harder and higher than that of liber E for a simple object as there suggested, is of the same nature as the commonest things of life, while even the meanest deity is beyond uninitiated human understanding. On the same plane, too, Venus is nearer to man than Aphrodite, Aphrodite than Isis, Isis than Babylon, Babylon than wit. Let him decide, therefore, according to his discretion on the one hand, and his aspiration on the other, and let not one overrun his fellow. 42. Further concerning the value of this method, certain objections arise. Firstly, in the nature of all human love is illusion and a certain blindness, nor is there any true love below the veil of the abyss. For this reason, we give this method to the philosophers as the reflection of the exempt adept, who reflects the Magister Templi and the Magus. Let then the philosophers attain this method as a foundation of the higher methods to be given to him when he attains those higher grades. Another objection lies in the partiality of this method. This is equally a defect characteristic of the grade. 43. Concerning a notable danger of success, it may occur that owing to the tremendous power of the samadhi overcoming all other memories as it should and does do, that the mind of the devotee may be obsessed, so that he declare his particular deity to be sole God and Lord. This error has been the foundation of all dogmatic religions, and so the cause of more misery than all other errors combined. The philosophus is peculiarly liable to this, because from the nature of the method he cannot remain skeptical. He must for the time believe in his particular deity, but let him, 1. Consider that this belief is only a weapon in his hands, and 2. Affirm sufficiently that his deity is but an emanation or reflection or eidolon of a being beyond him, as was said in paragraph 2. For if he fail herein, since man cannot remain permanently in samadhi, the memorized image in his mind will be degraded, and replaced by the corresponding demon to his utter ruin. Therefore, after success, let him not delight overmuch in his deity, but rather busy himself with his other work, not permitting that which is but a step to become a goal. As it is written, liber seal 30 and remembering that philosophy is the equilibrium of him that is in the house of love. 44:4. Concerning the secrecy and the rights of blood, during this practice it is most wise that the philosophers utter no word concerning his working, as if it were a forbidden love that consumeth him. But let him answer fools according to their folly. For since he cannot conceal his love from his fellows, he must speak to them as they may understand. And as many deities demand sacrifice, one of men, another of cattle, a third of doves, let these sacrifices be replaced by the true sacrifices in thine own heart. Yet if thou must symbolize them outwardly for the hardness of thine heart, let thine own blood and no others be spilt before that altar. Nevertheless, forget not that this practice is dangerous, and may cause the manifestation of evil things, hostile and malicious, to thy great hurt. 45. Concerning a further sacrifice. Of this it shall be understood that nothing is to be spoken, nor need anything be spoken to him that hath wisdom to comprehend the number of the paragraph. And this sacrifice is fatal beyond all, unless it be a sacrificium indeed. Yet there are those who have dared and achieved thereby. 46. Concerning yet a further sacrifice. Here it is spoken of actual mutilation. Such acts are abominable, and while they may bring success in this method, form an absolute bar to all further progress, and they are in any case more likely to madness than to samadhi. He indeed who purposeth them is already mad. 47. Concerning human affection. During this practice thou shalt in no wise withdraw thyself from human relations, only figuring to thyself that thy father or thy brother or thy wife is as it were an image of thy particular deity. Thus shall they gain and not lose by thy working. Only in the case of thy wife this is difficult, since she is more to thee than all others, and in this case thou mayst act with temperance, lest her personality overcome and destroy that of thy deity. 48. Concerning the holy guardian angel, do thou in no wise confuse this invocation with that. 49. The benediction. And so may the love that passeth all understanding keep your hearts and minds through and through Babylon of the city of the pyramids, and through Astarta, the starry one green-girdled in the name Ararta. Liber orvel spiritus sub figura assisidae, let the zelator observe the current of his breath. 3. Let him investigate the following statements and prepare a careful record of recent. A. Certain actions induce the flow of the breath through the right nostril, Pingala. And conversely, the flow of the breath through Pingala induces certain actions. B. Certain other actions induce the flow of the breath through the left nostril, Ida, and conversely. C. Yet a third class of actions induce the flow of the breath through both nostrils at once, Sushumna, and conversely. D. The degree of mental and physical activity is interdependent with the distance from the nostrils at which the breath can be felt by the back of the hand. 4. First practice. Let him concentrate his mind upon the act of breathing, saying mentally, the breath flows in, the breath flows out, and record the results. This practice may resolve itself into Mahasatipatthana, Vide Liber 25 or induced samadhi. Whichever occurs should be followed up as the right ingenium of the zelator or the advice of his practicus may determine. Second practice, pranayama. This is outlined in Liber E further. Let the zelator accomplished in those practices endeavor to master a cycle of 10, 20, 40, or even 16, 32, 64. But let this be done gradually and with due caution, and when he is steady and easy both in asana and pranayama, let him still further increase the period. Thus let him investigate these statements which follow. A. If pranayama be properly performed, the body will first of all become covered with sweat. This sweat is different in character from that customarily induced by exertion. If the practitioner rub this sweat thoroughly into his body, he will greatly strengthen it. B. The tendency to perspiration will stop as the practice is continued, and the body become automatically rigid. Describe this rigidity with minute accuracy. C. The state of automatic rigidity will develop into a state characterized by violent spasmodic movements of which the practitioner is unconscious, but of whose result he is aware. This result is that the body hops gently from place to place. After the first 2 or 3 occurrences of this experience, asana is not lost. The body appears, on another theory, to have lost its way almost completely and to be moved by an unknown force. D. As a development of this stage, the body rises into the air and remains there for an appreciably long period, from a second to an hour or more. Let him further investigate any mental results which may occur. 6. Third practice. In order both to economize his time and to develop his powers, let the zelator practice the deep, full breathing which his preliminary exercises will have taught him during his walks. Let him repeat a sacred sentence, mantra, or let him count in such a way that his footfall beats accurately with the rhythm thereof, as is done in dancing. Then let him practice pranayama, at first without the kumbhakam, and pay no attention to the nostrils otherwise than to keep them clear. Let him begin by an indrawing of the breath for 4 paces, and a breathing out for 4 paces. Let him increase this gradually to 6.6, 8.8, 12.126, 26, and 24.24, or more if he be able. Next, let him practice in the proper proportion 4.8, 6.16, 12.24, and so on. Then, if he choose, let him recommence the series, adding a gradually increasing period of kumbhakam. 7. Fourth practice. Following on this third practice, let him quicken his mantra and his pace until the walk develops into a dance. This may also be practiced with the ordinary waltz step, using a mantra in 3 time, such as or lao, lao sabao. In such cases, the practice may be combined with devotion to a particular deity. See liber, chil talention fierce. For the dance as such, it is better to use a mantra of a non-committal character, such as or the like. 8. Fifth practice. Let him practice mental concentration during the dance and investigate the following experiment. A. The dance becomes independent of the will. B. Similar phenomena to those described in 5a, b, c, d occur. 9. A note concerning the depth and fullness of the breathing. In all proper expiration, the last possible portion of air should be expelled. In this, the muscles of the throat, chest, ribs, and abdomen must be fully employed, and aided by the pressing of the upper arms into the flanks and of the head into the thorax. In all proper inspiration, the last possible portion of air must be drawn into the lungs. In all proper holding of the breath, the body must remain absolutely still. 10 minutes of such practice is ample to induce profuse sweating in any place of a temperature of 17 degrees C or over. The progress of the zelator in acquiring a depth and fullness of breath should be tested by the respirometer. The exercises should be carefully graduated to avoid overstrain and possible damage to the lungs. This depth and fullness of breath should be kept as much as possible, even in the rapid exercises, with the exception of the 6th practice following. 10. 6th practice. Let the zelator breathe as shallowly and rapidly as possible. He should assume the attitude of his moment of greatest expiration and breathe only with the muscles of his throat. He may also practice lengthening the period between each shallow breathing. This may be combined, when acquired, with concentration on the Visuddhi Chakra. That is, let him fix his mind unwaveringly upon a point in the spine opposite the larynx. 7th practice. Let the zelator practice restraint of breathing in the following manner. At any stage of breathing, let him suddenly hold the breath, enduring the need to breathe, until it passes, returns, and passes again, and so on until consciousness is lost, either rising to samadhi or a similar supernormal condition, or falling into oblivion. 13. 9th practice. Let him practice the usual forms of pranayama, but let kumbhakam be used after instead of before expiration. Let him gradually increase the period of this kumbhakam, as in the case of the other. 14. A note concerning the conditions of these experiments. The conditions favorable are dry, bracing air, a warm climate, absence of wind, absence of noise, insects, and all other disturbing influences, a retired situation. Simple food eaten in great moderation at the conclusion of the practices of morning and afternoon, and on no account before practicing. Bodily health is almost essential, and should be most carefully guarded. See libertarian serve task of a neophyte. A diligent and tractable disciple or the practicus of the zelator should aid him in his work. Such a disciple should be noiseless, patient, vigilant, prompt, cheerful, of gentle manner, and reverent to his master, intelligent to anticipate his wants, cleanly and gracious, not given to speech, devoted, and unselfish. With all this, he should be fierce and terrible to strangers and all hostile influences, determined and vigorous, increasingly vigilant, the guardian of the threshold. It is not desirable that the zelator should employ any other creature than a man, save in cases of necessity. Yet for some of these purposes a dog will serve, for others a woman. There are also others appointed to serve, but these are not for the zelator. 15. 10th practice. Let the zelator experiment, if he will, with inhalations of oxygen, nitrous oxide, carbon dioxide, and other gases mixed in small proportion with his air during his practices. These experiments are to be conducted with caution in the presence of a medical man of experience, and they are only useful as facilitating a simulacrum of the results of the proper practices, and thereby enheartening the zelator. 11th practice. Let the zelator at a time during the practices, especially during the periods of kumhakam, throw his will utterly towards his holy guardian angel, directing his eyes inward and upward, and turning back his tongue as if to swallow it. This latter operation is facilitated by severing the franum linguae, which, if done, should be done by a competent surgeon. We do not advise this or any similar method of cheating difficulties. This is, however, harmless. In this manner, the practice is to be raised from the physical to the spiritual plane, even as the words ru, ruk, pneuma, spiritus, geist, ghost, and indeed words of almost all languages have been raised from their physical meanings of wind, breath, or movement to the spiritual plane. RV is the old root meaning yoni, and hence wheel, Fafara ru, and the corresponding Semitic root means to go. Similarly, spirit is connected with spiral, Edwine 017. Let the zelator attach no credit to any statements that may have been made throughout the course of this instruction, and reflect that even the counsel which we have given as suitable to the average case may be entirely unsuitable to his own. Liber Yad sub figurati C20. This book was formerly called Vesta. It is referred to the path of Virgo and the letter Yod. 1. This is the book of drawing, all to a point. 2. Herein are described 3 methods whereby the consciousness of the many may be melted to that of the one. First method, 0. Let a magical circle be constructed, and within it an upright taw drawn upon the ground. Let this taw be devised into 10 squares. See Liber Sentinel to Tirstedland. Let the magician be armed with the sword of art, 2. Let him wear the black robe of a neophyte. Let a single flame of camphor burn at the top of the towel, and let there be no other light or ornament. 4. Let him open the temple as in DCL Panawewi in a convenient manner. 5. Standing at the appropriate quarters at the edge of the circle, let him banish the 5 elements by the appropriate rituals. 6. Standing at the edge of the circle, let him banish the 7 planets by the appropriate rituals. Let him face the actual position of each planet in the heavens at the time of his working. 7. Let him further banish the 12 signs of the zodiac by the appropriate rituals, facing each sign in turn. 8. Let him at each of these 24 banishings make 3 circumambulations widdershins, with the signs of Horus and Harpocrates in the east as he passes it. 9. Let him advance to the square of Malkuth in the Tau, and perform a ritual of banishing Malkuth. But here, let him not leave the square to circumambulate the circle, but use the formula and god form of Harpocrates. 10. Let him advance in turn to the squares, Jesod, Had, Netzah, Tifereth, Gebura, cheesed and banish each by appropriate rituals. 1. And let him know that such rituals include the pronunciation of the appropriate names of God backwards, and also a curse against the Sephira in respect of all that which it is, for that which distinguishes and separates it from Kether. 12. Advancing to the squares of Baina and Chokma in turn, let him banish these also. And for that, by now, and awe and trembling shall have taken hold upon him. Let him banish these by a supreme ritual of inestimable puissance, and let him beware exceedingly lest his will falter or his courage fail. Finally, let him, advancing to the square of Kether, banish that also by what means he may. At the end whereof let him set his foot upon the light, extinguishing it, and as he falleth, let him fall within the circle. Second method 1. Let the hermit be seated in his asana, robed, and let him meditate in turn upon every several part of his body, until that part is so unreal to him that he no longer includes it in his comprehension of himself. For example, if it be his right foot, let him touch that foot and be alarmed, thinking a foot, what is this foot? Surely I am not alone in the hermitage, and this practice should be carried out not only at the time of meditation, but during the day's work. 2. This meditation is to be assisted by reasoning, as this foot is not I. If I should lose my foot, I should still be I. This foot is a mass of changing and decaying flesh, bone, skin, blood, G41, one lymph, etc. While I am the unchanging and immortal spirit, uniform, not made, unbegotten, formless, self-luminous, etc. 3. This practice, being perfect for each part of the body, let him combine his workings until the whole body is thus understood as the non-ego and as illusion. 4. Let then the hermit, seated in his asana, meditate upon the Muladhara Chakra and its correspondence as a power of the mind, and destroy it in the same manner as aforesaid. Also by reasoning, this emotion, memory, imagination, intellect, will as it may be, is not I. This emotion is transient. I am immovable. This emotion is passion. I am peace, and so on. Let the other chakras in their turn be thus destroyed, each one with its mental or moral attribute. 5. In this let him be aided by his own psychological analysis, so that no part of his conscious being be thus left undestroyed. And on his thoroughness in this matter may turn his success. 6. Lastly, having drawn all his being into the highest Sahasrara Chakra, let him remain eternally fixed in meditation thereupon. 7. Third method. Let the hermit stimulate each of the senses in turn, concentrating upon each until it ceases to stimulate. The senses of sight and touch are extremely difficult to conquer. In the end, the hermit must be utterly unable by any effort to see or feel the object of those senses, OM2. This being perfected, let him combine them 2 at a time. For example, let him chew ginger, taste and touch, and watch a waterfall, sight and hearing, and watch incense, sight and smell, and crush sugar in his teeth, taste and hearing, and so on. 3. These 25 practices being accomplished, let him combine them 3 at a time, then 4 at a time. 4. Lastly, let him combine all the senses in a single object, and herein may a 6th sense be included. He is then to withdraw himself entirely from all the stimulations parind AAC cadaver, in spite of his own efforts to attach himself to them. 5. By this method, it is said that the demons of the Ruach, that is, thoughts and memories, are inhibited, and we deny it not. But if so be that they arise, let him build a wall between himself and them according to the method. 6. Thus, having stilled the voices of the 6, may he obtain incense, the subtlety of the 7th. We add the following, contributed by a friend at that time, without the AA, and its dependent order. He worked out the method himself, and we think it may prove useful to many. OM1. The beginner must first practice breathing regularly through the nose, at the same time trying hard to believe that the breath goes to the ajna and not to the lungs. The pranayama exercises described in the Equinox Volume 1, number 4, p. 101, must next be practiced, always with the idea that ajna is breathing. Try to realize that power, not air, is being drawn into the ajna, is being concentrated there during kumbhakam, and is vivifying the ajna during expiration. Try rather to increase the force of concentration in ajna than to increase so excessively the length of kumbhakam, as this is dangerous if rashly undertaken. 2. Walk slowly in a quiet place. Realize that the legs are moving and study their movements. Understand thoroughly that these movements are due to nerve messages sent down from the brain, and that the controlling power lies in the ajna. The legs are automatic, like those of a wooden monkey. The power in ajna is that which does the work, is that which walks. This is not hard to realize and should be grasped firmly, ignoring all other walking sensations. Apply this method to every other muscular movement. 3. Lie flat on the back with the feet under a heavy piece of furniture. Keeping the spine straight and the arms in a line with the body, rise slowly to a sitting posture. By means of the force residing in the ajna, that is, try to prevent the mind dwelling on any other exertion or sensation. Then let the body slowly down to its original position. Repeat He 41 3D kind this 2 or 3 times every night and morning, and slowly increase the number of repetitions. 4. Try to transfer all bodily sensations to the ajna, for example. I am cold should mean I feel cold, or better still, I am aware of a sensation of cold. Transfer this to the ajna. The ajna is aware, etc. 5. Pain, if very slight, may easily be transferred to the ajna after a little practice. The best method for a beginner is to imagine he has a pain in the body and then imagine that it passes directly into the ajna. It does not pass through the intervening structures, but goes direct. After continual practice, even severe pain may be transferred to the ajna. 6. Fix the mind on the base of the spine and then gradually move the thoughts upwards to the ajna. In this meditation, ajna is the holy of holies, but it is dark and empty. Finally, strive hard to drive anger and other obsessing thoughts into the ajna. Try to develop a tendency to think hard of ajna when these thoughts attack the mind, and let ajna conquer them. Beware of thinking of my ajna. In these meditations and practices, ajna does not belong to you. Ajna is the master and worker. You are the wooden monkey. Vel tishar sub figura. Maybe. It has not been possible to construct this book on a basis of pure skepticism. This matters less as the practice leads to skepticism, and it may be through it. 0. This book is not intended to lead to the supreme attainment. On the contrary, its results define the separate being of the exempt, adept from the rest of the universe, and discover his relation to the universe. 1. It is of such importance to the exempt adept that we cannot overrate it. Let him in no wise adventure the plunge into the abyss until he has accomplished this to his most perfect satisfaction. 2. For in the abyss no effort is anywise possible. The abyss is passed by virtue of the mass of the adept and his karma. 2 forces impel him. 1. The attraction of bina. 2. The impulse of his karma, and the ease and even the safety of his passage depend on the strength and direction of the latter. And take the irrevocable oath of the abyss, he might be lost therein through eons of incalculable agony. He might even be thrown back upon Chesed, with the terrible karma of failure added to his original imperfection. 4. It is even said that in certain circumstances it is possible to fall altogether from the tree of life and to attain the towers of the Black Brothers. But we hold that this is not possible for any adept who has truly attained his grade, or even for any man who has really sought to help humanity, even for a single second, and that although his aspiration have been impure through vanity, or any similar imperfections. 5. Let then the adept who finds the result of these meditations unsatisfactory refuse the oath of the abyss, and live so that his karma gains strength and direction suitable to the task at some future period. Memory is essential to the individual consciousness. Otherwise, the mind were but a blank sheet on which shadows are cast. But we see that not only does the mind retain impressions, but that it is so constituted that its tendency is to retain some more excellently than others. Thus, the great classical scholar, Sir Richard Jebb, was unable to learn even the schoolboy mathematics required for the preliminary examination at Cambridge University, and a special grace of the authorities was required in order to admit him. 7. The first method to be described has been detailed in Bhikkhu Ananda Mateya's training of the mind, Equinox the First, 5 pages 28 to 59, and especially pages 48 to 57. Its most important result, as regards the oath of the abyss, is the freedom from all desire or clinging to anything which it gives. Its second result is to aid the adept in the second method by supplying him with further data for his investigation. 8. The stimulation of memory, useful in both practices, is also achieved by simple meditation, liberty in a certain stage of which old memories arise unbidden. The adept may then practice this, stopping at this stage, and encouraging instead of suppressing the flashes of memory. 9. Zoroaster has said, explore the river of the soul, whence or in what order you have come, so that although you have become a servant to the body, you may again rise to that order, the A, from which you descended, joining works, to the sacred reason, the Tao 1-0. The result of the second method is to show the adept to what end his powers are destined. When he has passed the abyss and becomes Nemo, the return of the current causes him to appear in the heaven of Jupiter as a morning star or as an evening star. In other words, he should discover what may be the nature of his work. Thus, Muhammad was a brother reflected into Netzach, Buddha a brother reflected into Had, or, as some say, Da. The present manifestation of Fred or P to the outer is in Tefrith, to the inner in the path of Leo. First method. Let the exempt adept first train himself to think backwards by external means, as set forth here following. A. Let him learn to write backwards with either hand. B. Let him learn to walk backwards. C. Let him constantly watch, if convenient, cinematograph films and listen to phonograph records reversed, and let him so accustom himself to these that they appear natural and appreciable as a whole. D. Let him practice speaking backwards. Thus for I am he, let him say, am I. Let him learn to read backwards. In this it is difficult to avoid cheating oneself, as an expert reader sees a sentence at a glance. Let his disciple read aloud to him backwards, slowly at first, then more quickly. F. Of his own ingenium, let him devise other methods, 12 to T. In this, his brain will at first be overwhelmed by a sense of utter confusion. Secondly, it will endeavor to evade the difficulty by a trick. The brain will pretend to be working backwards when E41-7. It is merely normal. It is difficult to describe the nature of the trick, but it will be quite obvious to anyone who has done practices A and B for a day or two. They become quite easy, and he will think that he is making progress, an illusion which close analysis will dispel. 13. Having begun to train his brain in this manner and obtain some little success, let the exempt adept, seated in his asana, think first of his present attitude, next of the act of being seated, next of his entering the room, next of his robing, etc., exactly as it happened. And let him most strenuously endeavor to think each act as happening backwards. It is not enough to think, I am seated here, and before that I was standing, and before that I entered the room, etc. That series is the trick detected in the preliminary practices. The series must not run FABC, but I Fitsibia. Not horse A is this, but Ezra SI site. To obtain this thoroughly well practiced, C is very useful. The brain will be found to struggle constantly to right itself, soon accustoming itself to accept Ezra as merely another glyph for horse. This tendency must be constantly combated. 14. In the early stages of this practice, the endeavor should be to meticulous minuteness of detail in remembering actions, for the brain's habit of thinking forward will at first be insuperable. Thinking of large and complex actions, then, will give a series which we may symbolically write api kreiestu haikum, ABCDID. If these be split into detail, we shall have stu PQROM NKLHFGCDAB, which is much nearer to the ideal Utsert Pipamaki Fedspia 15th. Capacities differ widely, but the exempt adept need have no reason to be discouraged. If after a month's continuous labor, he find that now and again for a few seconds his brain really works backwards. 16. The exempt adept should concentrate his efforts upon obtaining a perfect picture 5 minutes backwards, rather than upon extending the time covered by his meditation. For this preliminary training of the brain is the pons asinorum of the whole process. 17. This 5 minutes exercise being satisfactory, the exempt adept may extend the same at his discretion to cover an hour, ye 41 ADD day, a week, and so on. Difficulties vanish before him as he advances. The extension from a day to the course of his whole life will not prove so difficult as the perfecting of the 5 minutes. 18. This practice should be repeated at least 4 times daily, And progress is shown firstly by the ever easier running of the brain, secondly by the added memories which arise. 19. It is useful to reflect during this practice, which in time becomes almost mechanical, upon the way in which effects spring from causes. This aids the mind to link its memories and prepares the adept for the preliminary practice of the second method. 20. Having allowed the mind to return for some 100 times to the hour of birth, it should be encouraged to endeavor to penetrate beyond that period. If it be properly trained to run backwards, there will be little difficulty in doing this, although it is one of the distinct steps in the practice. 21. It may be then that the memory will persuade the adept of some previous existence. Where this is possible, let it be checked by an appeal to facts as follows. 22. It often occurs to men that on visiting a place to which they have never been, it appears familiar. This may arise from a confusion of thought or a slipping of the memory, but it is conceivably a fact. If, then, the adept remember that he was in a previous life in some city, say Krakow, which he has in this life never visited, let him describe from memory the appearance of Krakow and of its inhabitants, setting down their names. Let him further enter into details of the city and its customs. And having done this with great minuteness, let him confirm the same by consultation with historians and geographers, or by a personal visit, remembering both to the credit of his memory and its discredit that historians, geographers, and himself are alike fallible. But let him not trust his memory to assert its conclusions as fact, and act thereupon without most adequate confirmation. 23. This process of checking his memory should be practiced with the earlier memories of childhood and youth by reference to the memories and records of others, always reflecting upon the fallibility even of such safeguards. 24. All this being perfected so that the memory reaches back into aeons incalculably distant. Let the exempt adept meditate upon the fruitlessness of all those years, and upon the fruit thereof, severing that which is transitory and worthless from that which is eternal. And it may be that he, being but an exempt adept, may hold all to be savorless and full of sorrow. 25. This being so, without reluctance will he swear the oath of the abyss. 26. Second method. Let the exempt adept, fortified by the practice of the first method, enter the preliminary practice of the second method. Second method. Preliminary practices. Let him, seated in his asana, consider any event and trace it to its immediate causes, and let this be done very fully and minutely. Here, for example, is a body erect and motionless. Let the adept consider the many forces which maintain it. Firstly, the attraction of the earth, of the sun, of the planets, of the farthest stars, nay, of every mote of dust in the room, one of which, could it be annihilated, would cause that body to move, although so imperceptibly. Also the resistance of the floor, the pressure of the air, and all other external conditions. Secondly, the internal forces which sustain it, the vast and complex machinery of the skeleton, the muscles, the blood, the lymph, the marrow, all that makes up a man. Thirdly, the moral and intellectual forces involved, the mind, the will, the consciousness. Let him continue this with unremitting ardor, searching nature, leaving nothing out. 28. Next, let him take one of the immediate causes of his position and trace out its equilibrium, for example, the will. What determines the will to aid in holding the body erect and motionless? 29. This being discovered, let him choose one of the forces which determine his will and trace out that in similar fashion, and let this process be continued for many days until the interdependence of all things is a truth assimilated in his inmost being. 30. This being accomplished, let him trace his own history with special reference to the causes of each event. And in this practice he may neglect to some extent the universal forces which at all times act on all, as for example, the attraction of masses, and let him concentrate his attention upon the principal and determining or effective causes. For instance, he is seated perhaps in a country place in Spain. Why? Because Spain is warm and suitable for meditation, and because cities are noisy and crowded. Why is Spain warm, and why does he wish to meditate? Why choose warm Spain rather than warm India? To the last question, Because Spain is nearer to his home. Then why is his home near Spain? Because his parents were Germans. And why did they go to Germany? And so during the whole meditate. 31. On another day, let him begin with a question of another kind, and every day devise new questions, not concerning his present situation, but also abstract questions. Thus, let him connect the prevalence of water upon the surface of the globe with its necessity to such life as we know, with the specific gravity and other physical properties of water, and let him perceive ultimately through all this the necessity and concord of things, not concord as the schoolmen of old believed, making all things for man's benefit or convenience, but the essential mechanical concord whose final law is inertia. And in these meditations, let him avoid, as if it were the plague, any speculation sentimental or fantastic. 32-second method. The practice proper. Having then perfected in his mind these conceptions, let him apply them to his own career, forging the links of memory into the chain of necessity. And let this be his final question. To what purpose am I fit? Of what service can my being prove to the brothers of the AA if I cross the abyss and am admitted to the city of the pyramids? 33. Now that he may clearly understand the nature of this question and the method of solution, let him study the reasoning of the anatomist who reconstructs an animal from a single bone. To take a simple example, 34. Suppose, having lived all my life among savages, a ship is cast upon the shore and wrecked. Undamaged among the cargo is a Victoria. What is its use? The wheels speak of roads, their slimness of smooth roads, the break of hilly roads. The shafts show that it was meant to be drawn by an animal. Their height and length suggest an animal of the size of a horse. That the carriage is open suggests a climate tolerable at any time of the year. The height of the box suggests crowded streets, or the spirited character of the animal employed to draw it. The cushions indicate its use to convey men, rather than merchandise. Its hood that rain sometimes falls, or that the sun is at times powerful. The springs would imply considerable skill in metals, the varnish much attainment in that craft. 35. Similarly, let the adept consider of his own case. Now that he is on the point of plunging into the abyss, a giant confronts him with uplifted club. 36. There is no minutest atom of his composition which can be withdrawn without making him some other than he is. No useless moment in his past. Then what is his future? The Victoria is not a wagon. It is not intended for carting hay. It is not a sulky. It is useless in trotting races. 37. So the adept has military genius or much knowledge of Greek. How do these attainments help his purpose, or the purpose of the brother? He was ut to death by Calvin, or stoned by Hezekiah. As a snake he was killed by a villager, or as an elephant slain in battle under Hamilcar. How do such memories help him? Until he have thoroughly mastered the reason for every incident in his past, and found a purpose for every item of his present equipment, he cannot truly answer even those three questions what were first put to him, even the three questions of the ritual of the pyramid. He is not ready to swear the oath of the abyss. 38. But being thus enlightened, let him swear the oath of the abyss. Yeah, let him swear the oath of the abyss. Liber B vel magi sub figura. These are the 7 spirits of unrighteousness, 7 vultures of evil. Thus is the art and craft of the magus but glamour. How shall he destroy himself? 0. Yet the magus hath power upon the mother both directly and through love. And the magus is love, and bindeth together that and this in his conjuration. 1. In the beginning doth the magus speak truth, and send forth illusion and falsehood to enslave the soul. Yet therein is the mystery of redemption. By his wisdom made he the worlds. The world that is God is none other than he. 3. Now then shall he end his speech with silence, for he is speech for. He is the first and the last. How shall he cease to number himself? 5. By a magus is this writing made known through the mind of a magister. The one uttereth clearly, and the other understandeth. Yet the word is falsehood, and the understanding darkness. And this saying is of all truth. 6. Nevertheless, it is written, for there be times of darkness, and this as a lamp therein. 7. With the wand createth he. 8. With the cup preserveth he. 9. With the dagger destroyeth he. 10. With the coin redeemeth he. 1. His weapons fulfill the wheel, and on what axle that turneth is not known unto him. 12. From all these actions must he cease before the curse of his grade is uplifted from him, before he attain to that which existeth without form. 13. And if at this time he be manifested upon earth as a man, and therefore is this present writing, let this be his method, that the curse of his grade and the burden of his attainment be uplifted from him. 14. Let him beware of abstinence from action, for the curse of his grade is that he must speak truth, that the falsehood thereof may enslave the souls of men. Let him then utter that without fear, that the law may be fulfilled. And according to his original nature will that law be shapen, so that one may declare gentleness and quietness, being an Hindu, and another fierceness and servility, being a Jew, and yet another ardor and manliness, being an Arab. Yet this matter toucheth the mystery of incarnation, and is not here to be declared. 151. Now the grade of a magister teacheth the mystery of sorrow, and the grade of a magus the mystery of change, and the grade of ipsissimus the mystery of selflessness, which is called also the mystery of pain. Let the magus then contemplate each in turn, raising it to the ultimate power of infinity, wherein sorrow is joy, and change is stability, and selflessness is self. For the interplay of the parts hath no action upon the whole. And this contemplation shall be performed not by simple meditation, how much less than by reason, but by the method which shall have been given unto him in his initiation to the grade. 17. Following which method, it shall be easy for him to combine that trinity from its elements, and further to combine Sat Chit Ananda, and light, love, life, 3 by 3 into 9 that are one, in which meditation success shall be that which was first adumbrated to him in the grade of practicus, which reflecteth Mercury in the lowest world. In Liber 27, here is nothing under its 3 forms. 1-8. And this is the opening of the grade of Ipsissimus, and by the Buddhists it is called the trance Nirodha Samapatti. 19. And whoa, 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 yay, whoa, and again whoa, whoa, and again whoa, whoa, and it's a 7 times. To be his that preacheth not at his law. And woe also be unto him that refuseth the curse of the grey of a magus, and the burden of the attainment thereof. 21. And in the word chaos, let the book be sealed. Yea, let the book be sealed. These are the adorations to be performed by aspirants to the AI1. Let him greet the sun at dawn, facing east, giving the sign of his grade. And let him say in a loud voice, Hail unto thee who art Ra in thy rising, even unto thee who art Ra in thy strength, who travellest over the heavens in thy bark at the uprising of the sun. Tahuti standeth in his splendor at the prow, and Rahor abideth at the helm. Hail unto thee from the abodes of night. 2. Also at noon let him greet the sun, facing south, giving the sign of his grade. And let him say in a loud voice, Hail unto thee who art Ahathor in thy triumphing, even unto thee who art Ahathor in thy beauty, who travellest over the heavens in thy bark at the mid-course of the sun. Tahuti standeth in his splendor at the prow, and Rahor abideth at the helm. Hail unto thee from the abodes of morning. 3. Also at sunset let him greet the sun, facing west, giving the sign of his grade. And let him say in a loud voice, Hail unto thee who art turned in thy setting, even unto thee who art turned in thy joy, who travellest over the heavens in thy bark at the downgoing of the sun. Tahuti standeth in his splendor at the prow, and Rahor abideth at the helm. Hail unto thee from the abodes of day. 4. Lastly, at midnight let him greet the sun, facing north, giving the sign of his grade, and let him say in a loud voice, Hail unto thee who art Kephra in thy hiding, even unto thee who art Kephra in thy silence, who travellest over the heavens in thy bark at the midnight hour of the sun. Tahuti standeth in his splendor at the prow, and Rahor abideth at the helm. Hail unto thee from the abodes of evening. 5. And after each of these invocations thou shalt give the sign of silence, and afterward thou shalt perform the adoration that is taught thee by thy superior, and then do thou compose thyself to holy meditation. 6. Also, it is better if in these adorations thou assume the God form of whom thou adorest, as if thou didst unite with him in the adoration of that which is beyond him. Thus shalt thou ever be mindful of the great work which thou hast undertaken to perform, and thus shalt thou be strengthened to pursue it unto the attainment of the stone of the wise, the summum bonum, true wisdom and perfect happiness. Liber the 3 vel jugorum. 0. Behold the yoke upon the neck of the oxen. Is it not thereby that the field shall be plowed? The yoke is heavy, but joineth together them that are separate. Glory to Nui and to Hadit, and to him that hath given us the symbol of the rosy cross. Glory unto the Lord of the word Abrahabra, and glory unto him that hath given us the symbol of the ankh, and of the cross within the circle. 1-3 are the beasts wherewith thou must plow the field, the unicorn, the horse, and the ox. And these shalt thou yoke in a triple yoke, that is governed by one whip. 2. Now these beasts run wildly upon the earth, and are not easily obedient to the man. 3. Nothing shall be said here of Cerberus, the great beast of hell, that is every one of these and all of these, even as Athanasius hath foreshadowed. For this matter is not of Tifereth without, of Tifereth with it. 0. The unicorn is speech. Man, rule thy speech. How else shalt thou master the sun, and answer the magician at the right-hand gateway of the crown? 1. Here are practices. Each may last for a week or more. A. Avoid using some common word, such as and or the or but. Use a paraphrase. B. Avoid using some letter of the alphabet, such as T or S or M. Use a paraphrase. C. Avoid using the pronouns and adjectives of the first person. Use a paraphrase. Of thine own ingenium devise others. 2. On each occasion that thou art betrayed into saying that thou art sworn to avoid, cut thyself sharply upon the wrist or forearm with a razor, even as thou shouldst beat a disobedient dog. Feareth not the unicorn the claws and teeth of the lion. 3. Thine arm then serveth thee both for a warning and for a record. Thou shalt write down thy daily progress in these practices, until thou art perfectly vigilant at all times over the least word that slippeth from thy tongue. Thus bind thyself, and thou shalt be forever free. 0. The horse's action. Man, rule thine action. How else shalt thou master the Father, and answer the fool at the left-hand gateway of the crown? 1. Here are practices. Each may last for a week or more. Avoiding lifting the left arm above the waist. B. Avoid crossing the legs. Of thine own ingenium devise others. 2. On each occasion that thou art betrayed into doing, thou art sworn to avoid, cut thyself sharply upon the wrist or forearm with a razor, even as thou shouldst beat a disobedient dog. Feareth not the horse the teeth of the camel. Thine arm then serveth thee both for a warning and for a record. Thou shalt write down thy daily progress in these practices, until thou art perfectly vigilant at all times over the least action that slippeth from the least of thy fingers. Thus bind thyself, and thou shalt be forever free. 0. The ox's thought. Man, rule thy thought. How else shalt thou master the Holy Spirit, and answer the high priestess in the middle gateway of the crown? 1. Here are practices. Each may last for a week or more. Avoid thinking of a definite subject and all things connected with it, and let that subject be one which commonly occupies much of thy thought, being frequently stimulated by sense perceptions or the conversation of others. Be by some device, such as the changing of thy ring from one finger to another, create in thyself 2 personalities, the thoughts of one being within entirely different limits from that of the other, the common ground being the necessities of life. Of thine own ingenium devise others. 2. On each occasion that thou art betrayed into thinking that thou art sworn to avoid, cut thyself sharply upon the wrist or forearm with a razor, even as thou shouldst beat a disobedient dog. Feareth not the ox, the goat of the plowman. 3. Thine arm then serveth thee both for a warning and for a record. Thou shalt write down thy daily progress in these practices, until thou art perfectly vigilant at all times over the least thought that ariseth in thy brain. Thus bind thyself, and thou shalt be forever free. Liber Cheth, vel valum abiegne sub figura clavi warn. This is the secret of the Holy Grail, that is the sacred vessel of Our Lady, the Scarlet Woman, Babylon the mother of abominations, the bride of chaos that rideth upon our Lord the Beast. 2. Thou shalt drain out thy blood, that is thy life, into the golden cup of her fornication. 3. Thou shalt mingle thy life with the universal life. Thou shalt keep not back one drop. 4. Then shall thy brain be dumb, and thy heart beat no more, and all thy life shall go from thee. And thou shalt be cast out upon the midden, and the birds of the air shall feast upon thy flesh, and thy bones shall whiten in the sun. 5. Then shall the winds gather themselves together, and bear thee up as it were a little heap of dust in a sheet that hath 4 corners. And they shall give it unto the guardian of the abyss. 6. And because there is no life therein, the guardian of the abyss shall bid the angels of the winds pass by, and the angels thereof shall be no more. Now therefore, that thou mayest achieve this ritual, a holy Graal, do thou divest thyself of all thy goods. 8. Thou hast wealth. Give it unto them that have need thereof, yet no desire toward it. 9. Thou hast health. Slay thyself in the fervor of thine abandonment unto Our Lady. Let thy flesh hang loose upon thy bones, and thine eyes glare with thy quenchless lust unto the infinite, with thy passion for the unknown, for her that is beyond knowledge, the accursed one. 1. 0. Thou hast love. Tear thy mother from thine heart, and spit in the face of thy father. Let thy foot trample the belly of thy wife, and let the babe at her breast be the prey of dogs and vultures. 1. For if thou dost not this with thy will, then shall we do this despite thy will, so that thou attain to the sacrament of the Graal in the chapel of abominations. 12. And behold, if by stealth thou keep unto thyself one thought of thine, then shalt thou be cast out into the abyss forever, and thou shalt be the lonely one, the eater of dung, the afflicted in the day of be with us. 1:3. Yea, verily, this is the truth, this is the truth, this is the truth. Unto thee shall be granted joy and health and wealth and wisdom when thou art no longer thou. 14. Then shall every gain be a new sacrament, and it shall not defile thee. Thou shalt revel with the wantons in the marketplace, and the virgins shall fling roses upon thee, and the merchants bend their knees and bring thee gold and spices. Also young boys shall pour wonderful wines for thee, and the singers and the dancers shall sing and dance for thee. 15. Yet shalt thou not be therein, for thou shalt be forgotten, dust lost in dust. Nor shall the aeon itself avail thee in this, for from the dust shall a white ash be prepared by Hermes the invisible. 17. And this is the wrath of God, that these things should be thus. 18. And this is the grace of God, that these things should be thus. 19. Wherefore I charge you that ye come unto me in the beginning. For if ye take but one step in this path, ye must arrive inevitably at the end thereof. This path is beyond life and death. It is also beyond love. But that ye know not, for ye know not love. 21. And the end thereof is known not even unto Our Lady, nor to the beast whereon she rideth, nor unto the virgin her daughter, nor unto Chaos her lawful lord, but unto the crowned child is it known. It is not known if it be known. 22. Therefore unto had it, and unto knew it, be the glory in the end and the beginning. Yea, in the end and the beginning. Liber ash vel capricorni pneumatici subfigura clex. 0. Gnarled oak of God, in thy branches is the lightning nested. Above thee hangs the eyeless hawk. One thou art blasted and black, supremely solitary in that heath of scrub. 2. Up the ruddy clouds hang over thee. It is a storm. 3. There is a flaming gash in the sky. 4. Up 5. Thou art tossed about in the grip of the storm for an aeon, and an aeon, and an aeon. But thou givest not thy sap, thou tollest not. 6. Only in the end shalt thou give up thy sap, when the great god Fit is enthroned on the day of be with us. 7. For 2 things are done, and a 3rd thing is begun. Isis and Osiris are given over to incest and adultery. Horus leaps up thrice, armed from the womb of his mother. Harpocrates, his twin, is hidden within him. Set is his holy covenant that he shall display in the great day of Maat. That is being interpreted the master of the temple of whose name is truth. 8. Now, and this is the magical power note. Now, it is like the oak that hardens itself and bears up against the storm. It is weather-beaten and scarred and confident like a sea captain. 10. Also it straineth like a hound in the leash. 1:1. It hath pride and great subtlety. Yea, and glee also. 12. Let the magus act thus in his conjuration. 13 thought. Let him sit and conjure. Let him draw himself together in that forcefulness. Let him rise neck swollen and straining. Let him dash back the hood from his head and fix his basilisk eye upon the sigil of the demon. Then let him sway the force of him to and fro like a satyr in silence until the word burst from his throat. 14. Then let him not fall exhausted, although he might have been 10,000-fold the human. But that which floodeth him is the infinite mercy, the genitor genitrix of the universe, whereof he is the vessel. It is easy to tell the live force from the dead matter. It is no easier to tell the live snake from the dead snake. 16. Also concerning vows, be obstinate and be not obstinate. Understand that the yielding of the yoni is one with the lengthening of the lingam. Thou art both these, and thy vow is but the rustling of the wind on Mount Meru. 1/7. How shalt thou adore me, who am the eye and the tooth, the goat of the spirit, the Lord of creation? I am the eye in the triangle, the silver star that ye adore. 18. I am Baphomet. That is the eightfold word that shall be equilibrated with the 319. There is no act or passion that shall not be in him in mine eye. 20. All holy things and all symbolic things shall be my sacraments. 21. These animals are sacred unto me, the goat and the duck and the ass and the gazelle, the man, the woman, and the child. 22. All corpses are sacred unto me. They shall not be touched save in mine Eucharist. All lonely places are sacred unto me. Where one man gathereth himself together in my name, there will I leap forth in the midst of him. 23. I am the hideous God, and who mastereth me is uglier than I. 24. Yet I give more than Bacchus and Apollo. My gifts exceed the olive and the horse. 25. Who worshipeth me must worship me with many rites. 26. I am concealed with all concealments. When the most holy ancient one is stripped and driven through the marketplace, I am still secret and apart. 27. Whom I love, I chastise with many rods. 28. All things are sacred to me. No thing is sacred from me. 29. For there is no holiness where I am not. 30. Fear not when I fall in the fury of the storm, for my acorns are blown afar by the wind. And verily I shall rise again, and my children about me, so that we shall uplift our forest in eternity. 31. Eternity is the storm that covered. 32. I am existence, the existence that existeth not save through its own existence, that is beyond the existence of existences, and rooted deeper than the no-thing tree in the land of no-thing. Now therefore thou knowest when I am within thee, when my hood is spread over thy skull, when my might is more than the penned Indus, and resistless as a giant glacier. 34. For as thou art before a lewd woman in thy nakedness in the bazaar, sucked up by her slyness and smiles, so art thou wholly and no more in part before the symbol of the beloved, though it be but a Pisacha or a Yantra or a Diva. 35. And in all shalt thou create the infinite bliss and the next link of the infinite chain. 36. This chain reaches from eternity to eternity, ever in triangles. Is not my symbol a triangle? Ever in circles, is not the symbol of the beloved a circle? Therein is all progress base illusion, for every circle is alike and every triangle alike. 37. But the progress is progress, and progress is rapture, constant, dazzling, showers of light, waves of dew, flames of the hair of the great goddess, flowers of the roses that are about her neck. Amen. 38. Therefore lift up thyself as I am lifted up. Hold thyself in as I am, master to accomplish. At the end be the end far distant as the stars that lie in the navel of Nuit. Do thou slay thyself as I at the end am slain. In the death that is light, in the peace that is mother of war, in the darkness that holds light in his hand, as an harlot that plucks a jewel from her nostrils. 39. So therefore the beginning is delight, and delight is in the midst. Even as the Indus is water in the cavern of the glacier, and water among the greater hills and the lesser hills, and through the ramparts of the hills, and through the plain, and water at the mouth thereof, when it leaps forth into the mighty sea. Into the mighty sea, the interpretation of this book will be given to members of the grade of Dominus Liminis on application, each to his adeptus, Libra vel armorum subfiguracati. The obia and the wanga, the work of the wand and the work of the sword. These he shall learn and teach. Liber Li 37, the panicle. Take pure wax or a plate of gold, silver gilt, or electrum magicum. The diameter shall be 8 inches, and the thickness half an inch. Let the neophyte by his understanding and ingenium devise a symbol to represent the universe. Let his zelator approve thereof. Let the neophyte engrave the same upon the plate with his own hand and weapon. Let it, when finished, be consecrated as he hath skill to perform, and kept wrapped in silk of emerald green. The dagger, let the zelator take a piece of pure steel, and beat it, grind it, sharpen it, and polish it, according to the art of the swordsmith. Let him further take a piece of oak wood and carve a hilt. The length shall be 8 inches. Let him by his understanding and ingenium devise a word to represent the universe. Let his practicus approve thereof. Let the zelator engrave the same upon his dagger with his own hand and instruments. Let him further gild the wood of his hilt. Let it, when finished, be consecrated as he hath skill to perform, and kept wrapped in silk of gold and yellow. The cup. Let the practicus take a piece of silver and fashion therefrom a cup. The height shall be 8 inches, and the diameter 3 inches. Let him by his understanding and ingenium devise a number to represent the universe. Let his philosophus approve thereof. Let the practicus engrave the same upon his cup with his own hand and instrument. Let it, when finished, be consecrated, as he hath skill to perform, and kept wrapped in silk of azure blue. The baculum. Let the philosophus take a rod of copper, of length 8 inches and diameter half an inch. Let him fashion about the top a triple flame of gold. Let him by his understanding and ingenium devise a deed to represent the universe. Let his dominus liminis approve thereof. Let the philosophus perform the same in such a way that the baculum may be partaker therein. Let it, when finished, be consecrated, as he hath skill to perform, and kept wrapped in silk of fiery scarlet. The lamp. Let the dominus liminis take pure lead, tin, and quicksilver with platinum, and, if need be, glass. Let him by his understanding and ingenium devise a magic lamp that shall burn without wick or oil, being fed by the aether. This shall he accomplish secretly and apart, without asking the advice or approval of his adeptus minor. Let the dominus limines keep it when consecrated in the secret chamber of art. This, then, is that which is written, bring furnished with complete armor and armed. He is similar to the goddess. And again, I am armed, I am armed.